Yeah, yeah. Party people, let me see you now. Throw your hands up, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the, yeah, yeah. Party people, let me see you now. Throw your hands up. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes.
Hello, friends. Hello. So the song is from, so I use Upbeat. I use upbeat.com for all of my music so I don't get copyright stricken. I just put my sweatshirt on because I'm cold, because I'm hot, because I'm cold, because I'm hot. Listen, if I am a little down today, it is because my uterus is trying to scrape its way from my body. It is day 1 of my period, okay? I would like to die from the inside out. Uh-oh. This is, oh God. Okay. She gets home. Sorry, I got myself into... what the fuck is going on? I got myself into a little bit of a predicament here. Okay? Look, hold on. Where are my emails? Okay, sorry. I am very distracted. All right. Listen, I got myself into a little bit of a predicament. And this is what happens when you do things through text, right? Things get misconstrued. So I was talking to Nick Starro in the DMs. And I was like, hey, or he had said to me, do you mind, do you want to co-stream tomorrow? Since my Slightly Buzzed show also starts at 5 p.m. And I was like, I'm streaming at 10 a.m. But then I'm like, oh, you're in Sweden. So I'm like, okay. And he was like, oh, it says 5 p.m. my time. Sorry. He's like, yeah, let me set up a link and I'll send it to you. And I was like, cool. I'm 10 a.m. Central. But if you want to set up a link, I'll take my stream down. Because I understood that we were like streaming at the same time. And I was like, I'll cut my stream down and then I'll come swing by you. I'll bring all my people by you. I like really want to talk to you. It'll be great. And then he's like, no, you go on and whatever. Like if I get home, that's fine. Okay. And I was like, all right. Well, so he sends me the link and I'm like, cool, I'll come on when I can. So, yeah. So I see the thumbnail on Twitter and it's got my face on it. And I was like, okay, that's cool. Cause I said I would go on with him. And then it says like 5 p.m. So I click on it and then it says like 4 p.m. my time. And I'm like, no, like, wait. So I just texted my sister and I'm like, hey, I got myself in a miscommunication and I don't want to fucking fuck this up because I never streamed with Nick and I don't want to blow him off. Can you babysit my kids for like 1 hour tonight? Now my tummy is in knots. Anyways, and Mowing in the Deep is supposed to be on. God damn it. Why am I such an idiot? Idiot. Whatever. Anyways, Nick is sweet. He would understand. Yeah, I just don't understand fucking time zones. How are you doing? I don't know. He's a time traveler. He is Greg. I know. I don't understand time zones. All right, guys. Anyways, I have my shake. I have these shakes, a little Midol, and I got the shakes. So, but you're shut up. Anyways, okay. Let's talk bricks and minifigs. Brick by brick. Brick by brick. So I'm so excited. I want that shirt to come here right now. Okay, with that being said, I'm in Nick's time zone, damn it. For those of you who don't know, Jenna Ray. Oh, first of all, if you are not subscribed, my brain is scattered. You guys, I made my protein shake and then I was like, why does this taste funny? Because I didn't put any fucking protein in it. That's why. I get really foggy on the first day. Okay? Leave me alone. So if you are new here and you are not subscribed, please consider doing so. Please go down and please do all the YouTube things. Please hype. Please mash your face against the keyboard. Kick it in the face. I don't care. Just do all of this. All the cool kids were in chat. I did watch Jack. So fucking good. It's so good. Because also, too, you're like, oh, I get it. I think that she's lying. And then you watch Jack and you're like, God damn it. I didn't even think about half of these things. Real quick, before I do that, do all the YouTube-y things for me. If you also want to go beyond the comments, we have memberships. We have members-only private Discord. We have a good time. A lot of people are showing. Yesterday, people swamped our Discord with pictures of their pets. And it was amazing. All right, let me text Little Ham. Can I please have 1 hour of your time after camp? I made a whoopsie and I just need 1 hour. Anyways. So, justice for Bacon's uterus. No, justice for me. The uterus is the villain. Smash my face on the keyboard. Hell yeah. If you guys don't know, hi IB. If you guys don't know, Jack is of Never a Truer Word, and he breaks down like people's the way that they speak, and if they can tell you the truth, and if they can tell you a lie, and so it was great. He was watching the bankruptcy hearing, and he was breaking that down, and it was wonderful. So today we're gonna do minifigs. For those of you who don't know, Jenna Ray in the chat sent me one of the most beautifully organized emails of everything that we need to watch. So let's go over. Oh fuck. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. So let's go over. So the first episode, we are introduced to, okay, for those of you who don't know what this is, a man named Brian and his dad took their Lego collection to a consignment shop. Consignment shop says, hey, we'll cut you a check for everything that we sell. And then you'll get money, we'll get money, we'll sell it, it'll be great. Then Bricks and Minifigs Corporation comes into the franchise, and they were were like, we're going to take this over. We'll also take the contract over with Brian and his dad. And then Brian's like, well, I just want my Lego collection back. Corporate's like, what Lego collection? Brian's like, what the fuck? So then he calls Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben comes in, who's a YouTuber, and is like, we're going to get these fucking Legos back. Do they get the Legos back? Nay, nay. They go in there. We meet. I think her name's Amanda, the manager of the store. Huge bitch. Okay? Then somehow we get transported to Utah because now we're going to find these people in Utah. And then the Utah police start messing with them because we find out that they're all in the Mormon church together. Nothing against Mormons, just this one little section of Mormon Brotherhood. So then they get arrested. They get swatted. Does Brian get his Lego collection back? Still, nay, nay. Then we watch CoffeeZilla, and CoffeeZilla finds lies and discrepancies between both stories of the franchise owner and the corporation. And I thought that I was going to get a day off of drama from Laura Owens, and boy, was I fucking wrong. So, with that being said, we're going to... I'm very organized when it's a rabbit hole I'm in, but like I'm actively hunting for my key. Oh God, every day. Do you know how many times I've asked while I'm on the phone? I'm like, where the fuck is my phone? You're on it, bitch. The fuck? Or it's like when you're wearing your glasses like this and you still can't find them. You're like, where the fuck are my glasses? Anyways. Okay. So now we did part 1. We did part 2. That was last Friday. And then we did CoffeeZilla. But today we're going to do the interlude, which is about Ben's restraining order. So let's go into that. Okay. This is Reckless Ben. Some people were like, you might not want to like him. And then I love him. I think he's fantastic. I love him. So.
After crazy all-nighters and basically destroying my health.
Oh, hold on.
Episode 3 is finally finished after crazy all-nighters and basically destroying my health. But I can't post it or I will go to jail. And not only that, I will also immediately lose my lawsuit of $300,000, and the GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about. They sent court papers to my email, which
it says, unless Schneider provides another email address in writing, plaintiffs may serve co-defendant Reckless Ben at recklessben12323@gmail.com.
I guess a judge approved for them that this was a valid form of service. And so now that I'm officially served, I cannot even mention this company or I will be in jail and everything. Normally I would be like, screw the big guy telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's morally right. But in this situation, if I do that, then all my friends get screwed with this lawsuit and we lose all the GoFundMe money we raised, like immediately. So I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company. My personal opinion is that this is unfair because this order was put on me because this company was telling the court that I was making bomb threats. I was planning on murdering the manager and employees, which obviously I didn't do, and you can see that in the footage. The only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I am now no longer allowed to talk about them, and it looks like this might be it. So, yeah.
It is it. As you guys can see, I watch Jack. I don't know who this is. Shameless plug, Jack. Does the guy have a lawyer? I don't know right now. I think so. So here's a restraining order. So that was a restraining order, but now the restraining order gets lifted.
1 month ago, I was wrongfully silenced.
I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company.
But today, I got my freedom of speech back.
I have my freedom of speech back, baby. I can say whatever I want. I can say Bricks and Minifig sucks. I can say Bricks and Minifig still support people. And look, I just said it. I'm not in jail, which is sick.
Dude. That's gonna be me one day. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say while sitting on a fucking water tower. Oh, God.
We got our First Amendment right back. Yeah. Episode 3 is live right now on Patreon, so check it out. If you don't want to subscribe to Patreon, then you can always just wait until it's on YouTube in a couple days. But it's live, and also you can check out episode 4 coming very soon.
Right. Listen, I told you guys we're doing this, all right? Listen. Okay, now we're going to go to part 3. We're doing it. We're doing it all.
I'm about to go to court, and I don't even know what I did wrong. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is making up tons of lies about me to the police to try to get me thrown in jail so I can't release my documentary about them. But the crazy part is I'm not even allowed to know what they're saying I did. Legally, I'm not allowed to film inside court, so I formally requested the audio, but since there was no visual, I hired an animator to animate over it.
Right now, I kind of don't even know what I'm being charged for because all of the body cam footage has been redacted, and they say it's to protect the victims. However, I think there are some redactions that maybe don't make sense and that weren't to protect the victims, and there's some things being said about me that are redacted that I don't know about.
I do have some concern in this case with the defendant representing himself. The allegations here relate to the fact that the defendant, he's a person he's a YouTuber, creates videos, publishes them online, and has been, if this defendant were to represent himself and we were to provide body cams and discovery, we would be now providing additional information and fodder for this defendant to create videos from which he could profit by placing them on YouTube at the expense of our victim. I have serious concerns for that.
Okay, so wait. So you are withholding public what we of the public should have access to because he's going to put it out there and make content, which is also my right. Like, if I wanted to get it and put it out here and make content, it is my right. And withholding evidence and withholding discovery. Oh my God.
Yeah, the state of Utah is claiming that if they tell me what I'm being accused of, then I'll use it for content on my YouTube channel. And they can't have that. They're arguing to the judge that the best thing to do is to not let me know what's being said about me, which is very strange, but that's their argument. And just in case you haven't been following along with this whole Lego story, this is all happening because I stepped in to help a family who got their Lego collection stolen from a company called Bricks and Minifigs. And for the last couple months, this company's been doing whatever they can to get me arrested so they can keep all the Legos for themselves. And this isn't even just me speculating. One of their own employees literally told us what their plan was.
I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we get them arrested?
But eventually, Bricks and Minifigs found out that I'm not just some random kid. I'm actually a YouTuber making a documentary on the entire scandal.
So the YouTube guy is named Reckless Ben. I don't want to be on YouTube.
Yeah, this is when things really...
Okay, well, it doesn't matter if you want to be on YouTube.
started getting crazy. Bricks and Minifigs went into ultimate defense mode and was going to do whatever it takes to prevent this documentary from coming out. First, the police got a call saying I had heroin on me.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle.
And obviously, they found nothing. But then they got a call saying that I was the one that stole the Legos. And I got swatted by the entire police department.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
And we all got arrested. But right when I got out of jail, I got a warrant for my arrest for some mystery crime that I committed.
It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Yeah, the police showed up to my house all the way in Los Angeles to arrest me without bail.
He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest.
But the police couldn't arrest me.
Any idea where he actually is?
No idea.
Okay.
I was somewhere very far away. But anyways, back to court. The judge is looking at signing a protective order to protect Josh and all of his statements about me.
Everybody who doesn't know who Jack is, Jack, we put your thing in the chat. Jack's in the chat. We were just talking about your video from last night, that it's wonderful. Shameless plug. Very, very great. So.
Protective order gets signed, then I'll never be able to find out what he's claiming I did.
I got bad news. I don't think we have any more budget for animation, dude.
Oh, shoot. So how do we animate this next court scene? I guess if we have to not pay the lawyers, then I guess the animation's more important, right?
Yeah, we decided maybe the lawyers are actually more important. So, yeah, we ran out of animation budget. Sorry, guys.
The court's inclined to sign this pretrial protective order unless you have an objection to it, Mr. Schneider, and the objection to such an order.
Yes, I think there's a bunch of misunderstandings in this case. And so this person doesn't want to get exposed. So he's making up a lot of lies about me to order to like get me arrested. But
I really just wish they would have had 2 minifigurines and he was like, do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Jen, hi.
Before he gets exposed. So that's what this whole thing's about.
However, before I was allowed to show any of the overwhelming evidence I have to support my claims, the judge didn't care about the evidence and signed the protective order anyways.
Mr. Schneider, the court's going to sign this order and serve it upon you.
So the court has made it clear. They do not want to look at the evidence and they want to protect Josh and Brandon for some reason. And now I have to somehow fight a court case against all of these mystery crimes against me that I have no clue what they're even saying I did.
Criminal defendants have a legal right to see the evidence against them through a formal process called discovery. This ensures a fair trial and allows the defense to prepare a response. The prosecution must share its evidence with the defense before a trial or a plea deal. Exculpatory evidence, the state must also reveal any evidence that points to your innocence, also known as Brady material. Common items include police reports, body cam footage, witness statements, audio and video recordings, and physical items. Evidence is usually handed over after formal charges are filed or during early court hearings. While your lawyer has full access to review these files, which if you're acting as your own lawyer, you have full access to review these files. Certain sensitive items may not be copied directly to you for safety or legal reasons. But if you cannot afford an attorney or choose not to get one because you're going to go pro se, they have to reveal it all to you. This is our 6th Amendment. Let's read the amendment, shall we? The 6th Amendment guarantees the rights of criminal defendants, including the right to a public trial without unnecessary delay, the right to a lawyer, the right to an impartial jury, and the right to know who your accusers are and the nature of the charges and evidence against you. What the fuck are we doing? I am confusion. Wow.
So this whole mess is happening in American Fork, Utah. But I'm also being charged with another case in Provo, Utah. This is where corporate Bricks and Minifigs is, which is why I'm also being charged here. And this police department has surprisingly actually followed the law when it comes to discovery, and they sent me all the raw body cam footage of what I'm being charged for.
Oh,
Let's
fuck.
start at the beginning, the moment I first met the CEO.
Well, and that's the thing. At this point, he has no idea what the charges are. He went in and they were like, yeah, we're going to arrest you. And he's like, I still don't know what I'm being arrested for.
The reason I'm talking to him right now is because before exposing this company for the grand theft they committed, I thought it was in good faith to give them an opportunity to do the right thing first before I make a documentary about this.
You had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store?
Nope. Never happened.
But the CEO did not want to take the opportunity to do the right thing and instead instantly called the cops on us.
Thank you, Hollywood.
Calling to report a crime.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you. It's Ben Snyder who's been the one engaged in this behavior.
You can see in the police report that the crime he wanted to get us charged for is called extortion, which basically means we're threatening him into paying us, which is very illegal. However, obviously he's just making all of this up. The reality is, I just thought it was a nice gesture to
Well, you know what's going to piss you off even more, Omar? Is I fear that he took his eyebrows to make the mustache. Allegedly, that's my conspiracy. So that's what I think. Because where are they? Here.
give him the opportunity to do the right thing first.
If you guys do have our Legos, we just kind of want them back, you know?
But if there's one thing I've learned from this entire experience, it's that whoever ends up doing the morally right thing just ends up getting screwed over. So now it's time to play the way Bricks and Minifigs is playing and use their own strategy against them. Right now, their strategy is to get me arrested before I get them arrested. So now I'm gonna Uno reverse this and get Eamon, the CEO, arrested before he gets me arrested. But if I'm gonna be the reason that someone's going to jail, I should probably make sure that they definitely deserve this. So I'm gonna give them one more chance to try to do the right thing first.
Jack says Bricks and Minifigs are shady as fuck, but how much of Ben's claims are verified independently? What claims? Because I mean, I would assume they're verified because everything's on camera, right?
But instead of doing the right thing and attempting to work this out, Eamon just hid in his little office. And he called the police on me.
I can already tell you right now, no one's coming out to talk to you guys. Like
Really? But they told us that they were.
I know.
No. I have no problem with this mustache or anyone who chooses this mustache. That's not the point. The point is, I fucking hate this guy. This guy sucks.
I wouldn't want to get someone arrested, but we gave him every opportunity to talk to us, so at this point, he's just arresting himself.
Oh, school
However,
shopping.
the
Bye,
only
Hollywood.
difference between my strategy and Bricks and Minifigs' strategy is
So
I don't
City
have to lie to the
Sunshine. I'm so sorry. But also, fuck this guy.
Eamon McNeff actually committed a crime. I have tons of crimes on camera that Eamon McNeff has committed. Let's start at the beginning with crime number 1.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Give it to him straight.
Eamon was first trying to claim that he's never...
I don't mind the mustache. I've known people with this mustache. It's fine. But you can't be this ugly and also like this stupid and this mean and then choose that mustache. This is a choice that you made, right? And you also chose to be an asshole. And you also chose to be a thief. Pick a struggle, okay? God.
even heard of Brian Mansell, and this guy definitely never had any Legos in a Bricks and Minifig store. But once we showed him all of the social media posts his own company made, it was very obvious that we just caught him in a lie. So the CEO decided to change his story, and now the story is the Legos used to be in the store, but the previous owner, Crystal, she stole the Legos right before they took over the store.
Back up the easy way. We don't have the Lego. Crystal sold the Lego.
The only problem is there's security camera footage of the previous owner getting kicked out.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
Corporate just said that they're going to be the ones to take over the consignment deal with all the Legos that are still in the store. And as extra proof that these Lego sets...
Exactly. God don't like ugly. And it doesn't matter about looks. It doesn't matter about looks.
We're still in the store. The owner went into the back and started taking pictures of everything that you can verify in the metadata with the timestamps that match the exact moment she's getting kicked out. And then you can see her leave the store with nothing in her hands, proving that the sets were still in the store and the CEO is lying to us right now. But that's only one side of the story. I also thought it was fair to hear his side.
You sent a bunch of pictures of the Lego still in the back, and you can see in the security camera footage, corporate comes and throws her out.
Great. I understand what you're talking about, but you have a misunderstanding of what has occurred, and you're taking one person's word over another person's word. You need to go after the party that's responsible, and you don't want to because that's not easy. You have accepted a narrative that is not real, and you are continuing to pursue that narrative because it's easy, and it gives you views, and it gives you all sorts of clout, and does all sorts of things that way.
So basically what the CEO is trying to explain to me is we shouldn't be looking at the evidence. Instead, I should just be taking his word for it because he said so.
Crystal law.
So Jack and Hound are saying that this doesn't pass the smell test. You guys are also, this is part 3. So I think if you watch part 1 and part 2 and then CoffeeZilla's, the way that I watched it last Friday, there's so much context.
Was a former franchisee of Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah.
She took Mr. Mansell's Lego, sold it, didn't pay him, she has his money. But she sold his Lego, she has his money.
To make it easier for you guys to understand the CEO's argument, we're going to demonstrate his argument with a little skit.
Oh, that wasn't a backflip. No.
Oh, are you sure?
You have a misunderstanding of what happened.
Yes, this is the exact argument the CEO is trying to make. Something we just saw in video, the CEO is saying never happened, which would mean the CEO's lying. And most people would agree that lying is morally wrong. However, if you lie about a crime, the way Eamon's lying to me right now, then that's not just morally wrong anymore. That crosses into new territory called illegal. The specific crime is called obstruction. If someone commits this crime, they can get arrested.
Trust me, bro.
We're at the police station, and we're going to charge them with a criminal crime, obstructing of evidence of
criminal crime mentioned.
$200,000 theft. And good news for us, we found out last week that all of the police in Utah take obstruction very seriously.
Well, the thing is right, the rapid fire, the cuts, the moves, skip BS, this is serious, he's drafting it for LOLs and clicks. Sure. But it's kind of like the way when I view it as this, right? Like it's kind of the same way I do my Laura Owens coverage. It's all haha, kiki, fun, because I know that's what's going to get eyes on it. And that's what I want to do so that once I get eyes on it, we can talk about the more important things, right? So I get it, right? Like he's pandering to his office or his audience. He wants the views. He wants the clicks. But I'm sure that he also has all of the raw footage. And I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, but I would hope that he has all the footage to prove his point also in a court of law, right? So yeah, it's about the clicks. It's about what's going to get eyes on it. And also to get eyes on it to put pressure on Bricks and Minifigs to get this guy's collection back.
Here, the police arrested my friend Sheldon for obstruction just for locking his phone.
Right now you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay, put your hands behind your back. I was just locking my phone.
You're under arrest for obstruction of evidence right now.
The crazy part is, the police didn't even have a warrant, so Sheldon locking his phone was 100% legal.
But the police arrested him anyways because that's literally how serious the police take obstruction crimes here. They do not mess around when it comes to obstruction. So now, just imagine how angry the police are gonna be when I go into the police station and tell them that someone is actually, for real this time, committing an obstruction crime. And this obstruction crime is on a much bigger scale. Later, the police called me saying that they were going to do a police investigation on this.
Hey, Benjamin, this is Officer Halpern from Provo Police.
I told the detective the entire situation. He was saying that this family's Lego sets were never even in the store, like all of this stuff, and it's all documented. I have video of all of him saying this. I think he's like falsifying evidence, and I think that's obstruction. And now that we stole Bricks and Minifigs' strategy.
And the thing is too, for me is like, even, okay, let's say he is wrong. Okay, let's say Bricks and Minifigs didn't do this. Let's play that hypothetical situation. In episode 2, the fact that the police wildly overstepped their bounds, for me, is extremely interesting in this case. And that's the thing, is like, you see this corruption happening inside of the police system, inside of the court system, and do I think that, you know, the clicks and the views are good for it? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, because I think things like this should be called out.
I think the plan is finally gonna work.
Looks like the CEO is going down.
I mean, I submitted the videos of Eamon saying we're gonna burn down the building and shoot him.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you.
And then I submitted all the raw footage of the entire conversation I had with him, proving to the police that we never even said anything close to this. This raw footage verifies that everything I told the police is true, and everything Eamon told the police is a lie. On top of that, I even got access to the complete case Eamon made against me, and he doesn't have a single piece of evidence to support any of his claims. Which I guess makes sense. Like, how can you support evidence if you're just making everything up? Like, of course you can't submit anything. So if the police have to decide what case to pursue, they're obviously going to pursue this case because it has like a ton of evidence. And then they're going to throw out Eamon's case. It has no evidence at all.
The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Hello, my name is Ben Schneider. A couple months ago, I made a case, and you were the officer that was helping me create it. I submitted a bunch of evidence through a link you sent me, and this was a couple months ago, and I haven't heard anything back. And so I'm just calling to see if I can get some type of update on how the case is going. It's about the CEO, Eamon McNeff of Bricks and Minifigs, in an obstruction case. And so if you could give me a call back at your earliest convenience, that'd be awesome.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed.
Yeah, literally no matter what I tried, I could not get a hold of this police officer. So I'm traveling all the way back to Utah to go back to the Provo police station in person to see how the police investigation against Eamon is going. And I just so happened to get a hold of the police schedule and arrived at the exact time this officer was supposed to arrive. But before I could speak to this officer, one of the other police officers called into the front desk and asked to talk to me.
I'm not seeing him on duty right now.
Really? They said he was going to be here today at 3 o'clock.
There's always the chance that they might have called out sick or something.
Is there any way that you can like check if he's here, or?
He's definitely scheduled to be here. Like I said, they might have called out sick or something.
Are you able to look and see how the case is going? All I really want is kind of just an update on the case.
That's not something that I can tell you over the phone.
Okay, you can't even just tell me like how it's going, like if he's still looking into it, or?
No, I can't. That's not something I can do.
Okay, well thank you.
So basically I came all the way out here to find 0 answers, but eventually I did find an answer. They sent it to me in the mail, and looks like I was right. The police only had time to take on one of our cases, and it was Eamon's, not mine. Yes, the case that had an overwhelming amount of evidence, they thought that case was garbage. And they took on the case that has 0 evidence at all. In the police body cam footage, after the police watched my full conversation, proving that I didn't threaten to burn the place down or literally anything, they even admitted to Eamon that there was no credibility with his entire case against me.
We agreed that there really was no extortion code that would fit your situation. However, you know, at the end of the day, we do want to help you guys so you're not having to deal with this fool and
Oh, that's crazy.
all of his issues. We did find that there was another code that fit, and it's called aggravated commercial obstruction.
The police just told Eamon that even though there's absolutely nothing to his claim against me, if they work together, maybe they can fabricate some type of charge against me.
However, the tricky thing is that we have to prove that this individual either entered or remains unlawfully on the premise. When he came to the property, did you have to ask him more than once to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, we're not leaving until we get it. And he's like, no. Like,
So Eamon's telling the police that even though they continuously told us to leave, we didn't leave. But if we go back and look at the footage of what happened, this is the reality.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them. That doesn't involve us.
Okay.
As a separate business entity, you got to take it up with them. You got to resolve it with them.
Okay, well, thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Good luck.
You're good. Sweet, thank you.
See, and that's the thing, right? Like every time they go and they're like, all right, we said this or they said that, and he's trying to prove his point. Like he's got all the raw footage. So I'm just trying to hear him out. But I'm assuming that bringing this all the way to court and what he's doing is because he feels as though he has the evidence to support it.
Hey, do you want to talk? And they're on their way out. If you want me to grab them or not?
I don't know. It kind of looks like the reality of what happened is we left too early for them. They wanted to pull us back in to keep talking to us. But we did show back up a second time. And to Eamon's credit, about halfway through the conversation, he did say that if we don't leave, he's going to call the cops on us.
You can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
And this is right after I told him you could do it either the easy way and just give us the Legos back, or we can do it the hard way, implying that we would take him to court.
So you're threatening me.
I'm not threatening. We're right. Like we have a right to the Legos, so we're gonna get them the easy way or the hard way.
What proof of ownership have you provided to me that you own this Lego?
I mean, I can give you proof if you want.
Right, provide proof.
But right after he says this, he's now asking us to provide him proof that we actually are entitled to these Legos, so we can't leave now because he just told us to stay and provide proof. And then at the very end of the conversation, he says this one more time.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave? Okay. Well, thank you for working with us, and so see you later.
Well, we have now all just seen the video footage of what actually happened. But now let's hear how Eamon describes it to the police.
guys, at this point, I've asked you to leave. Please leave. Well, you know, like you have to listen to us. You have to pay us this money. No, guys, you need to leave, and you're not leaving. Like, but I asked multiple times, they did not leave.
Looks like that might be a second-degree felony.
I don't think that's I disagree with you, Jack, here. I don't think that's a misrepresentation. I agree. He said, you know, we're going to have to ask you to leave, you know, or provide proof. And he's like, okay, well, I can provide you proof. And then he's like, actually just leave. I mean, at least that's the way I'm hearing it.
He's facing felony charges. It is a felony?
Yes, because I went to the corporate headquarters and tried to give Eamon the easy way out of all of this, they're now trying to get me on a second-degree felony, which I don't really know how any of this would make me get a second-degree felony. Like, what the heck, police officers?
Oh, commercial?
But they're doing
Okay,
it, and
okay.
the punishment for this crime is 15 years in jail.
I don't
The
know,
conspiracy
you know, like,
part.
however else, you know, like some of that stuff comes through, but you know, like the reality is, like, we've tried to talk with him and said, we're willing to work with you.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons the police keep taking Eamon's side instead of ours, besides the whole Mormon thing, is that Eamon keeps framing the situation as he's just the helpful CEO who's trying to do the right thing and return Brian's property. And we're the ones that are preventing him from giving it back to Brian. So I say we rewatch the footage and see what actually happened.
We said we would be more than happy to help Mr. Mansell.
Yeah, because Brian said
he was unwilling to work with us.
Well, Brian said he asked for the store inventory, and that
Because he said like he wanted to work with you, and then you guys didn't provide the store inventory.
We asked him to provide us with any documentation, and he provided us with a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet is not something that anybody, you can just walk over to a McDonald's right now and say, all of your ice cream machines belong to me. Why? Because so-and-so said so. And I have a spreadsheet that says that all these ice cream machines belong to me. That's not proof of ownership, that's not proof of anything.
So first off, this spreadsheet Ammon's referring to wasn't just some mystery spreadsheet, it was the actual inventory the store made. But I guess Ammon's trying to claim that the previous owner stole the Legos and then lied on the inventory, and so now it basically makes this inventory invalid. He said that when corporate was taking over the store, that they actually did their own inventory, and this is the correct inventory.
When we took over...
But they also didn't, from one of the last episodes that we watched, didn't they get the inventory list from Bricks and Minifig's Google Drive? What was it that they got from the Google Drive? Wasn't it the whole list of inventory that they took in? Hi, Camo.
Did an inventory?
And good news for me, he's willing to give me this inventory. He's actually always been willing to give it to me or Brian. All we've ever had to do was ask.
We will work with you to obtain any Lego that does exist.
Well, we did that, and you guys.
When?
I think like 5 or 6 times, and we've gotten 0 response back.
Yeah, literally the first thing I did right when I heard about this entire situation was,
Nick, hi, listen, I'm going to be a little late to the stream, and I think I only have an hour. Listen, I don't know how to do time zones, okay? And I completely misunderstood our conversation. So I'm going to try to be in there tonight. I think I got my sister. I'm going to pay her to watch my kids so that I could do it for like an hour because I fucked up. But I'm very excited. I want to talk to you. Everybody, Nick Starro. Where are my buttons? Nick is another content creator on this channel. And we are supposed to go live tonight together. And he is from Sweden. So, yes. Where is your channel? I have it here. And also Mo in the Deep. So we were going to talk. I only have a little bit of time because I thought that your time was from my time. Okay. I didn't realize that it was, you go Eastern time. Nick. Thank you, Nick. Nick just sent out 5 gift memberships. Thank you so much. This is going to be crazy here. It'll be, so my sister will get home about 4:30, 5 o'clock here. So I'll try to be on as soon as possible. But if it doesn't work out, Nick, I am so sorry. For some reason, I thought because you were in Sweden, you would be streaming at the same time that I was, and I'm dumb, okay? I cannot do time zones. But if this doesn't go on, I'm going to try to be there. I swear to God. I'm so sorry that I'm not smart. So, yeah, I thought for some reason 5 p.m. by you would be in the middle of the day for me, and it would be great. And now I feel so terrible, but I should be there. So let's just all know that I am not bright, okay? I'm not the brightest. I am the greasiest. I am the saltiest. I'm not the brightest, all right? Look, I do what I can. Anyways, hi, Wendy.
I Googled Bricks and Minifigs, clicked on their website, clicked Contact Us, and sent them a message. I actually got a message back from corporate saying that they would love to help, but after a few months, I kept trying to reply to this message, and they just completely ghosted me.
I am pretty.
I think we've done like 6 over the last 4 or 5 months.
Pull it up. Find out. Tell me when.
Let's see. I say like, hey, I don't think this ever got resolved. I'm just reaching back out right now. And then never.
Hit forward right now. Resend it.
Oh my God.
What's the email?
That is I don't know what email address that is.
This was on your guys' website.
That says fbc.team. I said franchise at bricksandminifigs.com.
Well, this is just on the website, so.
Did I tell you to look up something on the website and send it there?
Well.
Did I say that just barely?
Well, that's what.
Yes or no? Did I say that?
No.
I just said send me an email to franchise@bricksandminifigs.com and we will work with that.
But you're getting mad at me because I emailed the email on the website?
You keep saying that you, like, so that, I understand that, but I'm telling you right now, and you're trying to argue on something that I didn't give you any information about. I'm telling you, send it to that one.
Yeah.
Also, if anybody wants to know about Nick's channel, here it is. Make sure you guys go over and subscribe. Santa Laws. I love that. Oh my God.
You're like getting upset at us that we emailed the email that was on your website.
No, I'm telling you the way to do this, and you've been probably trying to communicate with a ghost.
Well, that's your guys' fault for putting that email on the website.
Sure. Okay. Understood.
And so why are you getting mad at us because we emailed the website for your instructions?
You harass us for all sorts of things. I'm not getting mad at you.
Well, we're not harassing. We're just asking for our Legos back. If someone stole money from you and you went and politely asked for the money back, is that you harassing them?
It seems like Ammon kept either trying to stall or switch the subject. It almost seems like he doesn't want to actually give us this inventory. But he keeps saying he's willing to give it to us.
You guys can send that inventory list to us?
I do believe so, yes. I think we have sent that to Brian.
He says he said that's all he wants is the inventory list, and he'll stop like bugging you guys.
Well, then, Mr. Mansell and you, and if you want to be included on the emails with Mr. Mansell, that's totally fine. You guys can email us, and we can go.
But you guys will give him the inventory list, because he said he's been asking for it for over a year now.
We can show the inventory list that was obtained when the store was originally taken over from Crystal Law, and we can work through that process and try and identify what was or wasn't there, and also try and identify how to proceed from there.
Yeah, I think Brian gets upset because...
Why does he keep adding the music when he's talking?
He says, they always say that they'll send me the list, kind of like how you're saying, oh, we can send it easily. But then when it comes down to it, you'll never actually send it. So maybe if you actually go ahead and send it, it would make him feel better.
Well, I understand what you're trying to get at. We're more than willing to work with you and help you. That's what I'm saying. Send an email to that email address that I just gave to you, and that will produce results.
Anyways, I sent an email to the email he told me about, not the one on their website. That's a bad email.
When I tell you guys to subscribe and bang your face against the keyboard and like and hype and do all these things to send me soaring through the algorithm, this right here is what I expect. I want this from each and every one of you.
Not the one on their website. That's a bad email.
This.
Don't ever email that one or the CEO is going to be pissed. But according to...
That's what I want. That's what I expect from each and every one of you when you are trying to send me through the YouTube algorithm.
Ammon, now that I've sent this email, I should be receiving the inventory list very soon. So I waited all day and I got no answer. So the next day I sent them another email. I patiently waited again for about a week. And finally...
This is the response. Mr. Schneider, BAM Franchising Incorporation will not participate in any form of communication that appears designed for public provocation, harassment, or manipulation of facts for the purpose of media content. Attempts to obtain privileged or confidential...
What? I found out Ammon's brother's ex-wife had a GoFundMe saying his brother Josh is a deadbeat dad. The one who was in talking about the U-Haul? I love that song. I know every word.
Information through misrepresentation or the creation of fraudulent documents.
Just for me asking for this inventory list to prove their innocence, because I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to be like, hey,
if you're innocent, I want to prove that you're innocent with this inventory list. But now, by me trying to do that, that's criminal behavior on my part.
And considered harassment. And we reserve all rights to refer such behavior to appropriate legal authorities,
It's now,
aka the cops.
So don't ask for our inventory list, or else we're going to call the cops.
Yes, Bricks and Minifigs has officially banned me from ever asking for this inventory list again. And I'm not the only one who's banned from asking for this list.
He promised us a full inventory right away. We've never received it.
Yeah, and every
another
time it's
person.
been just absolutely nothing. So we've never gotten anything. We've never gotten an inventory list.
Yeah, the previous owner
No,
who got her entire store
no. So, yes, I've already talked to her. And Matt. Okay. Matt was the COO. That was the other guy when they were talking about the U-Haul. Okay. I did talk to Big Tiff this morning, and I'll DM you about it.
Stolen from her by corporate. I mean, she's legally required to get sent an inventory list, and even she, 2 years later, has not gotten it yet.
It would have resolved everything because they would have had to identify everything in the store, and it would have identified all of Brian's stuff, and they never provided it, so we couldn't then demand the third-party evaluation.
And it's now, what, a year and a half later?
Who knows what.
Still no inventory.
Dang.
So. Would have solved a lot of problems a year and a half ago to go, here's the inventory.
And even
they did. So I believe the son and the dad with the Lego did go and get a lawyer, and the lawyer's like, you're not going to be able to fight this. Like, it's going to be too much money.
Brian still hasn't received this inventory list yet.
I've never received an inventory list. I've never received a record of sales because they can't provide it. They opened the store up almost right away and started selling it.
And the worst part about all of this is it seems like the CEO is pretty much just trying to rub all of this in everyone's face. When I turned on the news, I saw this.
Now, as far as offering Brian the inventory, have you gone through the store, figured out what?
So, okay. I just have a quick question because, and I'm genuinely curious because Hound and Jack seem to be, you guys are the only people that I've seen disagree with this. And I'm fairly new to this and I'm taking this all in. Do you guys think that then Bricks and Minifigs are not guilty of what they're being accused of? Or I'm confused as, I guess I'm kind of like, how do I say it? Like I'm viewing it as a whole. Like what about it do you think is not true? What about it do you think is true? And so is Ben. So you also think that they are shady. Okay, because I'm confused. I'm like, so are you on one side or the other, or do you just feel like you're not getting the full story? So I'm just, I just want to know where you guys are coming from. And obviously, we're here. We can agree to disagree. I'm not on their side, but Ben's spinning shift hard. Go to the email and pause and read it. Okay, I will. I want to hear all sides.
Harassment.
Okay, wait. Here we go. Wait. BAM Franchising Inc. will not participate in any form of communication that appears designed for public provocation, harassment, or manipulation of facts for the purpose of media contact. Attempts to obtain privileged or confidential information through misrepresentation or the creation of fraudulent documents may constitute criminal misconduct, and we reserve all rights to refer such behavior to appropriate legal authorities. Should you believe that you are entitled to any of the specific information under applicable law, we suggest that you pursue such requests through formal and lawful legal procedures. This will serve as our final response to your inquiry unless we are contacted by duly retained legal counsel representing a party you're standing. Okay. So, right. Okay. I see where the issue is now. But I also, BAM are bad actors. The police didn't come out well, but Ben is misrepresenting and not sharing everything. Okay. So, the only place that I'm going to from what I'm seeing, obviously, like this is going to go to court and it's all going to play out the way that it's going to play out. The only place that I disagree is that I understand that Ben is a content creator, right? And that there might be things that we haven't seen yet. I am not. I came into this completely blind. So I know nothing about this. But I also understand as a content creator wanting to spread awareness and wanting to entertain to get the eyes, right? There's things that you do because you know it will get the clicks. But if you get the clicks, you get to talk about the more important and what people might consider mundane, but they want to stay because it's entertaining and it's pulling it in. But I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand from like an entertainment storytelling perspective why someone would choose to present it this way. So they're being told, we're not playing in your circus and we have no standing here, so go away. Yeah, and I get that too. I get that too. So I guess that's the question, is like, what has Ben not sharing, right? Like obviously there's going to be cuts to make it more more for brevity, right? To just make sure they can tell a story in a minimal amount of time. And also Ben has 1 million subscribers, right? And I think like he understands what keeps the viewers engaged. So I don't know. Ben basically said, get bent. I think the emails in this video, it's to Brian back. This was to them. They sent them an email. It isn't more entertaining because it's misrepresents things. That's dishonesty, non-entertainment. I mean, I can see where you're coming from, right? I can see where you're coming from. I also just understand from the perspective of a content creator of telling a story through quick cuts, and yes, I get it. I get it from both sides, right? Like you want them to be completely upfront and honest about everything, and they're trying to make a video for clicks and views. So I think what I'm gonna do, we're not Ben's demographic either. I think what I'm gonna do though is just keep going, because that's the thing, is I don't know anything about the saga, and I feel like we just continue to get more information before I make a decision on what's happening. Obviously, I personally think that Bricks and Minifigs fucked over Brian, which is the biggest issue. I also think that the police doing what they're doing and the courts doing what they're doing is also a huge issue. And I think that's important to tell. Quick cuts are quick cuts, but saying these people have been banned too when they haven't is dishonest, a lie, that's manipulation. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree at all. But I do think, right, if he can get his story out and the bigger things, it's shining a light on the bigger things that are important, which is the police and the court system violating his rights. Is it that big of a deal? That's my question.
Information through misrepresentation or the creation.
Right, let's go back for it because we saw him on the news.
Still
The record of
the store.
Here we go.
In everyone's face. When I turned on the news, I saw this.
I see. Okay. I see what you're saying. So because the bad things are going on, there's no reason to manipulate the story. I understand that too. I get that as a point.
Now, as far as offering Brian the inventory, have you gone through the store, figured out what was part of his collection, taken inventory, and shown him that inventory to offer that?
We've tried to share those with Mr. Mansell in hopes that he can see, you know, like that we were not attempting in any way, shape, or form to withhold anything. Those then were offered to him, and the initial offer was rejected.
So now on public television, Ammon, the CEO, is telling the world that he tried to give us this inventory, but we're the ones that didn't want it.
We do want to help him recover as much of the collection. Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. We know that we have a responsibility to work with him to make sure he does get made whole.
So you've offered Brian the inventory of sets that was in the store.
Yeah, whatever was left over, we've offered that on multiple occasions. So we've tried to make multiple offers, and hopefully we'll be able to get them to the table so we can discuss it.
And this is pretty much Ammon's game plan now. Go on as many news stations as you can and lie.
The entire time we were saying, hey, we want to help, we want to help.
The main narrative now seems to be Bricks and Minifigs has always been trying to give Brian his Legos back, but Brian just never wanted them back.
Would you be willing to just take this? And the answer was no. It was attempted to be given to the family, and it was refused. They made the offer and said, hey, you can have all this, and that offer was not accepted at the time.
Well, that's Ammon's side of the story, but I say let's take a look at what actually happened.
Read from the bottom up. That is our correspondence with Bricks and Minifigs, trying to work with them and getting the sets back.
So right when this happened,
That's a good point, though, Jack. That's a good point. And I see what you're saying. And Tony had said, or not Tony, who is it? Somebody said earlier about this backfiring on Ben. And that is a good point. The trouble is when you are in the right, but also manipulate and lie to make your point, you lose a lot and weaken your position and credibility. I understand that. That is a good point. For me, when it comes to police and court corruption, I'm willing to... I also don't like, to me, Reckless Ben doing what he's doing, like he's just telling a story, right? Like I guess I just don't put too much stock in what he's saying as opposed to what is the body cam footage showing? What is the footage that I've seen, you know, showing, and what is that evidence, right? Reckless Ben for me is just a character.
Hired an attorney to reach out to Bricks and Minifigs. They sent an email saying, how should we proceed to retake the possession of the set/minifigures? And they actually emailed back saying they were willing to help. And then after this, they just never respond. So Brian's attorney sent them another email, just following up on this, when can we pick up the sets? And they still didn't respond. So the attorneys emailed back saying, it's now been 16 days. How can we get these Legos back? And finally, they received a response.
It says Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson have no legal obligation to return any of the Lego product that exists in their store to you. What? So yeah, basically they're saying that they're the ones that are not able to work with you, is what it seems like.
Exactly.
They finished this email saying, we consider this matter closed and will not be returning any Lego products to you. So as you can see, that's the reality of what actually happened. But then Ammon goes on Fox News and says this.
So they actually did have an attorney send information to us. We said, great, appreciate this. Let's see what we can do to work this out. Yeah. And then we never heard back.
So why is Ammon going on like Fox News then and saying, we wanted to give Brian his stuff back. He's the one that didn't want his stuff back. He didn't want any of his things.
That's my point. I don't know. He's lying.
I truly do believe in integrity. Truly, I believe in the sentiment of integrity, and I believe everyone should have integrity.
But anyways, another thing the CEO seems to be pretty upset about is that when Brian kept demanding his stuff back and couldn't get it back, eventually he had enough. And he was like, I'm going to make a Facebook post about this. And in his Facebook post, he called Bricks and Minifigs thieves and liars. And this Facebook post, like, really pissed off Ammon.
I mean, Bricks and Minifigs is literally suing Brian now for millions of dollars, all because of this. I mean, back when I was talking to him at corporate headquarters, he made it very clear that what they did is technically not actually considered theft.
There is no theft. Do you understand the legal definition of theft? Legally have to meet
So
the definition of knowing that the property was stolen or otherwise not belonging to that person.
And on my phone,
that was not known until Mr. Mansell came in days later and said, I have some of these things that need to be...
And that's another lie again, because...
It is not another lie.
So I showed Ammon the security camera footage where corporate acknowledges that they are now going to be responsible for these Lego Star Wars sets.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
And after showing him this footage to try to bring the conversation back to reality, this was his response.
Extortion?
Because we caught you guys?
No, because you are attempting to extort us, so that's what you're doing. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
Nope. We have done nothing.
See, I agree too. I agree. Nope, it's not illegal on us. Thank you for.
We have done nothing illegal, and you are doing something illegal right now.
I don't think that's illegal. I think us catching you guys for doing the illegal thing doesn't make that what we're doing is illegal. That means what you guys are doing is illegal.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave? Okay. Well, thank you for working with us. And
After just going around in circles for probably 30 to 40 minutes and just, having like kind of less than genuine questions or less than genuine responses being given to me, I was exasperated by the end of it. And that's, when people get tired and exasperated, that's when we finally got the footage that we can use to make him look like a completely unreasonable monster, but that's what they do is people whose goal is to do those types of things, they just harass and go after people as long and hard as they can until somebody breaks and says something that, then they can, use that one clip to be like, oh, look at this horrible monster of a person. So that's what I feel like has kind of really happened here.
So Ammon's claiming that I just harassed him for 30 minutes and finally he got fed up with us, which that was the one clip at the end that I used in my documentary. So I say let's go to the very beginning of the footage, my first interaction with them, and see what actually happened.
So what's going on?
so you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Yeah, literally from the very first sentence we ever exchanged with each other, Ammon's goal was just to lie to us. But anyways, I'm now starting to think that the only reason Ammon wanted us to email him about the inventory list wasn't actually give us the inventory list, but actually it was a trap.
Yeah, Ammon only wanted me to email him so he can find out my email and subpoena Google and find out all of my private information. And you think I'm lying, but they actually did this. They subpoenaed Google asking for all private information tied to this email address. And Google sent them like hundreds of hours of all the raw footage from everything I've filmed to the Lego video so far, all my emails, all my search history, all the metadata that shows everywhere I've been. But anyways, this was the reaction of the police officer.
What? That is horrifying.
After she watched my entire first episode.
I'm really curious to see like if this fool even makes any money doing this YouTube stuff. I'm like, if it's enough for him to travel to another state just to go get some footage. It doesn't even sound like.
Do you know how much somebody makes when they're at 1 million subscribers? 1 million. And how much does this video have on it? 6.8 million views? Bro. This guy makes so much money.
His like secret information doesn't even seem credible from my understanding.
No, so it sounds like you were able to watch the video.
I think by secret information, the police officer is referring to the security camera footage that proves that everything Bricks and Minifigs is saying.
No, I don't think that a few rushed and mocked up screenshots, I don't think that goes for us, but listen, I would hope that if Ben is going on and making these YouTube videos and he's going on to make these claims, that he is thinking it through thoroughly to have enough to protect himself. Do we as the public need to have access to everything that he has as proof? No. Does the court? Yes. So that's the thing that I'm thinking is like, if he has what he has, I just hope he could back it up. in a court of law.
Is a lie. My first
And if he doesn't, well, then he's going to be in trouble.
question is, how could this not be credible? It's literally just video evidence of what happened that night. But at least now I can see why the police aren't listening to me. They're basically just saying that all of the evidence I submit to them is not credible, and therefore, case closed. Ben's wrong and we're right, because we said that the evidence is uncredible. At this point,
His channel isn't monetized? No, and Jack, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. His channel is not monetized? That's insane. The amount of money he could be making from this is insane. But just the amount of money that he's made from other stuff. A lot of his videos get demonetized. Holy shit. Good Lord.
Is working with the police to just come up with whatever story they can to make any evidence I give them seem as uncredible as possible.
In all of his actions to just generate clicks and likes to get, you know, like social media clout without putting in work and just doing the crummy stuff.
We can look at some of the legal documents too as we go through this. I would love to look at those. I saw that she's been looking at them and I haven't, which I'm glad I haven't, because I did want to start this from the beginning. And I wanted to go into this clear, like, and just figure it out as I go.
Interesting.
He seems like a fun Jackson.
No. Oh, and you know,
His MO really seems to follow somebody who's like a paper tiger, right? Like who, like behind, you know, or like a keyboard warrior. They'll make threats.
And this is the craziest part of the video to me. Ammon's claiming that I'm a keyboard warrior. And a keyboard warrior is basically just someone who talks a lot of smack online, but then when it actually comes down to it, they won't do anything in person. Which, I mean, if we look back at the footage, I accomplished almost everything I set out to do. I didn't get scared of anything. If someone in this story is a keyboard warrior, I don't think it's me. I think it's Bricks and Minifigs. I mean, let's double check by looking at the footage. Ammon claims with his words that he can give us the inventory list.
We can show the inventory list.
But when it actually comes down to it, he's terrified to give it to anyone. Bricks and Minifigs this entire time has also just been begging me to sue them.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? Let's go to court. Sue me for it. Sue me. Let's go to court. Let's go to court then.
So when I finally go out and actually sue them, they close down their store. And now Bricks and Minifigs is going to absolute extreme lengths to hide from this lawsuit.
Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just...
No, I'm not accepting service from her. Absolutely not.
I mean, Bricks and Minifigs is showing all of the signs of a keyboard warrior, but for some reason they think that I'm the keyboard warrior. At this point, it almost seems like everything Bricks and Minifigs is doing, for some reason they think that I'm the one that's the one doing it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you guys. Hopefully, no more issues. There's so many other things that this guy could like be talking about, right?
No, 100%. But sometimes, you know, like it's a sunk cost fallacy. They just think, oh, I put so much time and effort into this. I gotta make sure something happens. So, all right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, Ammon
That
just
I don't know, but I would be interested.
completely proves my point. Obviously, I'm not suffering from the sunk cost fallacy at all. Ammon's the one suffering from the sunk cost fallacy. I mean, they literally already admitted to me that they've held onto the Legos for so long, it's not worth it for them to give it back to us anymore.
I agree.
Kept them on hold for this long, so.
Let's see what else Bricks and Minifigs is accusing me of. Well, they're suing me for defamation. But this entire time, Bricks and Minifigs is actually the ones defaming me.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down.
Let's go to the next thing Bricks and Minifigs is accusing me of. Extortion. When they're the ones actually extorting me by saying if I don't let them steal the Legos from us, they're going to make up a reason to throw me in jail.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Bricks and Minifigs is also getting me for RICO charges.
They're charging Reckless Ben for RICO. I think it is more likely that the police are guilty of RICO, right?
And if you look at the CEO's previous businesses, he actually got sued for RICO. He's the one guilty of RICO, not me. They're also accusing me of sending a sniper to shoot out the windows of the McNeff house.
You guys want to come to, you can see the window and see where they were shooting from. It could be a sniper light on the hill.
When the police got there, they realized it was actually a construction worker who accidentally shattered the window.
It seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way.
But even after all this, they still go online and say it was me.
He's trying to get Ben Schneider for like attempted murder. He's basically trying to set Ben Schneider up for attempted murder when meanwhile it was a nail from his own construction worker.
So what's the moral of the story here? It looks like everything bad Bricks and Minifigs is doing, they think that I'm the one that's doing the bad thing. It makes no sense.
So, just to let you know, we call it a double blind. The person who committed the crime may or may not be in the lineup or depicted. So I will give this to you. You'll have as much time as you need to choose someone or to not choose anyone. Whenever you're able to feel that you have ID'd somebody, I just ask that you circle.
Is he smiling?
To feel that you have
He starts smiling right here.
ID'd somebody, I just ask that you circle it and then initial next to it.
And then, like that?
Perfect.
Okay. There you go. Okay.
Cool.
Really, this was like the final step that I needed. This is legit. We've been able to verify who he is now.
Yep.
So the police put on this big performance to make it look like they're going to all this work to verify the facts. When in reality, they already know who I am. They already subpoenaed Google. They already watched my entire first Lego video. They already went through all my search history. To me, this just feels like a staged performance so they can show the world, hey, look, we verified everything, when if they would have just put an equal amount of effort into watching the raw footage I submitted to them, they would have found out that Ammon's just completely lying to them. But for some reason, they didn't. A few weeks
Legally Mine, what is that business?
later, when I ended up going to court, this was the state's response.
My name is Nick Mielstein. I'm the prosecutor. Is Benjamin Schneider here?
Yes.
If you want to take care of that today, we could do what we call a plea in abeyance.
I need to get myself a minifig. However, side quest, I have something cooler. Hold on. Let me show you something. So, we spend Christmas not only with our family, but with our friends. We have some friends that don't go and spend Christmas with their family that are our neighbors. So they come with us and we do just like little gifts. So I have a friend named Zach who is an incredibly talented artist. And for Christmas, hold on, I just have to hide one piece of this. For Christmas, he made me this. It's my own action figure, and she comes with a microphone. And the reason I have to hide this is because he put my real name right there, but he painted this. He got the action figure. He painted this. And he made me my own action figure for Christmas. So I love it so much. And when I opened it, I was like, this is the coolest, like most thoughtful little guy. So I may not have a minifig yet, but I got one of these. And you know who else has one of these? Nobody. Nobody. My friends are the best.
Were you able to see the footage I submitted to the police of our interaction?
I have not watched it, no.
Okay, because in that footage, you can clearly see that the second he tells us to leave, where we say, okay, we'll leave, and then he calls the police and said that we threatened to burn down the building and shoot everyone inside, and he was just making up all these lies, which you can clearly see in the footage that we submitted. we were being respectful the whole time. We left the second he told us to.
Sorry, let me look.
And so it makes sense why the police would take me to court, because, I mean, he's threatening that we're going to burn down the building and shoot everyone, but we did nothing. Like, he's just saying that because he's trying to. I'm a documentary maker, so I'm making a documentary on the thing. So his logic is if he throws me in jail, then if he makes up a reason for me to go to jail, then I won't be able to expose them for their crimes. So that's the what's going on. It's clear as day in the footage if you watch it. It seems like they're just making up a bunch of false information in order to silence criticism.
So did you submit that to the police officer?
Yes.
Is the footage going such that it's still going, like when you step out?
I just read that, TVJ. So, it's an asset protection firm. And what does it protect? Like just, or not what does, obviously assets, but like what is it, like how could I go to them? I guess I'll have to look into how it works.
The door?
It starts from when we're in the elevator before we talk to him to when we were back in the elevator going back down.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Obviously, a video doesn't necessarily show everything that possibly happened.
So according to the state of Utah, the raw video that shows everything that possibly could have happened is not credible and could not have shown everything that possibly could have happened. And they didn't even watch it. They're literally just taking Ammon's word for everything and completely ignoring all the evidence. So where does this leave me now? Not only am I being charged with a bunch of mystery crimes in American Fork, Utah, but I'm also being charged with a second-degree felony up to 15 years in jail in Provo, Utah. And now that they have written proof that I'm committing all of these insane crimes against them, I mean, obviously Bricks and Minifigs just made up everything, but that's not how the court sees it. The court thinks that these are real. And for whatever reason, the court wouldn't let me share my side. They only heard Bricks and Minifigs' side.
Ben's side was not in the room, was not heard. The court signed an order erasing his published work on the strength of the company's verified complaint and the company's motion, with no one there to say a word against it.
Yeah, the judge granted a temporary restraining order, preventing me from even talking about Bricks and Minifigs, which sucks because this was the night I hit 1 million subscribers, and all my friends threw a giant surprise party for me. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs gets to just keep spreading their lies about me, and I just have to sit in silence, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. It's crazy to think about how much public support I was getting.
$200,000 Lego dispute that's turning into one of the craziest legal cases and an internet crusade that is just exploding. A $200,000 Lego collection.
Yeah, I'd really like to look at some of the documents for myself for sure. I'll read this at the end of the stream. I'll read this, what you sent me. So we'll definitely go over that too.
This $200,000 Lego scandal is literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
I think this might be the best video that I've seen.
This is one of the crazier stories I think I've ever covered.
Run by Mormons.
Legos.
Reckless Ben.
Reckless Ben.
It really seemed like the entire internet was uniting to stand up to this bully of a company.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick. Brick by brick.
It really did seem like we were right about to get the Legos back. But I was wrong. Now the court has silenced me. And it looks like all the work I put into this was just for nothing.
I think it was.
However, people were pretty upset that I was silenced and decided to protest.
Brick by brick.
It sucks that I'm not even allowed to be a part of this movement anymore. Or maybe I can be here. I just have to be in disguise so no one recognizes me.
No.
All right, I'm here with, what was your name?
I'm Jerome. Just here to support the cause. Just the American Fork local. Just here to support.
Here with Jerome.
I spent the rest of the day protesting for the cause, and not a single person here recognized who I actually am. And maybe the protesting worked, because after a full month of remaining silent, I finally have an announcement.
Well, it looks like I don't need this disguise anymore, because I have my freedom of speech back, baby. I can say whatever I want.
Bro, the way I would shit my pants sitting on this thing. Like, I would just shit.
Say Bricks and Minifig sucks. I can say Bricks and Minifig sucks for old people. And look, I just said it. I'm not in jail, which is sick. We got our First Amendment rights back. Yeah.
And now that I have my freedom of speech back, everyone is wondering how Bricks and Minifigs can make up for the fact that they made up all these lies about me to take away my freedom of speech. Most legal experts are saying I could easily win millions of dollars from Bricks and Minifigs, but instead, I have a better solution.
If they want to apologize, they can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry. And we can finally move on to the next video series, and it'll be awesome. So you guys might be thinking, why do you want them to do the chicken dance? And there's actually a reason. So this entire time, Bricks and Minifigs always says the right thing, but then their actions don't match their words at all. So I was thinking, well, if they get given an apology, they might say the right things, you know, but they're not actually gonna mean it. So by doing the chicken dance, I'm gonna basically just be giving them another opportunity to do the right thing, not just with their words, but with their actions. And once they decide to do the right thing,
yeah, that's so weird to me. Like any other company, you would think, right, would just return it. You just get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Like,
I'll move on to the next video series and never talk about Bricks and Minifigs again. And also make sure to check us out at www.westealfromoldpeople.com, because right now we have 2 new Lego sets for sale that you can buy right now. One of Joshua Johnson and one of Ammon McNeff. And we're only making 500 of each, and once all 500 of each sell out, we're never making any more. And you gotta buy them now, because someday they're gonna sell for like $1 million or something. They're gonna be collectibles. It's gonna be sick. Also subscribe to Patreon. You'll get tons of behind the scenes, tons of extra footage, full interviews. Also, part 4 is coming soon. If you subscribe to Patreon, you'll be the first to watch it. And also subscribe to my lawyer said if Bricks and Minifigs sues me, which they've still not dropped their lawsuit, then it'll be at least 2 years and 52 weeks a year. That's all
right, let's see. So you guys want to do the slacklining? Let's see. Real quick. Reckless Ben. Slackline. Which one is it? You said it's 2 minutes. Oh my God, that's horrifying. Breaks the world. Okay, here. Hold on. I'll probably get copyright stricken, so I might have to mute this later.
I already like this already. Feel like I'm at a kid's birthday party.
Is that that fucking wrestler?
Oh, I hit the line. She literally hit the slack line.
Hey! You guys are looking good today. So today, I will be setting a new world record, which is the most flips on a slack line in 60 seconds.
That line is only 2 inches wide.
The current record for this is 12, which is gonna be very hard to beat because for every flip I do, I get dizzier and dizzier, which means it's that much harder for me to balance on the slack line. Because this is the Go Big Show, and to make it harder on myself, I've equipped every single one of you and Bert with ball guns to try and shoot me off as I'm going for the record. I'm gonna put on some safety glasses. Judges, Bert, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
What is this
go
cast?
big or go home.
I knew it.
Oh my God.
Open fire!
Snoop doesn't give a shit. He's like,
Oh my God, I hit it. Nice getting cocky. 1. My aim is horrible. Ah! 2. 3.
oh my God.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. 4. 5.
Oh my God.
7. Oh, got him.
Got him.
His ass. 8. 9. He's close to the world record. Oh, I missed him by that much.
I keep trying to lead it, but it won't work.
Snoop's like, I'm about to fuck his shit up.
I want to hit him.
I want to hit him.
He's slowing down. He's got to be getting dizzy. Whoa! 13 is the record. 14, 15, 16. This is incredible. He's still going. 19.
Oh my
20,
God.
10 seconds to go. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
Do a double flip.
27.
That's amazing. Holy shit. I would barf. The fuck? Oh, good. Warning. We've detected a video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you continue, please ensure that the content... Okay, great. Great. Something might happen to my stream because I just played that. Whatever. I'll just cut this out later. God damn it. I hate everything. Okay. Anyways, it was a slack lining jump. Okay, so now let me go into the email. Okay, so we just watched part 3. We've watched CoffeeZilla. Now we need to watch BJC live show. These are clips from her live streams, so I tried to pick the most important ones, but she has tons on her page, depending on which side quests you want content about. Do you guys want that? The whole show, I have no idea. Or here's some other one-offs. Okay, so we have that. There's a part 4, so maybe we should watch that. Let me see. We'll do the part 4, and then we'll go into the other
I'm about to go to...
So let me go to... Who is BJC? I don't know. Did you just call them budgie smugglers? I just got here and missed. Hi, JB Welly. All right, so let's go to videos. All right, so now he put up a thing 2 days ago, so we're going to watch that first. What is this one? Oh, we've missed a bunch of this. All right, let's go to the update. And then we'll just keep watching, I guess.
A bunch of new body cam footage came in. No one's ever seen it, and we're gonna watch it right now.
He came to harass us at our place. He's out of state.
So this is filmed right after I get released from jail the first time, because I got arrested because I was trying to serve them court papers to take them to court. They're just making up reasons for me to be arrested, but then I get out of jail because
okay, we'll watch that next.
I get out of jail, and now Ammon's just calling the police because he's like, you guys let Ben out of jail? Like, what the hell? Like, how could you guys do that? Ben needs to be in jail right now.
So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into the Utah County Jail. Okay. And he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, like, flight risk. He was released. And so he's a YouTuber that does this stuff for,
that's awesome.
Videos and clicks.
Okay.
He was arrested in California for doing this kind of trespassing and kind of stuff, like before, just, I think, in 2024.
Right.
My first time getting arrested ever was for serving my court papers.
This is my first time ever getting arrested.
This is my first time ever getting arrested, but I think Ammon's thinking, oh, well, if I lie to the police and make it seem like he's a criminal, maybe they'll just keep him in jail this time,
So that's what's happening. And so, but
they can see whether you've gotten arrested or not. Can they not?
Passing fraudulent gift certificates to financially harmed.
Fraudulent gift certificates. Does he mean the Guinness World Record?
Oh, I was so confused. I've watched that part like 5 or 6 times. I was like, what's he mean gift certificates?
I think he means the world record certificate.
is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
That's what's going on. But at this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on, because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed...
I've only heard of that. I haven't seen any of it.
That's what I need to do. Or they're going to go find him and rearrest him because he clearly had to have violated some kind of rule. There's got to be something to stop this guy from continuing to intimidate our staff.
Yeah, how'd you guys let this guy out of jail? If we let this guy out of jail, he's gonna kill our staff. Like, how can you possibly think of letting this guy out of jail?
You watch this, I feel like you're just like, dude, this is hilarious. I'm like, dude, this pisses me off.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, yeah.
What the heck? Like, he's literally lying through his freaking teeth.
I don't know what has been done since he was
God
arrested
damn it.
yesterday.
Now Jack has gotten into my head because I'm trying to listen to what he said, and he said they're gonna intimidate my staff, and then Ben is like, they said they're gonna kill my staff, and I'm like, but that's not what he said. Fucking Jack, God, get out of my brain.
Sure. Like, we all sighed a big sigh of relief this morning knowing that he was arrested last night. And then to have this happen all over again, like, everyone's feeling some pretty significant trauma that he's just not going to stop.
Yeah, so it's not the police or corrections that let him out. That's going to be a judge, right? And so that would be a complaint that would have to be directed towards their office to find out what's the deal. Why would you
I love that you guys are getting to know me so well that you know my morals and values, that already in the chat you're like, this is gonna fucking piss her off so bad. Wait, does he say that? Hold on.
Our staff, what is going on? Because
this is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
That's what's going on. But at this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on, because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed so that he can't threaten them, that's what I need to do. Or they're going to go find him and rearrest him because he clearly had to have violated some kind of rule. There's got to be something to stop this guy from continuing to intimidate our staff.
Yeah, how'd you guys let this guy out of jail?
He said intimidate my staff. He just said arm them or threaten them. And then he said intimidate. He didn't say anything about killing them.
If we let this guy out of jail, he's gonna kill our staff. Like, how can you possibly think of letting this guy out of jail?
You watch this, I feel like you're just like, dude, this is hilarious. I'm like, dude, this pisses me off.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, yeah.
What the heck? Like, he's literally lying through his freaking teeth.
I don't know what has been done since he was arrested yesterday.
Sure.
Like, we all sighed a big sigh of relief this morning knowing that he was arrested last night. And then to have this happen all over again, like, everyone's feeling some pretty significant trauma that he's just not going to stop.
Yeah, so it's not the police or corrections that let him out. That's going to be a judge, right? And so that would be a complaint that would have to be directed towards their office to find out what's the deal. Why would you let this guy out when he's stalking us, right? That's
yeah. So really quick. Sorry, let me grab a pen. Who do I contact for that?
He's like, dude, what are you talking to me about this for? Talk to the judge.
The police officer's like, we tried to keep him in jail until his court case for a month, but the stupid judge let him out. So, like, don't complain to me, complain to the judge.
Yeah, what are you doing? I suggest you put all evidence that you have against this guy on them.
He acts really, like, cutesy, like he's clearly got some form of sociopathic disorder.
Cutesy?
Because he lies through his teeth. He says and does whatever he can to just get away with whatever he wants. Again, multiple arrests, I think, in the past in different states.
So obviously, if you look in the police records, you can see that I've never been arrested before. But because Ammon said so, maybe the police will just listen to Ammon, you know?
Taking his word every single time. They're taking his word over your evidence.
Right, just look it up.
I don't know.
That's another charge, obviously. I mean, we'll stack him until he leaves you guys alone, I guess. You know what I mean? Or they put him in jail, one or the other. Dude, that's so insane to freaking say.
Basically, I think Ammon lied to them saying that there's a restraining order when there wasn't. And so he's like, oh, well, that's another charge. And we're just going to keep making up charges about me until I'm in jail for good is kind of what it sounds like. Even though the evidence goes against everything you say, I want to help you out, Ammon, because
I can stack. I'll try to stack it on this stalking case. Oh my God, dude. Does he not know that he's recorded? I am just going to figure this out here. Okay, sir. I'm going to call the jail, and then I will meet you over there, okay?
Wow.
Okay, perfect. See you there in a little bit.
Yep, bye. Hey, it's Abrams with Orem Police Department. How you doing? You guys let a guy go this morning. It sounds like he was released from the jail today.
Officer Abrams?
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Why is his name redacted?
Man, is there any way I can use your bathroom?
Yeah,
real quick?
for sure. We've got one right back here.
Taking my body camera off and setting it down for a second so I can use the bathroom. You shouldn't be doing this stuff. Right. You know what I mean? All 5 of them should be charged. Right.
Basically what they're saying now is not only should we put Ben in jail for forever for trying to serve these court papers, we should put all 5 of his team members in jail for trying to take you guys to court. You guys don't deserve to go to court, and anyone that tries to take you to court, we're going to put them in jail indefinitely.
They started threatening to kill some of the staff. And so they're just like, hey, if you don't, we're gonna kill you if you don't give this guy his money back and all this other stuff and like all these things. And so we're like, dude, like you guys have to go through the appropriate legal channels. Yeah. This guy has nothing to do with it, other than he just gets off on making videos and like if you look him up again, he goes by the name of YouTube, and he films himself doing illegal things all the time, and then he gets his videos taken down, do all sorts of research on him. That's what we're dealing with, is a guy who, like, honest to goodness, he's a sociopath.
Okay.
As we've done some additional, searches on him, he has, it appears that a relative of him, of his, because he's originally from Ohio, and then he moved to LA, some relative of his with the same name, that, based on what we can piece together, was, convicted of, child porn or child, sexual, contact, some of these other types of things. So there's a very real chance that he may have been abused as a child, but that set him through a mental disorder, kind of whatever the case may be.
What?
He's clearly a sociopath and does not care.
I need to take a pee break. Give me 1 second. Okay. Also, I went to go get my nail glue remover because one of my nails popped off and it was fine. And then I tried to pop the other one off at the detriment of maybe ripping because this is stressing me out. Anyways, so now we are talking about how allegedly he is, I'm going to rewind this. This is my brain. Okay.
And so they're just like, hey, if you don't, we're gonna kill you if you don't give this guy his money back and all this other stuff and like all these things. And so we're like, dude, like you guys have to go through the appropriate legal channels. Yeah. This guy has nothing to do with it, other than he just gets off on making videos and like if you look him up again, he goes by the name of YouTube. Okay. And he films himself doing illegal things all the time, and then he gets his videos taken down, do all sorts of research on
Jed, yes.
That's what we're dealing with, is a guy who, like, honest to goodness, he's a sociopath. Okay. As we've done some additional, searches on him,
right.
He has, it appears that a relative of his, because he's originally from Ohio, and then he moved to LA, some relative of his with the same name, that, based on what we can piece together, was convicted of child porn or child sexual contact, some of these other types of things. So there's a very real chance that he may have been abused as a child, but that set him through a mental disorder, kind of whatever the case may be.
Wow.
He's clearly a sociopath and does not care about the system.
My whole family's pretty close, and I'm 99.999999999% sure that's not true. But if it is true, I would like to know who that is. So, because that's probably important information for me if there is someone in my family that's like that. But just a really quick update. I think we found the guy that Ammon's talking about.
Athens man is sentenced after he was found guilty of 110 felony counts for recording and distributing child pornography from his home. Benjamin Schneider is sentenced to 8 years in prison.
So yeah, I guess this guy also got charged in Ohio, and he has a very similar name to me. It's actually the exact same name as me. And maybe he thought that this person was me. Maybe that explains why he's saying I have been arrested multiple times. I mean, clearly this person is not me. I mean, but also maybe Ammon's not the smartest person in the world, so maybe he thought that we were the same person. I don't know, but this is the closest I was able to find
identical
of what
twins.
Ammon could be talking about.
This is about as identical as it comes. Ask Laura Owens.
Same person. I don't know, but this is the closest I was able to find of what Ammon could be talking about.
Yay! We know this guy's a sociopath, and so we are very afraid for our staff. Yes, sir. And these guys coming in, they've threatened people before. They don't care about the law, right? Right. And that's what makes us very scared, is because again, and I'm kind of asking a serious question. In your opinion, would you go get a shotgun and bring it in the store?
He keeps asking
wow.
So, you're the police officers, do you think it's a good idea that we should have guns to defend ourselves next time Reckless Ben comes in, right? I think what he's trying to do is, because Josh Johnson said he was going to shoot us just for trying to serve him papers.
Holy crap, dude. Wait, hold on. This is insane. So he's basically asking, hey, officers, do you think it's a good idea for me to have a gun, a shotgun, in case this guy comes around again? So he can get the okay from the police officer. Yeah. So he's like, hey, the officer said I can. Insinuating that he can kill you.
Well, the police officers were that told me to do this. I'm just within my rights. He was trying to kill me, and I'm just defending myself. Yeah, he's trying to come up with a reason to justify murdering us, I think, which...
This is actually insane.
Yeah, it's a little scary, but...
In a situation like this, where some people we feel like are in danger.
I personally encourage people who are able to carry legally.
I personally encourage
that's basically all the
people.
footage after I got arrested of them freaking out, and I think that kind of explains why, because a few hours later we do the GoFundMe. Sheldon gets arrested just for promoting this GoFundMe, and then they send a whole SWAT team of police officers to my house to just arrest everyone. So basically Ammon's doing what I like to call the 3-year-old method, which is basically if a 3-year-old really wants something and they're not getting it, what do they usually do?
Yay, JB Welly!
Cry, kick the back of the seat when they're in the car.
Basically this. That's kind of what Ammon's
exactly,
doing.
Negla.
Ammon at first isn't really getting what he wants. It's I guess he got me arrested, but then I get out of jail, and he's like, oh, shoot, if I just keep saying he's stalking us. They're not going to keep him in jail for stalk. I got to make up some story to put him back in jail. It's exactly what a 3-year-old would do, right? And then he says, we're going to murder him. He's like, we're threatening him. And
he's not getting what he wants, so he just keeps like whining and crying. He's like, they're doing this.
And we
they're
can't,
threatening.
Yeah, and we can't, honestly, we can't really get mad at Ammon for doing this because, I mean, we used to do the same thing also, right? Like literally everyone used to do this. But then we turned like 5 years old and we
grew out of it.
Yeah, like we turned 5 and then we realized that this was not the correct method to get what we want. Yeah, basically the person that sent me all this body cam footage asked if I could respond to what Ammon's saying. So I'm saying my official response to Ammon is goo goo gaga because I feel like that's the appropriate way to respond to someone who's acting like a baby. And send.
So stupid.
So right after this phone call, they arrest Sheldon for just promoting our GoFundMe and sent a bunch of SWAT team members to like SWAT our house, which kind of makes that make more sense to me now based on what Ammon was saying. But anyways, let's fast forward a little bit. We posted the video, and this is, I think, 5 days after we posted the video now. Matt McNeff, Ammon's brother, calls the police. I don't really think he had a crime. He's just kind of like complaining about our video.
Oh my God, that's like another Laura Owens. We're just calling to complain.
My brother and I have a franchise called Bricks and Minifigs that we run. He was filming and making this pseudo journalistic documentary that he, that's what he's claiming it is. Yeah. He released that documentary on Friday, and our lives have been nothing but hell since then. Once this YouTuber released this video, our franchisees are getting targeted harassment, review bombs. They are destroying people's lives and making it has been a nightmare.
He's not even reporting a crime to the police. He's just like complaining about how much he dislikes the video.
Aren't you supposed to call the cops when there's an emergency?
The cops basically just being the dude's therapist at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's been rough. He's trying to say that the American Port Police, our company, and the LDS Church are all colluding now in protecting our franchisee.
Right.
And it's one big giant conspiracy. I mean, it's insanity. It's just rage bait and clickbait, and he is causing significant serious harm. This has got to slow down.
Remind me, do you know the title of the video on YouTube? I'd like to include that link on the report.
The YouTube creator is again, we feel like we've tried the whole way through to do the right thing here.
This entire time, Bricks and Minifigs, they say they've been trying to do the right thing the whole time, and it's literally just been as easy as give the dude his Legos back. Like, they're just sitting in an empty store right now that you guys aren't even planning on selling them anymore. It'd be so easy for you just to give them back, but that would fix this whole thing, but they didn't. So wait,
American Port. So is that what it said?
Because they've caused so much punitive damage now. Like they've put Brian on medication. He's been having panic attacks. They've tried ruining his whole life and all this other stuff. Now it's a little bit more complicated than just giving the Legos back now. Basically, our lawyers are saying that this is gonna be a slam dunk case. We could just get millions and millions of dollars out of them and just basically bankrupt their entire company. So Bricks and Minifigs
I think, JB,
destroyed.
I think they have lawyers at this point. I haven't gotten there yet, but I think we have lawyers at this point.
Dang,
that sounds insane.
We've given them another easy way now. They can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry, and we can finally move on to the next video series. It'll be awesome. But it's weird. Bricks and Minifigs still hasn't done the chicken dance yet, which to me makes me feel like they think doing the chicken dance will cause them hundreds of millions of dollars worth of damage. They're that scared of doing the chicken dance. They think that by them doing the chicken dance, it's probably, I don't know, but they think that's a worse decision than destroying their $100 million company and all of the innocent franchises that have nothing to do with this. They think it's worth destroying all their franchises just so they don't have to do the chicken dance. Well, time is running out, and they have 1 week left as of me posting this video right now, and then there's going to be a third thing. So right now, it's just give the Legos back and do the chicken dance. But if they wait 1 more week, then they're going to have to do 3 things. Whatever this street is, it's the street
no
Johnson
adulting
Johnson
here.
lives on. They will have to rename this street Reckless Ben Street. That way, every time Josh drives home, he's gonna have to see, oh, I live on Reckless Bend Street now. This sucks, you know? Yeah, just as they're stacking the charges to throw us in jail forever, we're stacking the list of demands.
After the store takeover, they went cash only. There's pictures of the sign. Interesting.
Before they can get out of this mess.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep stacking them until their whole company's destroyed.
We're gonna stack it week after week, month after month, year after year.
Yeah, even infinity after infinity. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep stacking those lists of demands all the way up and never stop. Give the Legos back. It won't stop until the Legos. Anyways, subscribe to Patreon. You'll get to see lots of behind the scenes, like full interviews. I just posted a full interview of us talking to the chief of police.
Man, you got screwed. Like, right? So we're just trying to right the wrong. Whatever that looks like.
Basically, he's saying that his police department messed up. And the whole interview's on Patreon. Also, part 4 is halfway filmed. We're almost done with
I'd like to see
part
that.
4. It's gonna be the most insane video we've ever filmed in our entire lives. Tell him, Victor. Yeah, no spoilers. It kind of sucks because we're still undercover in part 4, but part 4 is gonna be super sick. Everyone's saying that the Lego videos are wrapping up.
It looks like it.
Series is actually just started.
Good Lord. All right, let's go back to his channel and let's see. I know, I want to see that. Okay, so all of the footage is released. I want to watch that. Here's my response to the police.
The American Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
American Fork.
Why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
That's a good question.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to SWAT the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone. The only reason I know about it is because the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner,
What does the Airbnb owner have to do with this? And how do they know? Who's in their Airbnb?
the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to...
Hey! Love your glasses. Which brands are your frames? Thanks. These are 9 West. I got these from, I go to What do I go to? I go to Vision Works because that's where my insurance allows me to go. And I get a pair of free glasses every 2 years. So these are from Vision Works. And I have a couple other ones that are from Zlul.com, which is a great website for alternate frames because they're cheap.
Me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
Okay.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm.
Yeah, of course, you're
However,
being
he lunges at
grabbed.
me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I have taken this picture? But anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to.
It looks like a
I'm gonna
hostage
use this as constructive criticism
scenario. It
and-
looks like this guy right here is being held hostage to make this video.
In every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
Ah!
The full weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Boon.
3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, "We ran a stop sign." And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the
Didn't she
legal
get
way.
arrested too
However,
that day?
Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me,
then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Find you back. Am I being arrested? You're under arrest right now. Really?
Something about this seems off.
Right.
And all
Josh
of the
was the one who
answers
made
are
the
in
threat.
body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
Which
On
the
March
police
10th, 2026.
The police officers could we discussed that earlier. The police officers could go ahead and take these and serve the papers. Can they not? And they still chose not to.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over. And saying
which also, if I'm... That's so stupid. I mean, it's slander and defamation. But if I'm running a business, okay? I'm running a business and I'm doing it and I'm paying the bills and I'm doing whatever it is I need to do, but I have a heroin addiction at home that this legitimate business is funding, that's none of your fucking business. Let me go do heroin in my house. What does that have to do with the business? Nothing. If your bills are paid, don't worry about my heroin, okay? I don't do drugs. I don't endorse them. Okay, bye.
in there that was crapping all over the Legos, and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements.
Objection,
I even tried explaining
hearsay.
this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in this situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one
I
who
feel
said he was
unsafe.
going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now let's go to the heroin claim.
Okay, and
He
that's
got pulled
fine.
over
Like,
by the
what?
police, and they claim
And you can claim all those things. What proof do you have that he did these things? There's no proof that he did these things, though.
that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are illegal substances in the vehicle.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call
American
saying that
Fork
we had heroin
PD,
on
maybe.
us. Instead, they could just tell from the
Probably.
second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to
Yeah.
drive?
I agree.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe
The group stated that they were supporting a GoFundMe.
campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's report, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off
What
to
is
on.
lackluster?
From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the
I need the police chief to blink twice. Not that I would help him. I just want to know.
police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like
make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors, but part 3 is when they start accusing me of felonies. So it gets insane. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to crank out videos in the meantime until part 3 is done. But thanks for all the support, and let's find Brian's Legos.
Okay. All right, so if we go back and we watch, let's see, we've watched these. I do want to see all the footages released, because I want to see what else we
Someone
don't know
actually
about.
hacked into the American Fork Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. So this is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up, and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
In jail. I understand. This ends today. I know. We're talking to them. Okay.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me. But the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house.
His name is Ben Schneider. He is stalking my house.
Will you come to my house, please?
Fuck you, you fucking nerd.
I'm not gonna have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please?
You know, I have to say, like, you know, because Jack said they're gonna have a hard time restoring their rep, and you know they're not gonna be able to come back to the, you know, win over the audience anytime soon. My question is, like, what do you do if you're a good cop, right? What if you do if you signed up for the right thing and you find yourself in a department like this, right? That's got to be so hard, because I'm not going to assume that that whole department is bad. I'm going to assume that there's got to be like some good cops somewhere. But how do you manage being in a place like this?
Help me and my family and make her stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years.
Tollman is back. Fuck you, I have that shirt. Upstairs. Ew.
She had this consignment deal with him and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all of the metadata timestamped pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider. He's Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I'm done.
What are you guys doing here? So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server, and she's trying to serve you papers.
She's not a process server.
Okay.
Actually, she is.
They're fake papers. They're fake.
Who's that? The Klansman? Who's that?
You okay if I bring those over to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They're fake.
Can I see those papers? Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes.
We don't.
I wish we could just send them an email. I wish we could just send them a phone call, or the court could just send it to them, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him, like, we're not going to let him get away with his crime, so.
Okay. Are you okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just get
Have
her?
you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So no, I'm not accepting service from him.
Okay.
Absolutely not. It's fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
That's completely fine. That's You have that right?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Literally, all this police officer has to do.
No,
is
you
be
don't.
like,
You don't have the right. When somebody's like, I'm serving your papers, you can't just be like, I don't accept. This isn't a marriage proposal. How can you just be like, no, thanks. Thanks. Deleted. Ugh. So they end up supporting the bad ones. Why Josh had to call 911 4 times before getting Ben arrested. Oh.
you are served. And then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them. But as long as you say you are served, that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold on. All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to...
As much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
What would you like done today? Is this a salon? Are you fucking kidding? What would you like done today? My fucking nails, bitch. What?
Yeah. Instead of serving these court papers like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm going to go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit of a
Never mind.
bind.
It's fake. There's no lawsuit anyway.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to give this back to him and trespasser.
Because here's the thing. Like, think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
And now, Josh has just committed a felony. Lying to the police officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
He called the store 1 billion times, threatened the employees.
He does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
Here's that back for you.
Okay. I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
Well, these are court papers.
Okay. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am?
Actually really stupid, because that is a court server, you fucking
papers.
idiot.
Then the girl is like, she's like, "Oh no, I got to serve him these papers." Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, "Oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing?" I'm like, "Do you think I'm stupid?" I don't know what to do, man.
Oh, this stupid.
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
Take the papers. Go to court, big man.
We're ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking, because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
It's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot.
Hi, Chris.
It can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue.
Right, he's the one who said it.
Just kind of want to know.
I love that. I love that when people are like, "Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro." And then you come at them and they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Takesies, backsies. Just kidding."
As much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
she's not.
It's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here, and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police.
So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's.
Yeah,
we have
I
no
just
relationship. That's why
barely
she's here.
met her.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why she's here. We have no relationship.
Takes
and
these vaccines.
She is the exact.
By the way, I didn't know that guy, what was his name? Bloodworth, is a secret stunner. I saw him in a picture with Emily D. Baker, and I was like, I am attracted to this man. The fuck?
You describe it.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that. And so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler, she's not an attorney, but so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server.
I do have to say, I did find that kind of interesting that she was at the house when they all got arrested. I mean, I know everybody was saying that she could hang out after, but like, and she just met them. So maybe she knew of the YouTube channel and wanted to do it. I don't know the story behind that, but I was like, what are you doing there?
Basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements, and I acknowledge she meets these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries some pretty significant.
The cop can serve him.
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
I want her arrested.
I can't go print up fake documents.
I love that. I want her arrested. I want her arrested.
And go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
How do you know? Are you a lawyer? How do you know?
Again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money?
Hey, bye, Camel. Have a great day.
What they're trying to do is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States.
And now Eamon has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officers.
He created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement.
The
I
franchises,
like how he
though.
can just lie to you guys. He's a straight face. Oh, he owes me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go right.
I just Googled it. You do not need a state-issued license or certification to serve legal documents. Right. So she would fine. And yeah, he never looked at the papers because he asked the cop if he could look at the papers, and then the cop was like, I can't let you do that.
About it that way, okay?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this, even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff. Not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying.
But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay? But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court.
Right, they
It's
shouldn't
a
be
real
allowed.
case. Who's it against?
Against you, him versus you.
Ben Schneider?
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
So.
He's just racking up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically the consensus is, we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
But it is okay because he's going to serve you papers. It is okay because it's a civil lawsuit. It is his right to do this. He is well, whether you agree with it or not, he is well within his rights to do this.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working.
What are these? Are these Bean Blasters 3000? Why you got 4 of them? Your wife unhappy? Does it have that little pff thing that Laura Owens has? All the holes, huh?
Looking through this right now.
Hello.
Benjamin, step out for me.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna find you back.
Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
Beans and figs. Yeah, what was he arrested for? I would be like, what am I getting arrested for?
I love you. Hello,
There we go.
I love you.
Ew.
Okay, I love you. I love American Fire Police Department.
Wow.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raid my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop warns all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
American performance.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off, but...
The other kid had a GoPro.
How many did you get? You got banned?
We got 5 right now.
Including Ben Schneider?
Yes.
Sweet, that's good.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom. Another thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks, and it legally got approved by the IRS, and Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American Fork Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty serious shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told it's a fundraiser. This guy stole $200,000. Yeah. If that was the case, that guy would be in jail.
Yeah.
So
no,
let's use, we're going to use critical.
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has nonstop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem is obviously these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. But
The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from just a few days ago of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, at least I've been told that there's technically a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Any idea where he actually is?
No idea.
Right, don't say anything if you're being interviewed. I want my lawyer immediately.
Hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here. Yeah, no American police in sight. Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers.
With footage in Mexico. I love that. Oh my God. This is so wild. All right, what else do we have? Got arrested. Here's a leaked email.
Corporate Bricks and Minifig sent out an email to all of their lower franchises, basically instructions on how to deal with our documentary we made about them. And we got a hold of this email.
Oh, no.
The email leaked online.
And now we're just going to read through this. I haven't seen this at all. So, dear franchisees, as most of you are aware, our network is currently facing a coordinated negative PR attack stemming from a former franchisee's consignment dispute in Salem, Oregon. A YouTuber, Reckless Ben, has released multiple videos amplifying this narrative, which has unfortunately led to harassment calls, review bombing, and store disruptions across our network.
Yeah, you would think they would be written up. You would hope.
They're saying all the big streamers are working together now, and all these people that are talking about it, that's all a big conspiracy against us.
So he goes to a franchise Lego store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. It's called Bricks and Minifig. It's them stealing multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Legos from at least Brian. And a video by Reckless Ben, political corruption, company stealing $200K from an old man.
The reality of the situation, though, is that Bricks and Minifigs did such a terrible thing.
That's a great point. It's only a PR attack? It's only a PR attack. Right.
A lot of people want to talk about it.
Exactly.
It's not like we're all coordinating to take down Bricks and Minifigs. It's just Bricks and Minifigs did such an evil action that everyone on the internet wants to weigh in. Oh, wait, one more thing. I forgot to address where we're at right now. So we are...
I thoroughly enjoy the jacket with shoulder pads and shorts.
Definitely in America. As you can see behind me, we are in St. Louis, Kansas City. Basically, we found out that...
Yeah, if there's all these death threats, where are the recordings from the businesses or phones or, yeah.
If you have a warrant for your arrest and you flee the country, that's actually super illegal.
Exactly. We're 100% not in Mexico at all right now.
As you can see, and you can tell exactly where we are by the background, the arch in the background. We want to give everyone a clear recap of exactly what corporate is doing behind the scenes to protect you guys, what we can expect regarding a life cycle of this situation, and how we can work together as a team to move on from this defense to offense. No longer are we just going to try to defend our actions. We're going to try and take Reckless Ben down.
Hell yeah.
So,
let's go.
Now we have the leaked documents of how they plan on taking me down.
While we will not litigate this matter in the media, we are taking aggressive action behind the scenes.
Why not do it in the media? If they have nothing to hide and they actually are the innocent ones,
cinder block
why not do it in the public? Because then if they make it public, the public will see that they have nothing to hide, or they're going to do it behind the scenes because they know that they're only suing us in order to silence us. Oh, keep going. Sorry,
all right. Corporate was not involved in this specific local consignment issue.
Wait. Don't we have them on video saying?
I don't know anything about the David case. I only saw it I have no, I know of it. I don't know anything about it.
They're going to be taking the consignment over?
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
So that person on the phone is actually one of the people from the corporate offices that says, we are taking over the consignment now. This is a corporate issue. This is corporate lying to their franchisees right now.
Corporate was not involved in this specific local consignment issue, and we are holding firm on the facts.
I kind of feel bad for the franchise owners here because it's like we are showing so much evidence of these things that are happening, and then corporate's saying, hey, all this evidence, you can't believe it because we have the facts. We're not gonna show you the facts, but we have the facts. And now as a franchise owner, you have to think, okay, do I believe the side with all the evidence and get fired? Because if they take our side with the evidence and they get fired,
like, obviously this has blown up. I'm curious as to how many franchise owners have changed their mind about corporate or have changed the things that they're doing because of what is going on here.
Do I just take the side that claims they have the facts but don't have the facts, and then this way I don't get fired? Yeah, so corporate's kind of putting all their franchises in a really bad situation right now, and it kind of sucks because it's like, I actually like Bricks and Minifigs. I think there's a lot of innocent franchises out there that didn't do anything, but corporate's just saying like, we don't care about our franchises. We're gonna screw over all our franchises. It kind of sucks that corporate's doing that, and we're trying to help corporate do the right thing right now so the innocent franchises don't get screwed, but corporate's just screwing everything up for these innocent franchises right now by doing this. Law enforcement and federal involvement. We are actively working and sharing records with local police, Oregon State Police, the FBI, and USPIS. So basically, Bricks and Minifigs is getting the FBI involved. Legal action. Our legal team is preparing direct claims and seeking a TRO, a temporary restraining order,
It has hurt their
to halt the
business?
harassment
Oh,
and push this
no.
matter to full litigation against all parties. So basically, I think what they're trying to say here is they're trying to get some type of order where we can't post anything about them on social media. And so they're like, oh, well, if we can somehow silence them, then we can get away with our crime, is what they're basically saying. And we can see this because in my last video, they put random like copyright claims and privacy complaints over the entire video of scenes where it's literally just like me and you hanging out with each other. And like, did you want your face blurred in the video?
No.
Well, I can speak for myself. I didn't want my face blurred in the video. So Bricks and Minifigs is basically doing a bunch of weird stuff to try and get my videos taken down. And they said in their last response, it wasn't to silence criticism.
For
but
no reason?
That's
That's
kind of what it seems
crazy.
like it is. Issuing cease and desist demands regarding unauthorized website they created. So basically, we made a website called www.westealfromoldpeople.com. Basically, Bricks and Minifigs is suing us because we're copying them, I think. So they got really upset at the fact that we decided to also steal from old people. And Bricks and Minifigs was like, hey, that's our thing. Only we can steal from old people. Bricks and Minifigs wants to have a monopoly on stealing from old people. And now that we entered the business, they are going to try and send us a cease and desist letter to take our website down. So that way they're the only one.
Yeah, you hear it later. I was like, where is this? But yes, I did hear it.
Ones in the game of stealing from old people.
If you have any old people that you want us to steal from, call this number.
I will personally answer all of your phone calls. Thank you.
It says the TRO is a preliminary injunction and is valid court order that will get the platforms to remove the content. Basically what they're saying is everything these guys did in their YouTube video was fair use. It was constructive criticism on how we can be a better company. However, we don't like that they caught us in our illegal act. So we're going to go to court and find some crazy loophole that maybe we can take advantage of the YouTube's AI algorithm there's a lot of flaws in the algorithm. So maybe we can take advantage of that and find a loophole to take down their video so people don't get mad at us for what we did. That's basically what this paragraph says. So you want to read the next paragraph?
Platform takedowns. We have reached out to Google/YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and Facebook to report the specific pages, videos.
The thing though, Jack, about Brian Mansell, like being out of it up until this point, I think it's become bigger than him, right? Now we're talking into civil rights just being fucking destroyed, which is, I mean, yeah, they were stolen Lego, but also, you know, when your fucking rights are being destroyed, that's a huge deal.
privacy violations and the coordinated review.
You're gonna take down my Patreon? What the heck? That sucks.
Oh, man.
Well, subscribe now while it's still up. I do want to say this. Part 2, so I'm working as hard as I can right now on part 3. Once part 3 is up in like maybe a week, part 2 will be live on YouTube, and then part 3 will be on Patreon. So part 2 will be on YouTube very soon, don't worry. But as of now, if you want early access, subscribe to Patreon while it's still up.
Policy review. We are actively reviewing internal policies to prevent similar transition issues from occurring in the future. Oh, okay, I see. I think I know what they're talking about right there. So like internal policies. I think they're talking about the consignment deals.
That reminds me of another update. So since the last video, I actually got a hold of the franchise agreement that the previous owner, Crystal, made with corporate. And it says in her contract—
No, see, Jack, I disagree with you. It is about Reckless Ben, but it's also about the things that he's doing and his rights being violated. And I think that's very important. I also think that, a lot of people in his demographic don't know. They don't know about their constitutional rights. They don't know about, the fact that you have a right to do everything that he has done up until this point. And when you have the police who are willing to violate your rights and a court system that is willing to not allow you to see all the evidence against you and see, who your accusers are, and they're going to put you in jail and they're not going to tell you what the charges are for. We're walking into very dangerous territory. And I think Brian Mansell and the Lego is the least important part of what's happening here. And that's, for me, like, it's about bricks and minifigs, but when you look at the system overall, fucking someone over specifically because they can, it's super dangerous. I don't agree with it at all. And all I'm going to say is, I know you want the facts, and I know that you want it to be like, as factual as possible and no manipulation. My point is, I want this point to get to as many people as possible. And I want these police officers to have their faces shown, and I want either them to be fired or a fucking mockery to be made of them. Because our American police force is, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are corrupt, and a lot of this would happen. And if Reckless Ben wasn't this way, what then 30-year-old kid do they do this to who doesn't have a platform on YouTube, who doesn't have a lot of, civil rights attorneys coming to his aid, and who doesn't, have the means to get out from under this? That's the thing. In America, if they come to you and they're like, you got to get out of your car, we want to search, for what? You can't just seize and search my fucking car. I mean, and we're not going to show you the evidence that we have against you. That is my 6th Amendment right as a civilian. And the reason that I have those rights is so that cops who are working in this particular case as gangs aren't allowed to do this super fucked up shit. So I love you. I respect you. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree, because I think this is about the police. I think this is about our court system. And I think this is about a bunch of people who are like, yeah, we can fucking get him to shut up, and he's not shutting up. And to be honest with you, whether you like it or you don't like it, fuck a bad system, in my opinion.
Consignments are allowed.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, that's their number one argument, and it just says in the contract, like, oh, you can do consignments. So, like, what the heck? Corporate sharing any of this internal legal strategy.
No, yeah, I understand that, but I just also, he's a storyteller, right? I don't look at Reckless Ben and think, I don't know. I saw his first video, and I guess I just took it at face value and understand what his content is, right? And I think it's for me, but also in all the viewers to, take what they're going to take from it. But this story is about him, right? It is about him and his friends getting arrested. It is about him going through the legal system and not getting discovery. It is about him. And, he has now become the center of it. Had Bricks and Minifigs given the Legos back, none of this would have happened. But I think that there's a more important story to be told there. And I think as this unfolds, there's a lot of valuable lessons that can be learned.
Publicly with customers can severely compromise or damage our active legal case against Ben Schneider. Well, not only did someone share with a customer, they shared it with me themselves. So, boom. And now I'm sharing it with the world. So take that, corporate. What to expect, the outrage cycle.
Based on historical data and export crisis management research, there's a typical cycle to online outrage. Understanding this timeline helps us manage expectations and maintain stability. Initial wave.
Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate you.
Like mathematical
with
this. Like we have calculated every controversy.
Okay.
Current phase.
Okay. Initial wave. Current phase. Peak intensity typically lasts 3 to 7 days after major videos drop. While the spike in harassment and calls is sharp, it quickly loses steam as online attention naturally shifts. We believe we are currently at or past the peak of the first wave.
I think they sent this out when it had only like 100,000 views on it, and now it's like 1.5 million views or something. Like and every day it just keeps.
Here's the other thing too that I just want to bring up, and I hate to do this, but because it's so prevalent, especially in the US, we're watching this happen to a young white male. Imagine if Ben was black or any other color that the Utah police dislike. Could you imagine how much worse this could be? And that's the thing. I mean, we're watching this atrociousness happen to a white man. I'm not sure it would get this far if he was black. Because in the sad world that we live in, he might not be here anymore.
Views. So corporate, your math is wrong.
Court filing refresh. When we formally file our legal actions, expect a short renewed spike, another 3 to 7 days of heightened noise.
They're like, hey, our lawsuit is so garbage, there's going to be outrage is what they're saying.
Yeah, so just be prepared for it. The opposing side will likely frame our legal defense as silencing the little guy.
Well, if it's not silencing the little guy, what is it?
This is a normal, expected reaction.
Well, and that's right. And that's the thing. I fear a black content creator wouldn't even attempt this because of possible repercussions. Absolutely. Absolutely. But in that case, I fear, Ben's using his white privilege for good. And that's the thing. White men in America are afforded other privileges that, everybody else is not. And, if you got to be a little silly and you got to tell your story with fast jump cuts and just silliness, but still to get the main point out there, I think that's what's important. I think that's the important discussion to have. And I think it's something that's important to watch. And, and I understand, like, I'm not his demographic, right? The people in my audience are my age, and I'm 40, my age and above. We're not his typical demographic. But also, I hope that the younger demographic that watches him, the younger kids, start to do their research on their rights and understanding what you need. That's one of the things, I believe it was Auntie M bringing it up in the chat. You get called to go talk to the police, you don't fucking say shit. You don't say shit, girl. You just quiet and you say, I'd like a lawyer, please. That's it. And that's the thing. And it's sad because you want to be able to tell the truth and you want to be able to say those things. But, I just hope that the kids that are watching this understand what could happen, and maybe they go out and they do their own research, and maybe they go and, they find out what their fucking Sixth Amendment is, or they are in class and they're learning about their amendments. And then they're like, I watched Reckless Ben and this shit happened to him or whatever, yeah, I I think that it could be spun in a positive way. I understand what you're saying, and I understand when you said that when you manipulate or you lie or you deceive, it sort of it lessens your credibility, and I understand that. But I also, I also take Ben at face value, right? He's a silly, goofy guy. Now, if I was watching a content creator like, let's say, Emily D. Baker, or somebody who was very serious, somebody who was, all about the facts, and they started manipulating and they started like saying things that didn't make sense, I'd be like, what the fuck? So, but I understand what you're saying.
Is temporary.
It's funny because these last two paragraphs are about like, dude, the wave is going to end if we just be patient. But now Bricks and Minifig's corporate has just decided to make this go on for like at least 2 more years, because that's how long lawsuits take. So
I guess we have content for the next 2 years on this.
What they say, they said 3 to 7 days is the heightened noise. Now the noise is going from 3 to 7 days to 2 years, and that's all corporate's fault.
Don't do a bend.
You guys are just screwing yourselves at this point. Decay phase, 2 to 4 weeks. Most online outrage fades significantly within a month, assuming no major new fuel. Do they think this is my only video on them? Like, we have at least like 6. Residual mentions may linger in niche Lego and other online communities for 1 to 2 months, but day-to-day operations will normalize much faster. Long-term recovery, 1 to 3 months. Reputation stabilizes. They think their reputation is going to stabilize.
But we're also seeing one side of this, and people are going to assume that some charges or investigations aren't done because we are seeing one side and missing information. Sure, and I understand that too. But I also understand the internet right now and in this phase want information as quickly as possible, right? So do you think if he were to put out all the unredacted videos and all the unredacted information that people would sit through it just to watch it? I don't think so. I think by him putting together a highly engaging story, you want to continue and you want to follow along. And I do have to respect him. I'm not a storyteller. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to keep people engaged like this from start to finish, and cuts and leaving it off on a cliffhanger. And this is not something that I know how to do. But I think he knows how to tell it in a way that the internet, especially the people who are more drawn to him, which is probably a very young audience, really understand what he is trying to do and trying to say.
Okay, hold on, I'm sweating over here.
It's hot, and it's very nighttime in Kansas City. It's crazy how hot it is at nighttime. And
I have to tell you, I thought that what the fuck? The X-ray. I don't know what my mind just blanked. I thought it was his. I did think it was his. So I understand, right? Like, he's trying to jazz it up, but then when he does and they come back and they're like, actually, that's not his. And he's like, actually, it's not mine. Yeah, that doesn't look great. And you do kind of lose the plot a little bit. So I understand both sides for sure.
How you can help. These are the things that the franchisee owners are going to do to make this better. Please implement the following immediately. Approved response options. Strictly do not engage emotionally.
That's good advice. That's good.
Yeah, wait. Is this going towards the CEO? I feel like he was really mad.
This is the CEO going.
I know, but like, he was very emotional about this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he's writing this to himself.
The CEO is just telling the franchises, don't do what I did.
Train your staff immediately to use only these approved frameworks based on the situation. We understand our customers are smart, and balancing legal caution with our values helps prevent the appearance of corporal avoidance.
Well, it seems like corporate avoidance is happening right now. They responded within like an hour. We responded, and they have not responded again. So should we give them a way that corporate can respond to prove that they're not doing corporate avoidance? Yep. If you would like to respond, these are the questions everyone wants to know. Question 1, In this footage, corporate says we are taking over the consignment.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
However, you say here, we did not take over the consignment. So on one side, we have proof. On one side, which is your side, we have no proof. Why should we believe your side if there's no proof? If you believe a side with no proof, that sounds like something a crazy person would do, and your customers aren't crazy. So right now, your customers are siding with us.
I do have to say, I haven't watched CoffeeZilla's videos before, and we watched one last week, and I loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
Side with proof. But if you want to take the lead, corporate, you can give some proof of why you weren't involved in the consignment. And it also says in the franchise agreement, consignments are allowed, but you say they're not allowed. Can you explain that one? Also, why can't Brian just have his Legos back? You're still keeping them, even though you didn't pay for them. Like, what's stopping you from doing that? Yeah, well, that's just the main three that come to mind. But if you start with those three, that would be a great way to win back public support if you could answer those questions.
Okay, so for general frontline staff, quick casual inquiries. Okay. Casual, yeah, casual. Oh wow, wait, these are like quotes. These are quotes that they want them to say. Memorize this. Okay, wait, come at me. Like, ask me a question. Okay, ready?
Hello. I heard your company stole a bunch of money and is not giving it back.
Holding my emotions in. This is a separate independent location, and I don't have any information to share regarding that situation.
Well, you must be correct, and I will leave. Where are Brian's Legos? I'm gonna burn this entire place down.
Yeah, I'll call 911. I am unaware of the specific details of that situation and have no comment at this time.
Well, I guess I better leave then.
Wow, that actually works. We're here to get Brian's Legos back.
Well, I actually have a script ready for you.
Oh, you do?
We are aware of the situation involving another independently owned location, and we understand why people are upset and asking questions. While we can't speak to the specifics on an ongoing situation, Bricks and Minifigs does not support behavior that harms trust within our communities. Our local stores remain committed to operating with fairness, transparency, and respect for our customers.
Oh.
Does that answer your question?
Man, okay, well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just...
Well, actually, it doesn't answer the question because it says Bricks and Minifigs does not support behavior that harms trust within our communities. But they're doing that exact same behavior that harms the trust within their communities, which is stealing from old people.
Exactly.
I guess they think stealing from old people helps the trust, but maybe we have to break them the news that that's actually not a good thing. Okay, Bricks and Minifigs. If you steal from old people, that does not help the trust in your community. That makes it
worse.
Yeah, if you steal from old people, that people get upset at you if you do that. And so if you want to gain the trust back, you can give Brian the Legos back, and because that's ultimately your goal, right, is to get the trust with your community. So we're giving you a step-by-step guide of how you can get that trust back. Step 1, give Brian the Legos back. Yep.
Step 2.
Well, there's no step 2. Yeah, that's all you have to do. It's a very easy tutorial. I think they just didn't know how to do that before. But now that we made this tutorial for them, it should be very easy for them to gain the trust back. They have further canned response. What's a canned response?
Like a candid? Like candid, maybe?
Canned response.
Candid, I think that means like candid.
It's not like they put the response in a can and give it to someone, like...
I don't think so. Pre-written reply that someone reuses over and over instead of typing a new message each time.
Oh, so basically, I think this is part of the brainwashing. You know, it's like, hey, instead of thinking for yourselves, just blindly follow what corporate's saying without asking any questions. Because if you ask any questions, you get fired.
Somebody reached out to me yesterday saying they got fired because their friend asked a question on your YouTube channel. Your YouTube post asked a question and they got fired.
That's crazy.
They're telling their employees, do not say anything. Like they think, you read the whole thing. They think if they just shut up and stand back and be quiet, it'll blow over. Like, they don't know Lego fans and they don't know Star Wars fans.
Yeah. This is crazy.
They hired a crisis team
Social media monitoring. Extra vigilance is required right now when monitoring your social media. We recommend turning off the ability to comment on your store's social media posts for the time being.
Wait, they said they're not trying to silence criticism, though. Isn't that literally silencing? It's like, oh, if we're getting criticism, let's silence it.
Yeah, exactly.
How is that not silencing criticism?
Hound, I'm going to need you to tell me exactly how that goes.
Just keep going. Sorry, I cut you off.
Review monitoring. Monitor your Google, Facebook, and Yelp reviews and immediately flag/report any spam or retaliatory reviews.
But they're not silencing criticism, though, Victor.
Exactly. If somebody comes in and threatens, is like, I'll see ya.
Staff to actively solicit a Google review with every single transaction. A brief verbal reminder at the register to share their honest feedback goes a long way. So they're saying we need to flag all of these reviews that expose us for stealing from old people, but then let's make up for it by just every single transaction, leave us a good review, and maybe people won't see the crime that we committed, which is stealing from an old person.
Please use the hyperlinks below to download the following assets we have prepared for you and your team. Crisis De-Escalation Playbook. The short playbook includes verbatim scripts for handling in-store filming, hostile phone calls, and social media comments. So I feel like you should download these and then
if any Bricks and Minifigs employees have links to any of these videos and want to send them to us.
Next steps in moving forward. We understand how stressful.
Shut up, Hound Servant. Stop it. You're lying right now to my face. You are lying. Third question. How does this make you feel? Are you feeling it? Why would you do something like this? You feeling okay? He's on the phone and he's like, my mom didn't hug me enough as a kid, so I decided to put a bomb in here, and I'm so sorry. Thank you for asking that question, though. I was really going off the rails. Dude, if somebody's like, I put a bomb in your store, I'll see ya. I'm going to hang up. 911.
And frustrating situations like this can be for you and your staff. Please know that your safety, peace of mind, and the protection of your local business are our absolute highest priorities.
Well,
I don't know how old
it
Brian
seems
is.
like all of that is actually their lowest priorities, because if it was their highest priority, they would just give the Legos back. That would be a good way to show that it's their highest priority, but they're not doing it. So that makes me think that they don't care about their franchises. They're like, you know what? We're going to steal from this person, and you guys have to pay the consequences for it. And we don't care about you because we're not giving the stuff back.
They want to continue stealing from old people, man.
Yeah.
This is a challenging issue, but it is not impossible to overcome. You're 100% correct. You already know what to do. We gave you a very clear step-by-step.
Well, they didn't know before when they wrote this.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The tutorial wasn't made when they wrote this email.
Yeah, actually,
but
yeah.
Now the tutorial's out there. They know that they just have to give the stuff back, and they'll make it right. I have faith at least they'll make it right now.
We are doing everything we can to protect the brand and our online reputation. While the legal process is not always fast, we want to ensure you that we have a very strong case against them.
Thank you for your resilience. Please reach out if you have any questions. Sincerely, the corporate Bricks and Minifigs team. Well, that was the email, I guess. That was kind of sick.
All right.
We showed you how to make a response, corporate. We would love to hear a response and get the public back on your side. You just got to give the Legos back. The public will be back on your side.
But in the meantime, you can shop at WeStealFromOldPeople.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right. And on to the next. Shall we? Good Lord. I also worked in a place that got B threats all the time. B-hole threats. TR and B-hole. Those kind of threats. I sent you a great video on Instagram. I will watch it. Chili lime. That sounds delicious. All right, so now we're going to move on to the BJC show, the live show. These clips are from her live streams. So I tried to pick the most important ones, but she has tons on her page, depending on which side quests you want content about. So let's watch. Actually, before I do this, let's go do this. So TVJ sent me this, and I want to read this. Oh. So we'll do this first, and then we'll go on to some stuff. To some of the stuff. It's all about their dad. It's delicious. All right. Bacon just called. So what do you think so far? I think it's great. Honestly, today, Friday was a little rough. I was like, oh, I'm going to watch this and I'm just going to like clear my brain for, from Laura Owens. And then I was like, what the fuck? But now it's like, it's a nice change of pace. It's a nice change of, yes, it's a little Friday. We're all relaxing. We're all doing the thing, you know? We had a little hiccup yesterday. This is a nice, what goes up must come down. We are cool. We are calm. We are collected. Right. So relaxing. So relaxing. My deputy sheriff hubby just started working on their non-emergency questions and advice line. I can't wait to, oh God. Okay, so one time I was driving. I was going past a cemetery, and the cemetery had very tall like gates, and they were like individual, like just slats. Like you could see everything in the cemetery, but you couldn't like get in there. So I'm driving past, and there's a deer stuck in the gate. And like, I was like, oh, okay. So I was like, I'll call the non-emergency line. So I did that. And she's like, hello, it's non-emergency. How I can help you? And I was like, hi, I'm driving down the street. I'm going past the cemetery. There's a deer stuck in the fence. And she goes, what? And I go, there's a deer. And you know how the gates are tall and they're like iron bars? And she's like, yes. And I go, the deer is stuck inside of the fence, like freaking out because it can't get out of there. A deer. Yeah. In the fence. Yes. Okay. Okay. I thought I should let somebody know. All right. Bye. I was like, what the fuck? Who am I supposed to call? Like, who else do I call? And the deer's in there and it's like fucking freaking out. I'm like, dude, there is a deer. Thank you. Not like that though. I'm a good storyteller, like, I don't know. I wish I could do that. Animal control, I guess. In a broadly unexpected manner. Not a dumb call. I'm just like, whatever. That lady probably thought I was high as fuck, like just driving my car. Oh my God. All right. So this is about TVJ sent me this. We appreciate. Why does this do this? Don't do this. Don't you embarrass me right now, computer. I'll kill you. No. Just move over and make big, okay? Can you just do that? Why do you gotta embarrass me all the time? Can we just? All right. Asset protection firm Legally Mine LLC found to be engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. The Supreme Court of Ohio has entered an order finding that Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff, which is brother of Ammond? What does his mustache look like? Engaged in an unauthorized practice of law in Ohio in the case of Ohio State Bar versus Legally Mine LLC. Ohio Supreme case. The Ohio Supreme Court order also approves a consent decree that will be discussed below and ordered Legally Mine LLC and McNeff to pay a $5,000 fine plus an additional $1,220 in costs. Oh, this is their dad. This is their dad. Oh, good. Apple does not fall far from the tray, I guess. Good Lord. The consent decree requires that Legally Mine and McNeff provide the Ohio State Bar, OSBA, a list of all their Ohio clients with whose clients contact information. Legally Mine, LLC, and McNeff are also to contact every one of their Ohio clients and notify them that the Ohio State Bar Association has initiated a complaint for the unauthorized practice of law and that the consent decree has been entered. And you gotta tell everybody. Did them for practicing without a license? We'll find out. We'll find out, won't we? Legally Mine and McNeff are required to consent decree to explain that an Ohio attorney was not involved in the preparation or review of the legal advice and documents with which those clients received from Legally Mine LLC to the extent that legal entities were created for the clients in other states. Legally Mine LLC must inform the Ohio clients whether an attorney licensed in those states was involved in the preparation or review of legal advice and documents given to those clients. Wow. So I'm going to you, expecting you to provide me with documents, which are legal documents, drawn up by an attorney, especially an attorney in the state that I live in, and you're like, nah, dog. Nah. Oh my God. I see you. Do you see me? Oh God. Did I see you write that? No, I didn't. I mean, I saw you write it that time. I saw you yell, engage the embiggener. So there's that. Next, each Ohio client may elect to either have their own Ohio licensed attorney or an attorney licensed in the applicable state, review the asset protection plans and documents prepared by Legally Mine LLC, or the Ohio client that may simply terminate Legally Mine LLC service and obtain a full refund of all payments, which is what I would do. I would be like, I'm going to give me my refund. I'm not going to have an attorney look at this and then keep my money with you. No. Nay. That's nope. No. Nope. No. Each Ohio client must also be informed of their right to seek independent counsel regarding Legally Mine and its services. Legally Mine, LLC, and McNeff are also required to obtain a receipt confirming written contact with each of their Ohio clients, provide a copy of their written notices to the OSBA, and then file an affidavit with the court that confirms compliance. Utah Attorney Jay Mitten, who is now deceased, is sometimes hailed by certain persons and groups as the father of asset protection. That is a lie. The real father of asset protection, if indeed there is any such person, was Colorado attorney Barry Engel, who persuaded the Cook Islands to adopt self-settled spendthrift trust legislation in the late 1980s and thus started the field of asset protection. Barry Engel provided legitimate and effective asset protection plans to his client and was an occasional speaker along with with me one time circa 2000. To the American Bar Association's Real Property Trust and Estates section, Barry was a born innovator and went on to demonstrate that more exotic structures, such as Liechtenstein foundations, could be efficiently and safely employed as cutting-edge assets protection devices. But this is not about Barry Engel. I'll read the next one. Okay. The brothers sued their dad? Wait, no spoilers. That's how you get them. Contempt. Oh my God. Back to Jay Mitten. Other than being a licensed attorney, he was everything that Barry Engel was not. Mitten was, and again, this is only my opinion. Hey, that's my line. Actually, it's her line.
That's my opinion!
A little more than a quick buck scam artist who sold asset protect kits of dubious value and formed numerous LLCs and other entities for his clients, which probably accomplished nothing. Mitten's snake oil was mostly sold to doctors, and a member of his team once told me that the Mitten presentations involved the use of shills in the audience who would jump to the front of the podium to purchase the kits so as to cause a stampede by the real buyers who were afraid that they might get sold out before they could purchase one. But this is not about Jay Mitten either. No need to further beat the dead. Who is this? Jay Adkisson. I like you. I like you. I like the way you write about people. I like the way you work it. When Mitten left behind, Mitten left behind was a legacy of folks, mostly in Utah, who continued to run his scam. These groups will use fancy-sounding names, something like American Medical Institute for Physicians Asset Protections. I just made that name up. And will go to medical conferences and sell basically the same junk that Mitten once himself sold. Some of these groups involved attorneys, but some don't. Or attorneys may be loosely affiliated with a particular group. The group is not organized as a law firm, and any attorney's association with the group is at best nebulous. These groups all have websites that make them sound like a law firm, but then if you read their disclaimers closely, they will say that they are not a law firm, although they have attorneys on staff or standing by, whatever that means. The problems with these groups is that not only are you being sold something that is probably close to worthless, but by not dealing directly with an attorney, there is no attorney-client privilege, which protects the communications between these groups and their clients. As I have written many times, the vitality of the attorney-client privilege is paramount in asset protection planning, for many reasons, not the least being the intent test of the voidable transaction laws was fraudulent transfer laws. Great. So they're all a bunch of scams.
Question mark! If the people want it, I'll give it to them. I will give it to you.
Mitten. Got my mind made up. Ugh. Who's Ernest Ansley? Who that is? Another problem is that these groups purport to offer solutions everywhere, although, and something else that I have very frequently pointed out, asset protection is often very dependent on what the laws of a particular state do or do not allow. Thus, if a client decided to engage an attorney to do asset protection planning for them, that attorney had better be licensed in the state where the client will reside. Any group Any group claiming that it can do asset protection on anything like nationwide basis is engaging in at least some degree of deceit, if not outright fraud. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Note that the lawyers who are affiliated with these groups are also putting their own licenses at risk because they are assisting non-attorneys to engage in the unlicensed practice of law. Either they know this and do not care, which should worry you, or they don't know this and never bothered to inquire further, which should worry you even more. This is absolutely not to say that everybody in Utah is an asset protection scam artist, as that would simply not be true. There were some completely legitimate and, more importantly, licensed asset protection planning attorneys in Utah who stay within their ethical swim lanes and provide the asset protection solutions which have been sanctioned by the Utah legislature. Nothing at all wrong with these attorneys, but they're not the ones that I am talking about. We demand you hydrate. Will do. Yeah, it seems they're all scammers. It's funny. They all have LLCs. All these scammers have LLCs. Very simply, a person who desires asset protection planning must deal with an attorney licensed in their state who actually engages in planning and not kit selling or mass LLC formations. No firms of non-lawyers, no firms where the participation of an attorney is nebulous, no firms that sell pre-packed products or provide you with forms for you to fill out, even if they assist. There are a number of these asset protection scam groups out there, and they are particularly aggressive in their marketing. They have very high profiles on social media. They will get speakers to appear at high-profile events. They will drop a lot of names in their supposed clients and make you feel like they are the only group in the world who knows anything about asset protection planning. But that is exactly what scammers do. If you start to dig deeper and check out their backgrounds, or usually their lack thereof, other than they seem to do a lot of presentations, you will eventually find that there is nothing really there but a bunch of high volume marketers. These groups are not going to provide you with anything like efficacious asset protection planning despite their promises. The only thing that will really happen is that your wallet will just become lighter. If you don't know whether you're dealing with one of these groups, and hopefully before you sign anything with them or give them any money, take the time to place a phone call on your state's bar association and check them out. The folks there will be happy to tell you who is licensed and who isn't. At least then you'll know. And you can sometimes talk to these groups about whether they have had anything to do with Jay Mitten. That will give you the answer that you need. I like it. All right. Oh, yeah, the McNaffs, but also the Owenses. Scammer, if a mindset, a gray area of being a state, if you will, is only a scam if you're caught and prosecuted. Like they say, it's never a war crime. It's true. It's only a criminal crime if you're caught. Don't cry, friends. All right, so this one is going to be, this is from this girl who is the BJC live show. Let's see. Let's go here. She has 20,000 subscribers, and this is the Bricks and Minifig CEO is sued his own father. All right. Let's see. Maybe we can have her on the show.
Matt and Ammon's dad is writing this letter in the midst of a lawsuit that has been filed against him by his own kids, Matt and Ammon. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds to pay for BAM Franchising Inc. Smoking gun. Little doubt about the fact that if Ammon and Matt are allowed back into the company, like 80% of our current workforce is going to resign and leave the company essentially dead. Nobody wants to work for Ammon and Matt, girl.
So now you guys were telling me she's a lawyer? I'll email her right now. Let's see. Don't play with me.
Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and
I'll email her right now and see if she wants to come hang out. So I'm golden. Oh my God. No. All right. I'll do this on my laptop later. But we shall subscribe. Let me go back.
Matt and Ammon's dad is writing this letter in the midst of a lawsuit that has been filed against him by his own kids, Matt and Ammon. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds to pay for BAM Franchising Inc. Smoking gun. Little doubt about the fact that if Ammon and Matt are allowed back into the company,
it's her third channel.
Like 80% of our current workforce is going to resign and leave the company essentially dead. Nobody wants to work for Ammon and Matt, girl. Ammon and Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and Minifigs. It should have sufficient funds to pay. It's telling me that he is being contacted daily by franchisees from Bricks and Minifigs to complain about the fact that no one is doing anything for them. Oh my gosh.
I love that she's all in glitter. I think it's great.
This is terrible for Bricks and Minifigs. No, but Dan, the dad of the Bricks and Minifigs owner, said this is not working. Matt and Ammon bought a Bricks and Minifigs store of their own that has never come close to being profitable. I'm speechless at what we just stumbled across. I can't even speak. Has anyone else covered this? Smoking gun. Here's the hammer coming down. Look at the date they changed the name of the company, Legally Mine LLC, to LM Oldco LLC. It was the same exact date that Ben Schneider, aka Reckless Ben, dropped part 1 of his expose. This is supposedly the lawsuit between or by Ammon McNeff, who is the owner of Bricks and Minifigs.
I don't know anything about Tattle yet.
So is his brother, Ammon, and his brother, Matthew. And they're suing, among other people, their own dad, Daniel McNeff, okay? Nature of the action. After 15 months of arbitration demanded by Dan, that's the father of the owners of the Bricks and the Minifigs, he was permanently expelled as manager of Legally Mine, okay? Plaintiffs were awarded almost $500,000 in legal fees. Of course they were. After 6 days of trial, Ammon and his brother discovered that Dan had fraudulently obtained a $1.4 million PPP loan, which he used to pay his personal $300,000 tax levy and his personal lawyer. When plaintiffs, that's Ammon McNeff and his brother, discovered that their own daddy was doing financial misconduct and the arbitrator released jurisdiction over the matter, plaintiffs were terminated in retaliation. So they have been terminated from the company. Okay, so I guess they were, at the company. They claim they got fired. They have been denied access to the company's financials. Dan and Lindsay must be the name of the girl on the team. She's still on the team, Thompson or whatever, filed fraudulent articles of conversion. Okay, I did see these articles of conversion for Legally Mine to try to convert the company from an LLC to a corporation.
Yeah, so we had PPP loans when COVID hit, and you could get loans to like help you keep your business afloat. Or to help you out with your business because a lot of the businesses were going under because especially like small mom and pop shops because we were closed down for a while. We weren't supposed to be going out. We weren't supposed to be doing anything. So yeah, that's crazy.
Reason was for what? To circumvent the arbitration award of attorney's fees. Okay. Wow. Thank you, Lion, for telling me this. Okay. Woo. This is really starting to piece this thing together on my web. Like it's starting to solidify in my mind more so. Like the apple or the acorn, as they say, did not fall far from the tree. Now, yeah, they're suing their dad. Somebody said you realize that suing a family member is a good way to keep the money between the family, right?
Yes,
and
that was the first thing I was gonna say is like, okay, well, if the kids sue the dad, but does that benefit them so that the dad can get the money somewhere, right?
Lawyers representing you are also in your family, and it's just all for a big show, but the money's just being passed from one to the other, and it's like, we got to pay somehow. Let's do a lawsuit. Now, am I saying that's what happened in this case? No, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't wondering, could that possibly be going on? So what Ammon, the owners of the Bricks and the Minifigs, they sued their own dad, and they're suing, saying that their dad and his side of things filed fraudulent corporate documents to try to convert the company from an LLC to a corporation. Who cares? The reason they're saying that he did it is because he was trying to circumvent having to pay out attorney's fees to his own sons. Their dad continues to flout or like not follow, to disobey the arbitration award. Also the operating agreement. He is not following his duties under the LLC Act and federal law, and he is practicing retaliatory termination of his own sons. He's firing his own sons.
Jesus.
Now, it's also interesting to me that that lady who was speaking on the behalf of Legally Mind at the dentist conference, she was like, yeah, you just keep the company in your family. You hire your kid, you put their money in a trust, like all of that stuff. Wow. Legally Mine is a limited liability company that was started by Daniel McNeff in 2009. Started in 2009, providing tax, asset protection, and financial strategy advice to discerning clients. Okay, so it was started by their dad in 2009, and it was to provide tax, asset protection, and financial strategy advice. So legal and accounting advice, and even though he wasn't an accountant or a lawyer. Daniel McNeff founded Legally Mine and paid Ammon in company equity. So exactly how they preach at their conferences is how they did it too. Founded Legally Mine and paid his son.
Aren't there other brothers? Because Ammon and Matthew, and then somebody said Josh. Isn't Josh one of their brothers?
In company equity rather than a significant amount of past due wages. The brothers worked with Legally Mine as employees since 2009. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Oh boy. The operating agreement lists the
Tiffany.
current membership interests of Legally Mine as Daniel McNeff, 79%, Ammon McNeff, 11%, and Matthew McNeff, 10%. Plaintiffs, the brothers, dispute the membership interest percentage as Dan has reduced his ownership interest through continuing improper draws. So he keeps taking money out of the company, and the sons are like, stop withdrawing money from the company. From 2009 to 2019, Dan was the managing member of Legally Mine. During his time as
Yeah,
managing
I'm sure Thanksgiving is a wild time over here.
member, he took excessive distributions, siphoned company funds for unrelated oh my God. Did these dudes learn from Daddy Dearest or what? In October 2019, the brothers filed a complaint and a motion for a temporary restraining order due to Dan's improper activities, including his mishandling of taxes in his capacity as the managing member of Legally Mine.
God
Dan
bless. Oh my God.
Hired Tom Seiler at SAFM to represent him in the litigation. Temporary restraining order was granted, and it ordered the status quo to be maintained, which included prohibiting. So a judge stopped the dad from being able to fire his own kids, basically. When the case was transferred to arbitration, the arbitrator ordered the parties to maintain the status quo, which means no one could be fired. Around December 2019 or January 2020, Dan hired Martin and Kathleen Evans to provide financial services.
I do like her, right? Like I like her a lot, actually. I wish I could get my hands on these reports. I'd like to read them myself.
Legally Mine. In the course of the litigation and discovery, plaintiffs discovered serious financial wrongdoings relating to Dan's dealings with the IRS.
Is this a playbook? I know Jan and Laura are watching my channel and they're like, is this fucking play about us?
Plaintiffs filed a whistleblower report on their own daddy. Shortly after they filed the whistleblower report with
her name is BJC Live Show,
the IRS against their own father, their dad demoted Ammon as president and appointed a woman by the name of Lindsay Thompson to be interim president of Legally Mine. She's still on the executive team today on the website.
Who did? The Owens? Tell me you're not serious. Tell me this is satire. Miss Bell, you answer me right now. Oh, I was like, what? No, Miss Bell said, I told you, I think they went to a Legally Mine conference. And I said, you tell me this is a fucking satire right now if these two are connected. Holy shit.
Defendants Dan, Seiler, SAFM, Lindsay, and Martin expressed discontent on various occasions about plaintiffs filing the whistleblower report. So they were mad that Ammon filed the whistleblower report, but he was the president of the company, and then he got demoted. On July 6, 2020, Dan was expelled as a manager. Okay, so this was his fire date. July 6th, 2020, Dan gets expelled, the dad. The dad gets kicked out of being a manager at Legally Mine based on his wrongdoing with the IRS. The final decision and award is attached to Exhibit A. Dan was permanently enjoined from ever serving as a manager again. Well, girl, how is he being listed as the owner on the website 2 weeks ago? The final decision and award allowed for the selection of a new manager, and as clarified, the new manager would be the only individual to have power to exercise authority accorded to the managing member of Legally Mine. On Tuesday, September 15th, 2020, the arbitration tribunal informed all the parties that the tribunal believed its jurisdiction has concluded. On Monday, September 21st, 2020, the dad, Dan McDuff, and Lindsay, the new president, fired Amon and his brother in retaliation for bringing Dan's financial misconduct to the attention of the IRS. Upon information,
I like the way she talks. Where is she from? I want to know.
Of belief, defendants Dave, Martin, SAFM consulted with Lindsay and Dan. Okay, so they all conspired, but for according to these allegations, to fire them.
Before
fire
Tony Robbins, I see.
But for plaintiffs, that's the brothers, Ammon and Matt, filing a complaint alleging wrongdoing to the IRS in a whistleblower report, they don't think but for. So if they didn't do that, they wouldn't have got fired.
She's from
Contrary
Louisiana.
to the final awards outlining of a
I love her so much.
Specified process to select a new manager, Dan and Lindsay stonewalled Ammon and Matt's efforts to select a manager of Legally Mine. Since the final decision and award, the dad continues to engage in financial misconduct that was not addressed in the arbitration. On August 14th, 2020, the dad and the new president, Lindsay, with assistance from Martin and a law firm, filed articles of conversion with the Division of Corporations. I think I have that document. Who wants to see it? I believe Matt added here. Yeah, this is the first time you see Matt added. So this is an updated registered principals. This is Legally Mine, LLC. Ammon is a registered principal. Daniel is a registered principal, and they updated it to include his middle
How
initial
come
G
Josh ain't working?
and Matthew as well. And then, it's signed here. So that is the one from 2019.
Hi, Tony.
So let's take a look at 2020.
Wait, what?
Of abandonment of conversion. Okay, this is crazy. All right. They wanted to convert Legally Mine to a different type of business. Date of filing, August 14th, 2020. The statement of conversion delivered to the division with Daniel McNeff's signature has been abandoned in accordance with the Utah Code. The other members of Legally Mine, Ammon and Matt, did not approve or consent to the conversion. They reserve all rights. The statement of abandonment of conversion takes effect upon the filing of the thing. So this was the thing they tried to file. The dad tried to file with that girl, Lindsay. Articles of conversion shall state Legally Mine, LLC, which was originally started in 2009, is going to turn into a corporation. But with this lawyer, Samantha Bunker, but Ammon and his brother stopped it in its tracks, Ammon and Matt.
Okay, so Mini T, if you're lost, we started watching her because this is just another layer to this case. So Ammon McNeff is the one in the video with the curly mustache. Him and his brother are in this Legally Mine LLC with their dad. And then they also own the bricks. Bricks and Minifigs corporate or whatever. So they're suing their dad because their dad has done some shady shit inside of the LLC, but has also had some IRS dealings. But when you put the two things together, right, and you look at the dad's behavior and then you look at this Ammon at Bricks and Minifigs, yeah, it's a pattern. It looks bad.
Sued their own daddy, or they went to try and stop the dad at the Division of Corporations. Okay, let's get back to this.
She went to the Diddy trial and she was treated horribly? Yeah, it's a different business. Well, that sucks. I hate that.
Complaint. Okay, they revoked their ability to see anything, fraudulent non-disclosure, lying under oath. Okay, so then they basically just blame their dad of doing all kinds of stuff.
Let's see what they say. I almost scrolled up like I can actually listen to this. Dan's signature perjures himself and renders the application fraudulent.
Let me search for Exhibit F within here to get the context of that, because he talks about Bricks and Minifigs in this lawsuit, apparently.
I need to know what program this is that she has right now, immediately.
Okay. Violations of the final decision. This comes to us on page 15. The final decision and award permanently enjoined, prevented the dad from exerting any managerial control over the company legally mine. Dan, the dad, believes he has the right to managerial authority over this company. See his letter claiming authority attached here too. He continues to exert manager authority through, among other things,
I'm your
maintaining
daddy.
financial control, directing the assignment of the speakers, issuing bonuses, refunds, contacting business associates and service providers to direct their actions, hiring and firing, granting vacation requests, and ordering the withholding. So basically, they wanted to take over this company from their dad, and their dad was like, no, and he just basically just kept acting like, no, I'm the dad, I'm doing what I want. Okay, I am gonna read the rest of this lawsuit, which is like 90 pages almost long later, but I want to get to Exhibit F. Its difficulty is the family ties being broken. But in the end, it seems to me that the general purpose of this tribunal...
I love that she's so together. I would love to be able to put my live streams together in a more cohesive manner for people who watch them back. But part of the fun is the ADHD. So it's like, how do you seamlessly put my streams together?
Should have been the protection of legally mine. You mentioned in your ruling that there were no winners. Okay, so this must have been the arbitrator. Okay, the arbitrator. You mentioned in your ruling there were no winners. However, there was one big loser, and the loser, in fact, is legally mine. I would remind you that as you started the case, you committed yourself to following Legally Mine's amended and restated operating agreement as your guide to making your ruling. There were other issues, and those needed to be sorted out, and I think you did a fair job of that.
It's
You
always
found
a
that our
journey.
capital accounts were within 3% of our ownership interests. You also found that the capital accounts had nothing.
I saw Hellville for the first time live on Tiff's stream. I haven't had an opportunity to catch one of her lives yet. Let's go. Call her. We'll have her over here. Let's go.
To do with the ownership.
I think she's been in the chat before, too.
Percentage. You did not mention anything in your ruling that showed I did anything at all to irreparably harm Legally Mine. The final numbers you came up with acknowledge I did not take unfairly from my sons. With that in mind, Dan says, I'm wondering why I would be removed as the managing member of the company. If there's no harm done to Legally Mine, and there's a dispute over management of the company, it would seem to me that it should, as stated in the operating agreement, the decision belongs to the majority of the ownership. You clearly stated that this majority of the ownership is me, right? Because remember he had 79%.
I'm gonna go back to long form. So I'm gonna have more long form videos, and then my live streams are just gonna be whatever the fuck.
As for harm to Legally Mine, I hope you would consider the following. Although Lindsey Thompson is doing a good job as president, has been able to focus employees on the job, Ammon and Matt have let people know that it is temporary, and this has undermined Lindsay's authority. Lindsay's being referred to as a he, but looks like a girl on the page. I don't know, meet the team page. Employees are sticking with the company because I am still here and because of my experience and history of building the company. However, they have left little doubt about the fact that if Ammon and Matt are allowed back into the company, like 80% of our current workforce is going to resign and leave the company essentially dead. Nobody wants to work for Ammon and Matt, girl.
Me either.
This is not only the entire sales staff, but a good percentage of the fulfillment staff as well. They're going to quit. Okay, finally, we get to BAM franchising. Oh my God, okay. Now, this is only about 2 or 3 years after Ammon and Matt took over BAM franchising. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds to pay for BAM Franchising Inc. Smoking gun. Smoking gun. Wow. Wow. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds to pay for BAM franchising. They contacted everyone involved, demanding immediate payment for BAM without consideration of Legally Mine or its employees. I have been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account. What does that mean? Whoa, 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 whoa. They contacted everyone involved, demanding immediate payment for Bricks and Minifigs without consideration of Legally Mine and its employees. I have been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account. Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time... Assigned by who? Oh my God, this passive voice is killing me. Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time management of Bricks and Minifigs. If Ammon and Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and Minifigs, it should have sufficient funds to pay. As Legally Mine has paid employees and my sons stopped paying rent.
Oh,
As
fuck.
of February 2020. Y'all, something's going on here. Oh, something.
Rent of what? Rent of the business? Rent of an office? Rent of a home? What?
Up. I don't know exactly what, but there's some co-mingling and co-finagling. Who assigned them? Exactly. These are the questions. Excuse me. Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time management of BAM. Assigned by who? Assigned by what? If Ammon and Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and Minifigs, it should have sufficient funds to pay, as Legally Mine has paid employees. Why would Ammon and Matt be hitting up Legally Mine to pay their Bricks and Minifigs employees?
Well, because they don't have any money, right? So was it a startup? Like, are they trying to take it out of that LLC because it was a startup and they didn't have any? But I mean, you would assume something that big, they would be able to take out a business loan, right?
He says it should have sufficient funds to pay, as Legally Mine has paid employees and my sons stopped paying rent as of February 2020. He said, I have in fact been in touch with the previous owners of Bricks and Minifigs franchising, who's carrying the loan on the purchase of this business. This also sounds like what that last relic described the business model of Bricks and Minifigs to be itself.
Oh.
Like, kind of like sign as a guarantor, but then leave the lease and everything onto the franchisee.
So they had bought Bricks and Minifigs was a business that already existed, and then they had bought it. They bought it on debt loan from the vendor, which creates interest loan debt tax, and are using Legally Mine to fund the operating expenses. I think they took over the company from the founder, but if that's an existing business, why wouldn't, and you wouldn't want to buy a business that's sinking, right? You would assume that you would buy a business that was doing well. I see. The previous owners made money until the McNeffs took over. Okay. That makes sense.
They are aware of the situation.
Has anybody ever talked to the founders?
With us not doing any events and are not expecting back payments, but are willing to extend their payments once the COVID situation ends. In other words, I will not have to make back payments. This dad is involved in Bricks and Minifigs based on this sentence, right? Based on this paragraph right here. I'm still trying to like really piece all the pieces together solidly, but this is looking like my suspicions might have come to fruition. In other words, I will not have to make back payments. They will simply just have me start making payments and extend the length of the contract. Furthermore, David Ortiz, one of the original owners of Bricks and Minifigs, who is carrying the contract, is telling me that he is being contacted daily by franchisees from Bricks and Minifigs to complain about the fact that no one is doing anything for them. Oh my gosh. This is terrible for Bricks and Minifigs. No one will contact them to help them. My preference would be for Ammon and Matt to concentrate their efforts on running the management of the close to 40 stores in the franchises they have been assigned.
Assigned? How many stores are in Bricks and Minifigs? Where do I find the franchisee agreement?
Girl, what is going on? What do you mean have been assigned? To hear what's his name talk about it, Ammon, he just worked for this business, he liked it, and he bought it with his brother because they didn't have Legos as kids.
Shut up. Shut up. Is that really why?
The former owner, David Ortiz, one of the founders of Bricks and Minifigs, one of the original owners of Bricks and Minifigs, who is for some reason sold the business but is still carrying the contract, is telling me that he is being contacted daily by franchisees from Bricks and Minifigs. So the people that own the franchise stores are calling up the old owner like, no one's doing anything for us. These Ammon and Matt character, we don't even know where they are. We need help. No one will contact us. The dad said, I would prefer for my sons, Ammon and Matt, to concentrate their efforts on the running and management of the close to 40 stores in the franchise as they have been assigned, girl. David and John, I don't know who that is. Oh, David and John, the original owners, assure me that it is in fact a full-time job. And the sooner it is treated that way, the better off we will all be. My first priority is to Legally Mine. So basically, I think what it's looking like to me, Ammon and Matt were starting to be big boys and they wanted their own company to run. They tried to take over Daddy's company. Well, Daddy said, no, here, run along. Go take over this other company. Go get Bricks and Minifigs. But he's still kind of like some type of supervisor. What do you mean assigned? The dad said, there's something.
But wouldn't that be on the paperwork? Like, wouldn't they know if he was on Bricks and Minifigs?
Weird going on here, y'all, with Bricks and Minifigs and its relation to Legally Mine. Definitely, in my opinion. He said, my first priority is to legally mine its employees and customers. If they can be taken care of during a pandemic, then in the end, it will all work out. I've directed the company through several difficult spots in the past, and I have the experience and the know-how to do it again. Make no mistake, we are in a difficult spot. Legally Mine has lost at least a minimum of $5 to $7 million in revenue due to the COVID situation, right? Because they can't go out and sell. How do they make their money? They go sell these kits to these dentists, and they have lost $5 to $7 million from not being able to go out to the conferences. Legally Mine is a very unique business. Oh, I'd say. And probably the only one of its kind in the world. Well, I think the IRS is going to want to crack them books open and see.
Good Lord.
Bringing in an outside person without the know-how, the experience, or the inside knowledge of how it is supposed to work will do great damage to the company. More about BAM, more about Bricks and Minifigs. I know you are trying to mend a family here. Why would the arbitrator be trying to mend a family?
Right. Who cares about your family? We just want to know where the money is going and how we can make this all right. I don't care if your fucking family falls apart. The fuck do I care?
Unless he's just another one of the ones in the mafia. He said, but this is not working. Matt and Ammon. Oh my God, I'm going to have to clip this part out. I'm going to have to clip this and make a video.
Can you do that? Can you do that? Matt and Ammon bought a BAM store of their own that has never come close to being profitable. If you're the CEO of a company or you're at corporate, can you own a franchise? A corporate employee or executive can own a franchise. But if you work for the same company whose brand you want to buy, corporate rules usually forbid it to prevent conflicts of interest. If you invest in a different brand, you can run it as a part-time, a semi-absentee owner while you're keeping your corporate job. No. That's not what I'm asking. If you are the CEO or work at the corporate level of a brand, right? Or it just has to be disclosed to people who want a store. Takes a lot of money to open up a store. I'm not sure you could do that in the UK due to legal statutory duties of directors regarding conflict. A corporate employee or executive can technically own a franchise, but doing so within their own company often creates major conflicts of interest and is heavily restricted or outright banned by corporate policy. So if it's the same brand, CEOs and high-level corporate officers are almost never allowed to own a franchise unit of the exact same brand they manage. This creates a severe conflict of interest regarding royalty fees, supply chain costs, territory disputes, and preferential corporate support. Company-owned entities sometimes own and operate their own stores, often called corporate stores or pilot stores, but these are owned by the parent company as a business asset, not by the individual executive as a personal property. Interesting. It's just a feeling I'm getting. That's a good point. And never get ahead. Yeah. That's all it is. Robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time. Why? I feel, that's so exhausting.
Matt and Ammon's dad is writing this letter in the midst of a lawsuit that has been filed against him by his own kids, Matt and Ammon. So Daniel McNeff is talking to what appears to be the court arbitrator and says, look, I know you're trying to mend a family here, which is strange to me. I don't know why they would be trying to do that. This random arbitrator, I thought he was just trying to help him come to some type of solution. But Dan, the dad of the Bricks and Minifigs owner, said this is not working. Matt and Ammon bought a Bricks and Minifigs store of their own that has never come close to being profitable. Is that motive to steal somebody's very expensive, lucrative set? I'm just curious.
Oh! Hi, Amy. That makes way more sense.
That's yet beyond people. Matt and Ammon bought a Bricks and Minifigs store of their own that has never come close to being profitable. Their salaries from Legally Mine do not provide enough money for their own needs and the needs of their store as well. This whole takeover has been about getting access to the Legally Mine accounts so they can use the funds to provide for their own failures, particularly at Bricks and Minifigs. Oh my gosh, Reckless Ben. He can't even talk about it. If they came to me and said we need money, which they have done on occasion, I have never, nor would I ever have denied them funds. It is confusing to me that they would file this lawsuit instead of simply talking to me. They are angry because of the issues between myself and their mother. Uh-oh. Family drama. But that is not an excuse for them to try and take Legally Mine from me. Oh, the irony. They're fighting over a company called Legally Mine. In a roundabout way, they just don't realize they are stealing from their mother as well. In trying to split the baby, the only thing that has been accomplished here is the baby is dying, and it seems to me that the paramount thing we are trying to do is protect the baby, not kill it. And of course, the baby is legally mine. Oh, what a good pun. The baby is legally mine, and the name of the company is the baby, and the baby is the company, and the company's name is legally mine. Oh, wow. Okay, touche, Dan.
I like her.
He said, I know I have some legal rights here for appeal. I can go that route if you wish. But if you take a serious look at this situation, I am confident that you will see that what you set in motion is not going to resolve the situation here at all right now, if ever. In the meantime, Legally Mine is suffering beyond the COVID situation. Okay, I just searched BAM, B-A-M, in the lawsuit. I'm speechless at what we just stumbled across. I can't even speak. I can't even speak. I can't even read. I can't even read. Oh, they are so freaking busted.
Dan refused to cede decision-making authority over payments on Legally Mine's purchase of stock in BAM franchising. Okay, somebody in the chat, she's probably gonna say it, but somebody in chat, tell me why this is a big deal.
Has anyone else covered this? Dan, the dad, refused to cede decision-making authority over payments on Legally Mine's purchase of stock in BAM Franchising, Inc., a Utah corporation. I finally got it out.
Brick by brick.
Legally Mine this whole day, this whole time, I'm like, what's Legally Mine? Who owns Legally Mine?
Okay. Legally Mine LLC bought BAM via debt loan from the vendor. So the sons didn't buy it personally. I think that's what I'm reading. Okay. And he's got stock then in both Legally Mine and BAM.
I never stopped to ask until a few minutes ago. Not only does who owns Legally Mine, but who does Legally Mine own? Or what does Legally Mine own? And I haven't even gotten to the part on my web yet why I think this is all a huge smoking gun, but this right here in and of itself is a smoking gun. Dan, the dad, he wanted to keep making decisions about Legally Mind's stock purchase and BAM franchising. But he's saying his sons, who own BAM franchising or who were going to buy it, who had been assigned full-time roles over there, they wanted to control that money because they were just failures at business and they just wanted to get into Legally Mind's money. But the dad refused to let them take that decision-making authority over payments on their purchase of stock.
I love this. Hey, Amy. Yeah, she's great.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to the next one.
And now I follow her. So like if we ever want to raid somebody and she's live, we'll do it for her. I like her a lot.
Dan, the dad, Lindsay, the new president, Kathleen, and Martin refused to maintain the payments for BAM franchising, causing Legally Mind to lose the stock it had purchased. Legally Mind had a purchase agreement. Holy shit. If you're just getting here, I just stumbled upon the biggest break of this whole case. I don't
Tell me. I'm not smart enough.
Can really explain why at this exact moment because it's pretty complicated and it involves like 15 different shell corporations, but I'm pretty sure I just stumbled
Shells? Like a shell game? Like the Owens family.
upon the biggest break of the case from the business side of things. Thank you so much to Lion, who did tell me to look at Exhibit F of this document. Now, I'm not looking at Exhibit F right now, but look at this. One of the claims of action that they sued their dad for was wasting corporate assets. Why did they sue their dad? They repeat and allege the beginning. Legally Mind, the company, had a purchase agreement. Oh my God. Is this self-dealing? Legally Mind had a purchase agreement to purchase, quote, several $1 million worth of stock in BAM franchising.
So I know. But okay, so BAM, right, when they purchased it, is obviously making a shit ton of money. So let's go back to what Hound Servant said. Give me a second. Let my brain compute before you start to chew me up. Legally Mind LLC bought BAM via a debt loan from the vendor. The sons don't personally own it. They just work for it. So Legally Mind technically owns BAM. This is how I feel during algebra. And the loan debt was secured on BAM itself, so they defaulted and the stock basically goes back to the BAM founders. And I'll add as needed. Legally Mind was essentially purchasing up BAM stock either to gain full control or inflate the value of BAM stock.
Daddy's company, according to the son's own lawsuit, according to Ammon McNeff and Matt McNeff, who sued their own father not many years ago. Their father's company that he took over.
Pump and dump.
Or started in 2009. Now, what they say is he started the company in 2009. So we'll go with that. What they say is their dad started this company in 2009. It's an asset protection company. They have...
How does she have these cute little things? Oh, I bet you she uses Streamlabs. Damn it.
Kind of like sort of provide legal advice. They've been in trouble for unauthorized practice of law. This company, Ammon and Matt, worked for the company as employees of the father. They also were owners, principals in the company. When they went to purchase BAM, they relied on daddy's money to do it. That's according to their own lawsuit.
But here's my question. If their dad gives them the money out of their dad's account, does that money then technically come from Legally Mind? Or did they take the money from the Legally Mind account and commingle those funds and then purchase BAM? Because you can separate it. The loan is secured on BAM stock, so if they don't pay, the founders of BAM get their company back. So for them, it's no loss, really. Okay. I can tell you with these, it looks like she's streaming in StreamYard. Oh, dude.
Legally Mine, the daddy's company, from 2000, from 2009. They've been working for it. They worked for it for like at least 10 years. The two sons. Legally Mine entered into a purchase agreement to purchase several $million worth of stock in Bricks and Minifigs franchising. So the question, who owns Minifigs, at least as the time that lawsuit was filed a few years ago, Legally Mine owned some of it. If Legally Mine owned several...
That's where it is. So the dad would have to give the money to the sons, otherwise Legally Mine financial assets being sued or used to fund the purchase of the stock in another company. And that's what she just said. At one point, Legally Mine had to own a portion of Bricks and Minifigs.
$1 million worth. Let's see the others.
But here's my second question. If you're suing the dad, right, for this fraudulent activity, and you're bringing this forth, aren't you then also a part of said fraudulent activity? Wouldn't you not want to bring this before the court? Bam is in trouble as a franchiser, though. Oh my God.
Saying big brain. I told y'all, don't sleep on me. Don't sleep on me, because just because I'm not willing to get out there and do what Reckless Ben does, don't mean that he's not. Somebody said the other day that I'll never understand what he does because I'm nowhere near as smart as him. I'm like, we all got our gifts. We all got our ways.
That's right. We all got our gifts. I'm going to meet you one day. And I'm going to hug you. It might be awkward, but it's going to happen.
But he is tenacious, and real recognize real. I got to give him credit. Okay, let's go to the next time they say BAM, Bricks and Minifigs. Dan, Lindsay, Kathleen Martin refused to maintain the payments for Bricks and Minifigs franchising, causing Legally Mine to lose the stock it had purchased. So they did buy some stock, but then I guess they lost. Legally Mine lost the stock it had purchased. Funds to pay BAM franchising. Wow. Let me look up.
Hold on.
Bricks. Nothing. Ortiz. Dave.
Where can I find this contract?
Let's see. Franchise. Refused to maintain the payments for. So this is the big smoking gun to me. This one. Page 34, under the 7th claim for relief. Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million worth of stock in BAM franchising. The purchase agreement allowed for repossession of the stock. This sounds just like they learned all that they know from their dad, y'all. What did they say they were doing to Crystal's store? Repossessing. The purchase agreement allowed for repossession of the stock. This is giving me deja vu. We just read that yesterday. That's what the legal mechanism they're using to have hostile takeovered, in my opinion, Crystal's store from her.
That's right, Jenna.
I can't post a link to this document because I just bought it. I bought the document. It's on Pacer. I mean, I can after. Yeah, it's a different type of smart. I will tell you, I don't have the cojones to do what he does. I don't have the cojones, okay? Look, biologically, physiologically, nor theoretically or whatever.
Well, I don't know. I might have the balls to do it, but also lazy and people, yuck. Do you see this room? Besides me, empty.
Are you sure?
Shut up! I love you.
I love you too.
Okay. All right, let me go see if I
ain't
can
getting
pull that up.
arrested. No. This is the biggest find, I think, of the day right here. And I did not know that I was going to be finding this when I started out for the day. Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million. So the dad's company was going to purchase several $1 million worth of stock in BAM franchising. But I keep calling it the dad's company for brevity and for like ease of understanding. But don't forget.
Hold on, I want to open this, but I don't want to open it on my screen. Okay, we're good. I'm here. Thank you,
By
Wendy.
the time 2019, 2020 rolled around, Ammon and his brother were owners of this company too. So they used the money from the company that they owned with their daddy to then buy stock in Bricks and Minifigs. And the dad is like, look, they had their own store and they...
All right, before we go on with this, I want to read this. So this is a copy of the consignment agreement. Okay, this is what you sign If you are Brian Mansell, and I never thought I'd use that as a compliment. They don't own BAM the way I see it. The original owners do. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know how far in it. See, and that's the thing, right? Bricks and minifigs. Had you guys just given the Legos back, nobody would be looking into this stuff. Nobody. The parties agree as follows. So if I'm Brian Mansell and I walk into this, right? The right to sell. Mansell owns a large collection of retired Star Wars Lego sets and minifigures, new, unopened, used Star Wars Legos, as cataloged and set forth on the attached Schedule 1 of this agreement. In accordance with this agreement, Mansell grants Bricks an exclusive right to sell the Star Wars Legos under the terms of this agreement. Mansell agrees to deliver Bricks on consignment the Star Wars Legos. Bricks agrees to devote its best efforts to the sale of the Star Wars Legos. All sales, price, and terms of the sale shall be determined by mutual consent of the parties. Got it. So devote its best efforts to the sale of Star Wars Legos, to me, means both their best efforts to the sale, like to selling it. If people don't come in and they don't buy it, it's like, well, we tried, we put it up. We were talking 6 years ago now from the dad's court case. Oh my God. Is this all a reason to threaten people to not look into this? I don't know. Just give the Legos back. BJC creator, BJC, I'll drop her thing in the chat. BJC live show. BAM map has all the documents. Okay. Let me get that back up. All right. So, how come I can't highlight in here? I hate this. Number 2, proceeds of sales. Bricks will pay to Mansell a portion of the sale proceeds, which shall be calculated as follows. 65% of the proceeds from the gross sale price of the Star Wars Legos, unless otherwise agreed on Schedule 2 of this agreement. The amount determined in the previous sentence shall be paid to Mansell in monthly installments. I mean, if he's... I believe I can put it right here. This is the document that I'm currently reading. At what time did this happen? November 22nd of 2023. So, let's see. Where was I? So it shall be paid to Mansell in monthly installments on or before the 15th day of the installment period in which the proceeds are obtained. Okay. With each net proceeds payment, Bricks will submit to Mansell a written report, the form of which is set forth on Schedule 3 of this agreement that sets forth the calculation of the amount of the net proceeds payment, inventory sold to date, and remaining inventory. Notwithstanding this Section 2, it is agreed between Bricks and Mansell Hold on, let me go to the bottom of this. Who signed this? It's under Bricks and Minifigs. So how is corporate not liable for this is what I'm interested in. When did they agree that position? Give consent. Right to sell in 1? Ownership around the other LLCs this year. I don't want to look, but I'm going to look. I don't want to, but I will. Oh, God. Notwithstanding the Section 2, it is agreed between Bricks and Mansell that with respect to proceeds obtained from forfeited layaway deposits, too much lawyer, or proceeds generated from gift cards, the store will store credit or trade-ins collectively alternative compensation. This will be due and paid 6 months following the date of Brick's receipt of the alternative compensation. Price and terms of sales, one who agreed to those, otherwise breach of contract. Right, it was Crystal who signed. It just, the words is like all Bricks. God, you guys, I am fucking sweating. Ugh. My uterus will give me no peace today. Records. Bricks shall keep accurate records. Regarding the quantities of the Star Wars Legos that you are sold, Brian Mansell shall have the right to inspect such records and the remaining inventory from time to time. Like right now? Like right now? Clause 4, I wouldn't have signed that contract. Nope, nah, never. See, and this is why we have everybody, to learn things. Consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. Why would you not? Why? My uterus is just fighting me. It's awful. It's the reason I had mine thrown in the trash. But sold is not clearly defined because of the clause of terms too. Because of down here? About the deposits and layaways and gift cards and store credits? Allowing installments when is paid and thus sold in the... Oh. This was written by Brian Mansell? Interesting. Loss and insurance. Bricks agrees to store the Legos, Star Wars Legos, in a manner customary in the industry to prevent damage to the Star Wars Legos and its packaging. Bricks shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage to Star Wars Legos. Okay. No, 65% and then. I buy your car, I give you 65% and then some more over time. When do I get the title in full? You give it to me when? When you've got all the cash. Right. Right. If you're buying my car for 10 grand, I cannot, well, I won't give you the title until I get the 10 grand. I see where you're going. I see where you're going. Thanks for explaining it to me like I'm 5. His wife is an attorney. I see. That's why I wouldn't sign this deal. They're in breach of 8 too. Okay, give me a second. I'm a slow reader. But what about this? Right? Bricks shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage to Star Wars Legos, while the Star Wars Legos are under the control of Bricks and represents and warrants that it has purchased insurance sufficient to cover the loss or damage of Star Wars Legos due to, without inflation, fire, flood, theft, or vandalism. They either pay him his money or they give it back to him. This contract is with the franchise, yes. Was almost over. Brick covenants, it shall maintain such insurance in adequate amounts to pay for replacement of the merchandise in the event of such shortages, loss, damage, or for the duration of its possession of the Star Wars Legos. Right. The way this went, BAM local store takes money down for layaway. They hold that money until a person pays of layaway. They keep any layaway fees and forfeited payments based on a layaway agreement. And they had said that layaway wasn't a regular thing until this Star Wars thing had happened. Brick shall be exclusively liable for and shall indemnify Mansell against such liability for all employee payroll taxes and against arising out of wages payable to persons employed by Bricks in connection with the performance of this agreement. That's one way a local franchise could have profited off a Lego set being put on layaway that was never fully paid to claim. They could do that multiple times on Legos they don't own. Well, isn't that also kind of shady dealings? If Bricks fails to abide by the obligations of this agreement, including the obligation to remit the consignment payment to Mansell when due, Mansell shall have the option to cancel this agreement by providing 14 days written notice to Bricks. Bricks shall have the option of preventing the termination of this agreement by taking corrective action that cures the default if such corrective action is taken prior to the end of the time period stated in the previous sentence, and if there are no other defaults during such time period. No, you make payments until you can get the thing. That's the point of layaway. Dispute resolution. The parties will attempt to resolve any dispute arising out of the or relating to this agreement through friendly negotiations amongst the parties. If the matter is not resolved by negotiation, the parties will resolve the dispute using the below alternative dispute resolution (ADR) procedure. Any controversies or disputes arising out of or relating to this agreement will be submitted to mediation in accordance with any statutory rules of mediation. If mediation is not successful in resolving the entire dispute or is unavailable, any outstanding issues will be submitted to binding arbitration under the rules of American Arbitration Association. The arbitrator's award will be final, and judgment may be entered upon it by any court having proper jurisdiction. Not if the people are told upfront layaway fee and forfeiture of percentage paid if not paid off in layaway time frame, similar to pawning items. Oh. But but some of the, right, they were selling it, but some of the items in the store, they were also putting on layaway. The owners had said in an interview that they did with CoffeeZilla that this is more layaway than they have seen on any other item that they were selling in their store. They've never seen layaway like this. And they had like 98 pieces on like layaway. It was something wildly different. Transfer of rights. This agreement shall be binding on any successors of the parties. Neither party shall have the right to assign its interests in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. Termination. This agreement may only be terminated by either party providing 30 days written notice to the other party. This agreement shall terminate it automatically on January 31st of 2025, provided that any amounts due to Mansell under this agreement, including any unpaid proceeds from the sales and any unpaid losses pursuant to Section 5 above, shall continue to be due and shall be paid within 30 days of the termination date. To the extent there are proceeds derived from the alternative compensation within 6 months of termination, such compensation will be paid by Bricks to Mansell within 6 months following Bricks' receipt of the alternative compensation. All unsold Star Wars Legos shall be returned to Mansell within 10 days of termination of this agreement in its original condition. Like a pawn shop for Lego, okay. Imagine if Brian Mansell used legally minded drafts. Oh, boy. The entire agreement. This agreement contains the entire agreement of the parties with respect to the subject matter of this agreement, and there are no other promises or conditions in any other agreement, whether oral or written. This agreement supersedes any prior written or oral agreements between the parties with respect to the subject matter of this agreement. Amendment. This agreement may be modified or amended if the amendment is made within writing and is signed by both parties. The severability. If any provision of this agreement shall be held to be invalid or unenforceable for any reason, the remaining provisions shall continue to be valid and enforceable. If a court finds any provision of this agreement is invalid or unenforceable, but that by limiting such provision it would become valid or enforceable, then such provision shall be deemed to be written, construed, and enforced as so limited. The loss insurance was replacement cost, not proposed sale cost. That creates a debate in litigation. It's one or the other. Well, I would want it on the proposed sale cost. I mean, also replacement cost. But I mean, I would want to make sure that you're giving me what I'm owed. Right? Then draft it that way. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Waiver of a contractual right. The failure of either party to enforce any provision of this agreement shall not be construed as a waiver or limitation of that party's right to subsequently enforce and compel strict compliance with every provision in this agreement. Applicable law. This agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Oregon. You're learning. Meatloaf. I gotta be honest with you guys, I've never met a meatloaf I've liked. Always just completed, and yet the next week they'll be taken out. You're right. Should be value is a great point, Lori. Yes. Value is a great point. How could you replace a collector set of Lego no longer produced in similar condition if the store can't find another one to replace it with? Well, I guess you would have to replace the value of it, right? Like if somebody stole it, what were you saying that it was worth at the time and what did I agree to? You can't replace it, but I would want it paid back. What was the nicest, funniest of my wedding day? I have a picture that I love. I don't know. I loved that whole day. It was wonderful. I don't have a nicest memory. I don't think. Let me go back. I don't know if I have my wedding pictures in here. Oh, I do. There's one of me and my husband in particular where I told him, I'm like, no smashing cake on my face. I don't want to fucking do that. And we just took a little cake and he like wiped it on my nose. I'll put it in the Discord if I can find it. And it was, do you want to see me like a day after giving birth? Who's that? Who's that? When did the franchise cease trading? That I don't know. But there's a little like where he's putting a swipe of cake on my face, and that's one of my favorite pictures. I'll have to find it later and put it in the Discord. But I don't have like the whole day was amazing. The whole thing. I loved every minute of it. Signatories. This agreement shall be signed by Brian Mansell and on behalf of Bricks and Minifig, Salem Kaiser by Crystal Law, owner. This agreement is effective as of the first date written above. And then we have that. The PDF file contains all Star Wars Lego sets, but does not include individual minifigurines, which are forthcoming. Okay, and then we have those. Huh. New mummy mumness. You're terminating the agreement and continuing to receive payments for a reoccurring basis, and the contract should still remain in force. Oh. New Mama Bacon, right. And and El Chicad was never heard from again. How do I... Oregon. Look at you guys. Look at how fucking sweaty I am right now. Oh my God. Let me go to the bathroom and die. Okay, also, I am going to leave my door open because I did not realize that it was just hot in here. So there's that. Okay, so let's go, and then we want to read. What are these email exchanges? Oh, these are the email. These are what she's reading. Oh, well, we can read that later. I know, guys. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. BAM sources, BAM social media, interview. Brian Mansell. What's this? Oh, this is what he wrote to them. Interesting. So he did give them, he did write them a letter as he was supposed to. God bless it. Is this what she's using? Hold on. I just lost that. Oh my God, what is happening to my screen? Good Lord. I can't do anything. All right. In an hour and a half. Yeah, maybe. That's what we do. We tell Laura to. I love that you guys are singing it. Oh, thanks, Amy. Oregon's like Oregon Trail. Oregon? That's how people say Oregon. Oregon. It depends on when I'm like reading it. Bye, Malin. All right. So this is what Brian wrote. Let's see. Let's see if we can make this. Oh yeah, I like that. Just a little bigger. Bricks and Minifigs of Kaiser, Oregon stole an 80-year-old man's Lego Star Wars collection. Brian is not the 80-year-old. Brian is the son. You know what? I do have a Red Bull. No. Brian is the son. I'm writing to you with great concern over what has transpired at a Lego-sponsored Bricks and Minifigs store in Kaiser, Oregon. My father, who is 83 years old, and myself have been building a massive Star Wars Lego collection over the course of the last 15 years. Lego was a toy we shared when I was a kid, and he wanted to share it with his grandchildren. He chose Lego as an investment and began purchasing sets and figures to be kept new in a box so that one day they could be sold to help pay for the grandkids' college education. In total, we had collected over 780 sets and 1,200 minifigures. You know what? I got to be honest with you. Then how is it his property to consign to the franchise? He's acting as the liaison for his dad. It's his and his dad's. I don't like hot sauces. Hi, Tracy. How are you? So I'll be streaming with Nyx for just a little bit. When my sister gets home. Because I don't know. He signed a contract. Right, but his dad, I think, they're Legos, right? You don't have I think his dad gave it to him to do that. I don't know. Leave me alone. You know what? Oh, so what I was going to say, you know what would be really great with all of this? What would be really great PR? Okay. Yeah, I don't know between like the dad. I assume the dad gave it to Brian to go and sell it to Bricks and Minifigs, right? Like he signed the contract. I don't know how they worked that out. I think it would be a really great PR move with all of this going on if Lego stepped in and was like, we'll give you this money for these sets, or we'll like reimburse you for these sets, or just like give you some of the original sets. What would it set them back? You know, 100K? Like Lego doesn't have 100K to be like, you know what? We're gonna do the right thing by you. And we're gonna make you whole. In October of 2023, I took this collection to Kaiser, Oregon, Bricks and Minifigs location to consign with the store and create a contract for them to sell it over the next year or so. After meeting with the owner, Crystal Law, now Crystal Gorman, after getting married this year, we gave her close to 40 sets to take with her and sell at the Comic-Con in Portland as sort of a test run. The reactions were great and the sales went so well. So we felt it was a good fit to consign with her. After working a contract out and transporting all these sets down to the Salem Kaiser area, we had a big unveiling that was covered in the local press, social media posts, and a line of people out the door to see this once in a lifetime collection. social media posts and a line. Oh, sorry. You can find plenty of posts on social media still regarding this. Every month after that, I would go in on the 15th and pick up a stack of receipts and check along with the notes for how many minifigs and how many sets were sold. I still have all the receipts and an account with the money in it. I mean, yeah, I know. I know it's not there to take, but like when you're a $1 billion corporation like Lego, it's like, that would be cool. That would be cool. Sets to sign. Lego sets to sign. Title to the Lego sets to sign over processory rights. Okay. How do you get a title to Legos? Yeah, I'm watching this for the first time. Oh, God. This is why when we watched TIFF, she said the Owens had POAs to sign contracts on mortgages. Huh. Title can't pass if he never had the title to pass. But he would get the title from his dad. Son was selling for dad for grandson's college fund. Right. People selling their product on a secondary market. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. That's a good point. It took me weeks to discover that minifig stands for minifigurines. Me too. Don't worry about it. Shut up, Eljikad. Possessory. Bam Sucks YouTube has all the raw body cam stuff. It does? Well, if I get through this, we'll watch that. I gotta tell you guys, I am sweating. I feel like a piece of bacon just greasing out all over the place. Ugh, I might have to go a little early today just so I can shower before I pick up my son. Me? Tony? Me? They call me and they're like, hey, we have a loan for you. Do you? They're like, hey, we can help you pay off your loan. I don't have any. Fucker. So, suck on that, you donut. Therefore, there's no need for the father and son. Shutting up. Oh, God. I didn't know until this moment. Someone walks into your dealership and says, sell my car. Right, but what... Right, and what Zoe said, right? Like, there's nothing to say that I own these and you don't, right? Like, the only thing that they had to say was the list and the picture of everything that went into the shop. There's no, like, actual title. There's no physical title. Everything was going great until November of 2024. I tried contacting Crystal on the 14th, 15th, and the following Monday on the 18th with no response. I then tried calling the store up that Thursday to see if I could reach her and was told by the person who answered the phone that she was no longer with the company and the new owner was Brandon Best. The Bricks and Minifigs Corporation had some sort of disagreement with the store franchise owner and decided to come in and seize the store and all of the merchandise. The problem is, they seized my collection, which did not belong to them at all. They were told about this collection and never reached out to us for over a week. We have included store security cam footage with volume where you can literally hear Crystal saying, I have not been paid yet for this month's sets. And Brandon turns on his phone speaker and says, so you can hear corporate say, well, Crystal, when it comes to the Mansell consignment, that is a deal with business. And since Brandon will be taking the business over, he will be taking over the consignment as well. During the time, they did not contact me. It appeared they removed any identifying stickers or tags we had on the items and continued to sell our sets. Ooh, they should have put something inside. Oh, I guess you can't open the box, right? Huh. There's no power and authority in writing from but there's no title. If I take a Lego set from you and I go to a pawn shop, right? It's different than a car. Do it, have a shower, sweaty elbow. Oh my God. Why did I miss it? Why didn't it come through? No, thanks, thank you. Why is my stuff not coming through? It's making me mad. They were all vintage Star Wars. Crystal put yellow stickers on his stuff, right? I just had 3 back-to-back. Oh, wait. That's why. I don't know why. Sweaty Betty. I need a fan. I went to go put a fan, and there's no fans downstairs. I was quick to approve because it was funny. I don't know why it didn't come through. That's so weird. Title in the sense of legal ownership. Sure. And I understand that. But unless Bricks and Minifigs acknowledges that Lego is, or that Brian Mansell is the owner of this Lego sets, there really is no, like, there's nothing saying that they are the owners. Which I also think is a very sticky situation. Oh, weird. Anyways, thanks, no thanks. During the time, they did not contact me. It appears they removed any I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh my God. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Why did I turn into like Bob Dylan all of a sudden? When I finally became aware of the situation, I let Brandon know. His first response:
shower money, smiley face emoji.
Shower money. Thank you. And gosh darn it, people like you. My name is Stuart Smalley. I am handsome. I am smart. And gosh darn it, people like me. His first response was to lie and play dumb and say he had never heard about it. I told him I had contracts in place, video footage, and this is a well-documented set that people knew about. So I drove down to the store and produced all the documentation, including the contracts and inventory lists, as well as showing them the video footage of the collection. I explained they were in possession of goods that did not belong to them and needed to be returned. They continued to lie and say they were unaware of any collection, that this video footage was the first time Brandon had ever actually seen Crystal in person, as he was just the manager they brought up to take over the store. Then he changed his story and claimed I had no way of proving the sets are ours, and they consider the matter closed. This was also a lie, by the way, proven by the fact Brandon is in the video talking to Crystal in person and getting the keys from her, so he most definitely met her before and he knew of the collection. His story also changed again to say that Crystal had stolen everything and left the store empty. Then the story changed again when his corporate partner came out from the back room and tried to say that we would love to keep selling the stuff for you, but we need to go after Crystal for the money she owes the corporation, which has nothing to do with us or our collection. Essentially, they took over the store, stole our items, and don't think that we have the time or resources to do anything about it. We called the cops that night, and the store owners refused to let us see the back room where our collection was being stored. I told them that if they were telling the truth and nothing was back there, simply allowing us back to see it would resolve the whole issue instead of costing everybody time and money and headaches. I asked him if that was really the way he wanted to handle it, and the owner stood up there, crossed his arms, and with a smirk said, "Yup, take us to court." Well, this is much worse than court, in my opinion. But, there's that. So. Ugh. I don't know what that is. Lost our damn minds. So when did he exercise his rights under Clause 11 via whatever formal notices would apply in Oregon? I assume that's right now, what I'm reading. Do we know how much time Crystal had before corporate sent their boy in to take over the store that night? Did she have a few? I don't think she knew at all. I think they came in and were like, get out, to what I understand. We have reached out to local authorities as well as an attorney in trying to get this issue resolved, and so far we have discovered the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation has turned out to have a pattern up there in Oregon of seizing stores and stealing assets according to other store owners, Kaiser and Canby locations. Some of these incidents are currently being filed under investigation. Any attempt to resolve the matter amicably with them has been met with a strong arm response, telling us to take a hike and that they would be happy to go to court. Okay. Not seen it yet. That's notice of termination in the consignment agreement. Hold on. The police say it sounds like a civil matter, even though we were told that there was definitely criminal activity, that they could have taken action on it that night that we called them and could identify several sets that were ours, and instead they chose to do nothing. We have been in touch with several attorneys and drafted up several letters of cease and desist, as well as termination of the contract notice, to which they simply have ignored. Well, that would give you your answer, I guess. Right? So they did it, and they sent it to them, and they ignored it. When we called the shop, we were hung up on. When police spoke to Ammon, the CEO of BAM company, and made him aware, he lied and said that they would go through the inventory and, of course, help to find and return any items belonging to us, and then never did. The corporate legal team instead ignored our attempts and simply responded to them saying they consider the matter closed again. At this point, we reached out to an attorney who told us it would unfortunately cost a minimum of $60,000 to put an injunction on the store and cease and desist until they could go back and produce all receipts for the last 6 months, as well as proof of purchase for any items, which they would not have been able to since they stole from us, unless they sold them for cash. Right? That amount is literally almost the entire amount our percentage would have been. So we could spend all this money winning this battle only to lose the war. Plus, who has a minimum extra $60,000 sitting around? This has put a tremendous amount of distrust in the store chain and Lego community, of which we were so actively involved in for years. We thought by bringing our collection to a store licensed to sell Lego products, it would be safe and secure. It would be a safe and secure way to sell the collection while keeping it in the Lego community. So if Lego doesn't support it, then how are they licensed to sell the Lego products? We will be doing everything we can through social media, news outlets, and through legal channels to make sure we can get the word out about what is happening in the hopes that the community will help step up and make this right. Furthermore, I would hope Lego sees this and hears about it and steps in to make these guys do what is right. As a company centered around family values, I would hope this type of behavior is not tolerated. Unfortunately, when I wrote Lego about it, they distanced themselves from any sort of association with BAM and said they are absolutely not affiliated with them in any way. So I don't see them helping in the future. There's no license on used products. So they can't sell new. Got it. At the end of the day, I just want either a fair payout for the collection the collection back, or the store itself run out of town if they don't want to do what is right. Well, you got one wish. Boo, his tomato, tomato. I have mentioned to you before, as I want to be sure to reiterate, that we really do not want this getting back to our father, as it could impact his health. We don't want people calling him to investigate or anything. If needs be, I should be made the point of all contact, but if there is any way to try and do this as anonymous as possible and just shine a light on what these guys did, that would be preferred. I understand, though, if it needs to be known who I am. I just hope you understand the concern over our dad's health regarding this matter. Thank you again for any and all help you can offer. It truly means a lot to us, considering what we have seen from a lot of the authorities and the lack of support from the legal field. Sincerely, Brian Mansell. So did he send this to... I'm wondering if this was to Ben. I am wondering. Somebody told me the raw body cam footage. All right. So, Bricks and Minifig's body cam. Yeah, I think that was to Ben. No. I think that was to Ben. Who told... What did they tell me? BJC Live Show. Legal Mindset. I also want to put full. Nobody told me. Bam sucks. Okay. I love that somebody made this their thing. Okay. Bricks and Minifigs. Interviewed. Is this all in order? Oh, yeah. They got the pretrial conference and everything. All right. We'll start at the beginning. I got about 40 minutes for this. All right. So this is from Bam Sucks, which has 13.8 thousand subscribers. So let's start at the first.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hey, Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Nicole.
Hey, thank you so much for your patience. Absolutely. I have a question for you.
Don't shut up. No, why are you going to shut up? What do you mean? Don't shut up.
Started. Yes. I do have a note taker and the ability to record, and I can give these things to you. I just want to make sure that technologically that we're working within what you need. So I'm going to, and then also I just need to make sure, obviously, that I'll be quiet and off screen.
Okay.
But do you have any, needs?
Oh,
on this
sorry. So this is, okay, so Bam Sucks has all the raw footage. So this is somebody interviewing Ammon McNeff down here. So we're going to see Ammon. We're going to see what they have to say.
Sure that we're thinking through those things.
No, I'm all good. I have everything set up on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all
then
good.
I am going. Okay, perfect. Give me 1 second. I do have this note
Mustache Man. So I want to hear what he has to say and how he has to say it.
taker. This is also I guess approve. I think Leah's note taker wants to be here. Welcome, Leah. I guess she's my assistant. So give me 1 second.
All right.
And then I'll hop off. Also, Eric, too, as you can imagine, this whole situation kind of falls under, let me give you the correct terminology. It's a private matter that's absolutely been exploited. So as you can imagine, there will be certain questions because of the legal implications that, Ammon's obviously just going to say, obviously I can't comment on that because there is an active private legal matter here. So if that's okay with you, I just want to make sure that
you're
you
not too loud.
I'm sure you
What?
I totally
yeah.
get
So
it.
yeah. So okay, give me 1 second.
Girl, I'm the owner of this house. What do you mean you're too loud? I'm the loudest one here.
Second to move some of these things out so that you don't see my screen. Hold on. Or does it matter?
It actually doesn't matter. We're good.
Okay, then I don't need to overthink. So obviously here is Ammon, the CEO of BAM, and Eric, I will let you take the floor.
Great. All right. Well, thanks for taking some time to talk with me. I know things are very crazy right now. I can only imagine. It's kind of here at the top.
Hate
I
him
just
so
kinda wanna say,
bad.
just to make you more comfortable. I'm not a gotcha journalist. I'm not going to come out with a real zinger of a question. I have training as journalism before I was doing this Lego podcast. My goal is just
I
want
would.
to tell the truth.
Let
I
me
want
interview him.
people to know what's actually going on. There's a lot of different stories around right now. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm just going to stick to the truth as far as I know it. If it's something I don't know to be true, I'll attribute it. And yeah, I just kind of ask that you do the same, and this should hopefully be smooth sailing.
Sure. Yeah. Sounds great.
So I guess my first question is I kind of want to understand the relationship between Bricks and Minifigs as a franchisor versus a franchisee. What does that relationship look like?
Sure. Franchising can be described as an interdependent business
I find it interesting that he's not like, well, let me tell you, because I'm both.
relationship. So a franchisor has a concept or an idea that then they test or otherwise, like get off the ground. And then once they see that it works, they then start allowing other business owners to follow the same model, but with their own business. So like McDonald's, which is like one of the most recognizable brands that's out there, their franchisees are independent business owners who have their own LLC, who have their own often, depending on how big they are, they have their own accounting teams, they have their own marketing teams, they have lots of things in that capacity.
Yeah.
But the rules they have to follow and the operations they have to follow for their front of house business side of things is dictated by the franchisor who built the system and whose brand they're using. So there's kind of this interdependency between the two parties, and people tend to go with franchising because the model has already been proven. They're not taking a stab in the dark and hoping and praying that they're going to continue to move forward, but that they are given an opportunity to
Points
determine
deducted.
whether or not they're going to be a good business owner with a lot less risk than somebody who is striking out on their own.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I mean, Bricks and Minifigs, obviously, the amount of stores has really exploded in the last couple of years. Kind of speak to that. How did that happen? Was there a catalyst?
There have always been passionate individuals seeking to be franchisees. Our capacity was improved as we continue to make adjustments. So interestingly enough, my brother and I, we were franchisees of Bricks and Minifigs first.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah, I am very curious. Oh, so he just admitted it? Wait.
always been passionate
Oop.
individuals seeking to be franchisees. Our capacity was improved as we continue to make adjustments. So interestingly enough, my brother and I, we were franchisees of Bricks and Minifigs first.
Yeah.
So we were originally franchisees. We had our own franchise location, and then based on
Had
just some changes at leadership and some other things, the franchisor reached out to us because of our previous business experience and asked, "Hey, would you be interested in taking on the franchise organization?" And so we decided to do so and took off with that. But there was quite a bit of cleanup that needed to be done when it came to reports and understanding various elements of why they were doing things one way versus another. And so it took us a couple of years to really get the
Yeah, you know what? We should have Jack take a look at this and all of his answers.
foundation correct for a larger influx of new stores. And then we brought on the right people that helped us not only with helping the system be very clean and clear, how people can get involved in the franchise, and that process that we developed and the foundation that we had established really springboarded this large influx of franchisees.
Yeah. And how many stores do you have right now?
So I think it's right around 250 stores that are open, and another like 70 or so that are waiting for their open.
Yeah. Wow. That's great. And what has been the public response to all these new Bricks and Minifigs stores?
It's been overwhelmingly positive. Yeah. Each franchisee, when they are introduced, looked at, understood, and we've improved as we've gone along. But each one kind of goes through a vetting process, and not everybody's going to be perfect, and not everyone's going to always work out the way we think they're going to, but we have a vetting process. And a big part of that is looking for people who are willing and capable of connecting to their communities, because we believe so very much that the community portion of Bricks and Minifigs is really what makes Bricks and Minifigs special.
Yeah.
And so we really try to foster that. And so we feel that the communities across the nation have, embraced the Bricks and Minifigs locations when they get in. So
Yeah. So let's talk about the Reckless Bit video. It came out about a week ago. Did you know this was coming?
We knew that some content had been filmed. We didn't know the extent of what was going to be done with it, or like how it was going to be used. But we knew most likely that something would happen, though there were other legal things happening at the time that made us feel that maybe there had been some second thoughts.
Yeah. And what was sort of the initial reaction to the video, at least in your neck of the woods?
Sure. Very, I guess, upset is probably the best word. We have franchisees everywhere, myself, included as part of those that are upset at the misinformation. You talked about not being a gotcha journalist, but the mischaracterizations and the way that they are edited to make them look has not been fair to anybody that was party to the video.
Can you, because you're in the video a couple of times, can you at least speak to your own experience with the misinformation?
Yeah. I mean, my clip in the video is just that. It's a very, very small clip compared to the amount of time that I had spent trying to reason with and talk to the individuals that had come to harass our staff at the.
Can you? I'm curious because I've never filmed somebody else. I would never film somebody else without their consent. That's just not who I am. Can you tell them, I do not want to be on video? You can blur my face, you can do whatever. I do not want to be on video. I do not want to be on YouTube. And as a private citizen, that is your right. But do you have a right? If somebody says that, if they're I don't want to be on video, and then you video them, can you get in trouble? Because it was interesting to me that all of these people, because with TV, if you're on TV, you have to sign a release waiver, right?
The corporate location. And after just going around in circles for probably 30 to 40 minutes and just, having kind of less than genuine questions or less than genuine responses being given to me, I was exasperated by the end of it. And that's, when people get tired and exasperated, that's when we finally got the footage that we can use to make him look like a completely unreasonable monster, but that's what they do is people whose goal is to do those types of things, they just harass and go after people as long and hard as they can until somebody breaks and says something that, then they can, use that one clip to be oh, look at this horrible monster of a person. So that's what I feel like has kind of really happened here.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of public outcry to individual stores that really have nothing to do with this other than they have Bricks and Minifigs in the name.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of people are upset. We could argue if that's valid or not, but I think we could both agree people are upset.
Yep.
Is there a place they could go to express that frustration that isn't, the Bricks and Minifigs Facebook page in Nashville, Tennessee? Do you have a channel for them?
A place for them to express their frustration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think that's fair. If somebody comes up to me and I'm out and they're shoving a camera, I'd be like, dude, stop. Public areas are fair game. I hate that. I would be I have a camera. Do you want to be on it? But for somebody to be able to do that and go up to them, I mean, I guess he didn't have to talk to them, right? But I would just be I don't want to be on camera. I have no desire to be on YouTube.
That's a good question. And to a certain degree, there's probably a couple of different things that could be done. Number one, I would say if they're frustrated, first and foremost, remind yourself that what you see online is not necessarily real, right? So if there's frustration, stop and question whether or not, is this actually real? Is this how it's being portrayed? And maybe that can help with the frustration, because if you suddenly realize that somebody is creating this for clicks and to actually create outrage, is it fair to yourself as an individual to get caught up in the outrage that, creates turmoil internally because somebody else created a video that that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to make you angry. That's kind of, in my mind, that's manipulative to people, and I don't think that's genuine and honest. But if they do want to reach out to us and express their frustration about the situation, if they do have questions about that, then they can go to I think it's complaints@bricksandminifigs.com.
Yeah.
So we do have an email address that people can submit their complaints about the situation. And obviously it's for people who are genuinely curious and want to know what has gone on, what's been happening, and is there something that's being done to rectify it.
Yeah. And I know this is such a he said, she said situation. So I want to avoid diving too deep into that. But in a very general sense, are the allegations being weighed against Bricks and Minifigs? Did those happen?
No. I can understand how it appears because of the way that the videos have been edited and cut together and made to look the way that they have been. But no, the allegations are not as they are being portrayed. And we feel very, very confident in our the filings that we've made with the court that will show through the evidence that we have that the allegations are all false and that we.
No, and I get like the cameras, right? Like for safety and security, but like another person, if another person comes up to me, like a YouTuber, and it's like, you know, whatever, and I'm just like, get the fuck out of my face, you know? But they could take that clip and then make it look a certain way if I don't stand there and talk to them or whatever. But then my face and whatever, and I'm being recorded and, you know, put on the screen.
We would like for people to know, you know, like what actually did happen.
Yeah. How much or how much oversight is there of a Bricks and Minifigs location from the corporate office?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it also is a unique one because it continues to evolve, right? There are some things that we can do and some things that we can't necessarily do. Some of it's related to, you know, like our current growth trend, and then some of it was related to just as we have grown, we've had to bring on new and different departments. But as it sits, during this whole period of time, we had individuals who would, and this was right after COVID when we had transitioned to a lot of virtual visits to our stores. And so some of those virtual visits were still happening. The virtual visits are not as effective and useful as and in-person visits. And so we, up until that point, you know, the virtual visits were still happening, though in 2025, those transitioned back to being in-field, in-person visits. And so the oversight comes through some of those visits, but obviously, as we can see, sometimes oversight does not catch everything. But when it comes to following the basic standards, making sure that the you know, agreements that we have with our vendors and with others are being maintained, we're not, you know, like people aren't utilizing other people's IP and creating issues that way. We try and monitor as much as we can, but we're also human, right? Like, so mistakes can happen, things can slip through the cracks, and we just miss certain things, and yeah. So as much as we try and make sure that the franchise rules that are established and put in place are being followed, and we're actually working diligently to ensure that more adherence and greater capacity to make sure observing of those standards are being met.
Yeah. So corporate kind of has a more compliance oversight than like day-to-day operations, is what you're
Correct.
saying?
Yes. Okay. So we establish certain rules that then they all are trained on, and then they are expected to maintain those rules and you know, like through the training, and then everything else is then, like you said, the compliance and oversight after they've been fully trained on how to be running a compliant store.
Yeah. And so this is all sort of based on the statement you put out last night. It's sort of all predicated on this consignment agreement, right? And your statement said that Bricks and Minifig doesn't allow for consignments in the operations manual. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can you kind of explain what is consignment, and then kind of how did that apply to this specific situation?
Yeah, well, consignment's a really interesting one. Consignment is, there's probably a couple of different definitions that can go into consignment. But in fact, as has been attempted to be pointed out, we actually do in our franchise agreement, we reference consignment, but in the form of consignment services. Consignment services are different than consigned product. And so that's one thing to kind of also make sure that there's a differentiation between. Yeah. So a consignment service, and as it's written in the franchise agreement, specifically related to parties and events and other things, would be like if I was going to be holding, you know, like knowing that I was going to have lots of birthday parties, and I put, you know, and I have a baker, you know, like in the same strip mall, like 2 doors down, who bakes birthday cakes. I can go to that baker and say, hey, Mr. Baker, I would love to have your cakes be the only cakes that we use in my birthday party room. So if you'll agree to bake the cakes and then provide them to all the people who have a birthday party, I'll just take 25% of the proceeds of the cake that you just baked and the customer paid for. That would be an example of a consigned service. Okay. But this particular section of the franchise agreement that's been flying around online, it specifically talks about products, and then it jumps into the services section and it says consignment services specifically related to parties, events, things along those lines, right? And so there's a big difference. But then as a part of all of the franchise agreements, and every franchise in existence has this dual sided things. There's the franchise agreement, and then there's the operations manual.
I don't
And
even
the
like
operations
cake.
manual is kind of the living component to any franchise agreement. Because as things change, guess what? All of our franchise agreements prior to COVID didn't have some of the same language in relation to how cleaning a product was to take place, because there were some elements, but not to the same extent that would have been needed for some of the cleaning, like that everyone felt was necessary during COVID. But the only we didn't have the ability, and legally speaking, it's not really permitted for us to go back into their franchise agreement, rewrite the whole thing on the fly, and then make everyone sign it all over again. And so incorporated as a part of the franchise agreement is the command, essentially, like through the franchise agreement, to follow the operations manual. And so in the operations manual, and has been since I believe we became franchisees, it clearly states that the consignment of product, pawning of product, those types of things are not permitted. We buy product from people and then we sell the product. And so that's, hopefully that clears up some of the confusion between those. But I also understand how not everybody's going to understand the legalese behind consignment services versus consigned product.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to be blunt, I didn't know. I didn't catch that myself. Can you talk more about the relationship between the original agreement, the franchise disclosure agreement, and the operations manual? For example, if something in the operation manual would contradict the disclosure agreement, which one would kind of be upheld? Because from what I'm seeing is like people are saying, well, it says this in the agreement, but in the operation manuals, Bricks and Minifig says it did this. So I'm just trying to understand kind of what I guess the courts would adhere to.
Yeah, sure. So there's a couple of different things at play there, and I guess first of all to clarify, I know there's often a confusion between a franchise disclosure document, a franchise agreement, and then the operations manual.
Sure.
So a disclosure document is actually just a structured document that then is regulated federally and then state by state, depending on the situation. And that's just a document that's used to help kind of take the franchise agreement and turn it into layman's language. But in attempting to do so, it just creates another big, legal document. But it's its own thing there. But when you're talking about the franchise agreement and then the operations manual, so in reality, the franchise agreement then also has certain carve-outs that indicate that unless it violates like a state law or anything else, that the operations manual, as incorporated herein to the franchise agreement, essentially consists of new directives from the franchisor, which then need to be followed. So again, in the agreements are meant to be read on their face value.
What are we talking about? You are here to clean up your name. I don't need to know how a franchise works. And it doesn't matter because you came in, took over the franchise, and also said on camera that you would take over the contract that the franchise has.
So if something is not specifically written into an agreement, such as specific cleaning instructions during COVID, well, then where do they look to for direction from the franchisor? And that's
who cares about COVID? We all know why you're here. We all know what you want to talk about. We all know that you want to clear your name.
The operations manual. And so the language of the franchise agreement essentially pushes and says you are to follow all directives written verbally, also, this, that, and the other, as given by the franchisor. And by so doing, then you are in compliance with this aspect of the franchise agreement. But that also includes, and it talks about any other of these documents, including like the operations manual. So the franchise agreement is the framework and kind of like the skeleton, and it has some, like meat on the bones of that. But then the operations manual kind of really becomes the meat on the bones when it comes to the day-to-day operations of a store.
Gotcha. Understood. So from your perspective, what happened in 2024? How did we get here?
Yeah, how did we get here? To be very high level and brief, we had a franchisee who had begun defaulting on payments to multiple parties, ourselves included, and then whose significant other received work overseas, and they decided that they weren't going to be able to continue on with the store. Reached out to us, let us know that. We then made arrangements with them to transition the store, and we believed everything was going to go smoothly. It did not.
That's a great point. What is in the operations menu when it comes to consignment for everybody?
And in that not smooth transition, there was, like a mention of consignment that we just really didn't know what was being talked about. But we just essentially said, look, whatever there is, we're going to try and unravel and figure out. But at this point, we need to, for the safety of the store and so that nothing gets damaged or anything otherwise, we're just asking to leave. So And then it was over the course of the next couple of days that then this alleged consignment agreement kind of came to our knowledge. And so then we started trying to unravel what was going on with this, what was meant. We still didn't have access to most of the records that were left behind. It was in a position and a state that we were having a difficult time reconciling anything that was being told to us at that time. So we asked for additional documentation, and it took a while to get some of that documentation. During that period of time, there was a lot of frustration, which I would say is reasonable to be frustrated. But we also kept saying like, hey, we think that this is related to like the former franchisee. I think you need to reach out to them to see what needs to be done to help like take care of this, because when we came in, we conducted a full inventory of the store, and there was nowhere near the amount of inventory in the entire store, let alone the amounts being thrown at us for the amounts that they were talking about, specifically for a very specific type of Lego, right?
Yeah.
And so the two just didn't reconcile, and so we kept saying, hey, I think you need to just go talk to the former franchisee. Either they have the stuff or they've sold it all, and you just need to collect the money off of them. And they kept coming back saying like, well, they told us that it's your responsibility now. And so that's kind of where the back and forth has kind of continued to go, is because we weren't, first of all, the franchise agreement doesn't allow for consignment agreements for product. Second of all, the alleged agreement, when we finally got to see the content of it, it was signed for by Crystal, the former franchisee, and this family.
What in your legal framework separates consignment from franchisees and corporate?
And so we said, oh, okay, so yeah, like you need to go and talk to her and see what's going on. And they said, no, like we're just going to keep saying that you have to have it. And that's where a lot of the problems came in. So we told them, hey, if you still don't have any other resolution, like we're happy to work with, if you've got an attorney, we can talk to them. So they actually did have an attorney send information to us. We said, great, appreciate this. Here's our attorney. Can you please talk with them and let's see what we can do to work this out.
Yeah.
And then we never heard back. And then the next thing we know is, like there's a larger campaign that started happening to try and put pressure on us to just give money over on a situation that we still didn't even have the full inventory, like through the point of sale system reconciled to what was in the store versus anything else. So, and what made it very clear is on one of the podcasts after the fact that the parties went on to ended up indicating that, and then we went and looked and verified for ourselves, they actually moved all of the inventory off-site after an initial like showing or something like that, after a particular weekend. They moved all the inventory off-site. And then as we did get access to more and more of the documentation, the point of sale receipts, some of these other things, a significantly more higher percentage of the inventory that was claimed to be owed had actually sold already and wasn't reported. And so there was some of these types of things. And so the entire time we were saying, hey, we want to help, and we still do. We are still willing to try and help. The biggest issue is we just have to have people who are willing to sit down, look at the records, understand what's really gone on, so that we can try and identify, did something go missing? Did somebody else take it? Was there something else? But it wasn't in the store when we took over. And that's really kind of the crux of it. So the claims that we stole this inventory are just completely false. We never had the inventory in the first place to steal. And even after the fact, as some of the additional frustrations were happening, those that were then operating the store reached out and said, hey, we understand that you're frustrated. We're frustrated by the situation too. If we just give you a bunch of inventory that we do have in store, it's nowhere near what you're claiming, but like this is all we ever had. Would you be willing to just take this? And the answer was no. And that's where like some of the real frustration has come in. Is it appears that this is not necessarily like, it just appears that there's kind of some coming to a head on some things, and we've been trying to be reasonable in this situation and say like, hey, can we please get some documentation? And if we can, let's work through attorneys. Let's try and find a way of making whoever it is whole however we can through the right parties. And if we can do that, then we're great. Like we can really make something happen, and we can get back to doing exactly what everyone wants to do: spread the love of life.
I understand. Oh, you mean the sense to franchise us or do the consignment sales?
Lego.
So what do you think is kind of the motive behind this, if what you're saying is what is happening?
Yeah, that's a tough thing. I can't ascribe anybody else's motive. On one hand, like the conduct, I would say kind of speaks for itself to a certain degree. But I'm going to let, I think other people allow that to take place. I'll probably just say, like, through the court system, I think we'll either be able to identify some motive or otherwise, but I'm not going to try and ascribe motive to anybody.
Sure. I wanted to zoom in a bit on something you said about Crystal defaulting, because this is another one of those things where it seems like you're saying one thing, Crystal's claim is saying a different thing. For people who maybe aren't financially minded, what is a default? How do you pay it or not pay it? What happened?
Sure. Yeah. No problem. I mean, so it's very, very similar to buying a car, right? So if I go and I buy a car, but I don't have all the cash that I need to buy a car, and the car, costs money to maintain, like, and I suddenly get the car and I get the keys and I drive away, and then let's say a couple months later I just stop making payments on the car, and I actually stop putting fuel in the car and doing some of those things. Well, first of all, the car is not going to run, or not going to run very well. And then eventually the bank who I got a loan for and made a down payment to is going to come and say, hey, you've stopped payments on this car. We're going to repossess the car. And then they're going to be like, oh, well, the car didn't even work. You didn't teach me how to drive, first of all. And well, okay, well, it's not our job to teach you how to drive, but like, they're going to take the car and they're going to, and that's not going to feel fair. And I get that. I totally understand that. But the reality is, like, that's kind of what happens if you decide to buy something. So in this situation, there are two agreements at play. One would be an asset purchase agreement, which was entered into by that particular franchisee. And after the initial down payment, no additional payments were made on the purchase of the assets of the store. Second was then the franchise agreement, which then, based on the operations of the store, a requirement to pay monthly royalties was in place. And after a number of months where payments were being made, those payments stopped. We would send notices and let them know that, hey, we're missing this payment. Can we get caught up? Can we do some different things? Do you need accommodations? And so as we went back and forth on those things to try and help wherever we could, we then also received notice from the landlord that rent had not been paid for several months. And so in order to not allow the store to be lost to the landlord needing to collect on some of those things, BAM Corporate stepped in and paid the rent multiple times. And so there was quite a bit that had gone on that then showed that eventually, like, when it was time to move on, we had multiple instances of defaults.
Yeah, I'll have to go check out Runkles too. I do want to check out Emily D. Baker's, but I want to get through. I guess I did get through most of what I need to get through to understand what's going on. I do want to get through this body cam footage, and then I will pull the documents. I believe Emily D. Baker has them, so I'll see if I can procure them somehow. But I do want to see those documents and what they have in them.
That to the franchise agreement that were uncured and that needed to be resolved, and it gave us the right to just move forward. Now, our initial offer was, hey, at this point, we understand that you're moving out of the country, and we don't want, and at that point there was a significant amount of money that was owed to the franchise. We said, hey, and normally, sorry, I know I keep going back and forth. Normally, in a situation, if corporate was going to be taking over, we have an obligation to buy the assets of the store back. But in this situation, because they had never finished paying for the asset purchase agreement in the first place, we actually didn't have to. But we still said, hey, if there is something owing, or like if the value of the inside of the store is more than the remainder of the asset purchase agreement and the amount of royalties owed to us and other things owed to us, then we'll still pay you whatever balance is left over for the reacquisition of your store. But because it was double, six-figure digits almost, it was pretty high up there. And when we got into the value of the store was anywhere between 30 to 40,000, and there was no way that any of that amount would swallow up what was owed to us, both in the asset purchase agreement and the franchise agreement itself, the royalties.
Yeah. So let me just make sure I got you here. You're saying from when Crystal and her husband took ownership of the store, or maybe not ownership, they became franchisees, they were never paying the lease off?
No, they initially started paying the lease,
but they stopped after a few months.
Yep, after a certain period of time, those payments stopped, or like they were sporadic. It wasn't to say I don't think it was all stopped all at one time. I think, but there were multiple months where we had to step in and make payments, and then a period of time where they made their payments again, and then another series of times. And I do believe at the very end we did have to cover quite a number of months of the landlord's rent in order to not lose the space.
Who is the landlord? Can you share that?
Honestly, I don't know. It's changed a couple of times over the past.
Does she disagree? Did she pay all of her payments? Because if she paid all of her payments, why not just get a lawyer? I mean, that's an open and shut case. I paid you all of my rent.
A couple of years, to my knowledge, so I don't know.
Well, I did want to ask because I've been reading over this FDD, as most of the internet has. And it does say that this location is owned and operated by an entity owned by Bricks and Minifigs franchising.
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
This is the 2023 financial, the FDD. It says, it gives a list of outlets owned and operated by corporate and or one or more of our officers. It lists Crystal's name here as the location on River Road in Kaiser, Oregon, owned and operated by an entity owned by Bricks and Minifigs Franchising, Inc.
Okay,
Right.
I'll look at the
So that
BAM map.
particular- And remember, the FDDs are disclosure documents. Those aren't the agreements. So every year we have, we have to file what's called a franchise disclosure document that tells the various states what had happened the previous year. So so Crystal, when she bought the store in 2023, she bought an asset that had been owned by BAM Franchising in 2022. It's the 2022 information that's being published in the 2023 FDDs. Does that help make sense?
Yeah.
And Crystal was the manager of the store at that time.
Gotcha. So
Which is why she was listed there in that capacity, because she was the manager of a corporate store. She then approached us and said, hey, I'd like to buy this store in like early 2023. And we said, sure, that'd be great. And so as of, I believe, February or March of 2023, she had entered into that asset purchase agreement and then signed her own franchise agreement. So that's why, and those numbers would not have been published, like in 2022 for, like those types of things.
Gotcha. So one other thing that just caught my eye as I was reading over this, because obviously Crystal is claiming wrongful termination. And as I'm looking through this, the reasons you can terminate someone as outlined in this agreement, something that caught my eye is it says you can immediately terminate someone if they don't pay for any reason. You could just immediately terminate them. But then later down it says under the notice of termination, essentially the same thing. So I guess what has confused to me is what happened here? Was it an immediate termination? Was it a notice of termination?
Well, immediate termination and notice of termination. I think I would have to understand exactly which section you're referring to in the
absolutely,
franchise
So
agreement.
this is the 2023 franchising area development agreement, assumedly the one that Crystal signed. This is section.
No. So area developer agreements are a separate thing. So she would not have been under an area developer agreement. They can be similar, but they're not the same thing. So you're still looking at the FDDs that have a copy of the franchise agreement and the area developer agreement. So you're probably looking in a subsequent agreement that's just attached as like an attachment or addendum to the FDD. But so further up in the documentation is where you would find the full franchise agreement. It's going to be very similar, but not all the same. So that's also something to be aware of. When you're looking at some of these things, there's a lot of nuance that goes into it. The actual franchise agreement she would have been sent doesn't have the FDD stuff at the very beginning, nor does it have anything to do with area developer agreements.
Understood. Gotcha. So I guess in this case, was the termination, was it immediate? Was it noticed in Crystal's case?
So the original intent and the conversations that we had with her prior to the transition date was to make it a mutual termination, which is to say that she was going to be moving out of the country and she was no longer desired to operate the store.
Which she never ended up moving out of the country, correct?
Therefore, because of the unpaid balances and otherwise, corporate was going to come back in and repossess the store based on the asset purchase agreement, but also the missing royalties. However, we were going to do so in good faith together, reasonably and mutually. And that's just that was our I guess our discretion that we wanted to be, like kind and like move forward and just be like, hey, we're not going to come after you for the amount of money that you owe to us. If we can all just work together and be reasonable through this whole process. So the nearly $200,000 that's owed to us, we're just going to eat that cost. Some of it will go into the, like the repossession of the store and the repurchase of the assets of the store, but otherwise. Unfortunately, when we arrived, the transition ended up not going smooth, and there was, I think, just heightened emotions around the situation, and it became very antagonistic, and came to the point where we just felt like it was not going to go as smoothly as we thought it was going to. Therefore, we ended up having to send a notice of immediate termination.
Gotcha.
That same night, which we could have and should have done could have done earlier, and we didn't, but we ended up having to do it, that night.
Understood. Let me correct myself.
Yeah, 200,000 is a very interesting number when that's also what they said that Star Wars thing was worth.
You're right. I was looking at the area developer agreement. So now I am on. They are very similar. I'm on the 2023 franchise agreement. Under immediate termination, it says, let me see, where is it? Failure to make payments, immediate termination. Yet later down under notice of termination, it says failure to make payment of any amount. So I guess my confusion is sort of the incongruity there between it feels like the same thing can be immediately terminated and terminated.
Yeah, I just find that now that you said that, I'm like, oh, it's interesting. It's 200,000, and Brian was thinking that his collection was worth 200,000.
Right. So there's a couple of different things. Number one, just because we send a notice does not mean that we are, so if there's a terminatable offense that we can go after or take action on, is not negated by the fact that if we chose to send a notice instead of immediate termination, that still doesn't negate the fact that we actually still can immediately terminate. So there's plenty of things that we can send you notice on, but and obviously in some of those types of situations, I'd also just make sure that, whenever we have something, we always send it to our franchise attorney to be like, hey, what are the steps here? And our franchise attorneys were 100% on board with everything. And they were the ones that helped us proceed with how we operated. But yeah, so hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, that does. Yeah, thank you. My last question here is, in the statement last night, you mentioned when Bricks and Minifig's corporate repossessed the store due to the former owner's financial defaults and other breaches. Obviously, we've covered the defaults. What were the other breaches?
It's a fair question. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to get into too much that would be, I would say, damaging to any other party. But I'll speak in generalities. Not maintaining standards of the store, not paying other vendors when payments are due, generally being in default in other aspects of the franchise agreement or the operations manual. Those are some of the breaches that could have and would have been probably referenced in that breach notice, some of the things that had been observed. But I don't remember every specific particular breach.
Sure. But you're saying it was more than just the defaults.
Correct. I mean, so even just the default through non-payment of royalties is one thing, but non-payment on the asset purchase agreement, that's another breach in and of itself, independent. Not paying the landlord rent, those are breaches in and of themselves and independent. Not paying vendors, for inventory, that is, some of those such things. Yeah. So every one of those are all considered breaches, just depending on the severity of the breach would then fall in line with other things. So, yeah.
Understood. Cool. Well, there's a lot of, we'll just say vitriol going around on the internet right now, directed at Bricks and Minifigs. I guess, what do you have to say to people who are so angry at you and your company?
Yeah, what I would say is it's understandable how people can be angry because they've seen a very compelling video that tells a very specific story, right? And that story is, I'm a monster. That story is that Bricks and Minifigs is nothing but greed. But if you were to actually ask the majority of the franchisees, the communities that we serve...
No. I don't want to ask majority of the franchisees. I want to ask you about what you're going to do to make this right with Brian Mansell and his family. And I want to know legally what obligation you do or don't have to do that. I want you to show me the papers and the contract that states if a franchisee signs a contract with someone, we are not held responsible. I don't care how you treat other franchisees. They are not the problem. This is the problem. This one store. So either show me documentation of you can wipe your hands clear of this, or you make it right.
The people that we work with, the ones that are also behind on their royalties or having a hard time making rent, and we step in and we pay and we do those things, not because we're looking for another gotcha, but because we genuinely care about the business owners and the communities that they serve. That's what I would say, is that not only that we shouldn't be doing anything, none of our stores should be doing anything that could potentially harm anybody in their communities. And so if there is something that's gone wrong, like in the situation with the Mansell family, if something has gone wrong, we still stand by our desire to make things right. And we want to help where we can and how we can, but we have to do it the right way. And when we work together, we can make a lot of really cool things happen. And so that to me is the community base, as well as the community structure that's built on that base that makes Bricks and Minifigs fantastic. And so what I would say is, question, like the motives that other people have for why they put out negative content. What do they get for it? And oftentimes it's for monetary gain. Well, what would we ever get by taking somebody's product? Nothing but problems. And so in reality, the two don't really match up. They so in reality, like I would say, understand where what motivations are coming from. And if you kind of look at that, you'll recognize that what we're saying and what we've put to the courts is none of this happened. None of it is as the way it was portrayed. And the inventory was not in the store when we took over the store. And whatever could be identified that might have matched the list that was eventually provided to us was attempted to be given to the family, and it was refused. And I think that what we're trying to do now is to say we still want to help recover any lost items wherever we can and however we can. Like if there's a way for us to help make him whole through finding out where the sets went and if they were otherwise disposed of, we can try and work through that process to help him recover whatever we can help him recover.
So you're saying your door's open if Brian wants to reach out?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I would say I think what could help, at least with kind of the things I've been curious about, is I would love to
Brian did reach out.
See at least the segment of the operations manual that covers consignment, both the current version and the 2023 version, just to compare. I would also I know Crystal told me earlier today she was sounded like there was a lawsuit filed against her. So I would love to get a copy of that claim if possible.
A lawsuit filed against her?
That's what I heard. Is that not?
No, not to our knowledge, not as of yet. So.
Okay, understood. Well, I'll keep digging in on that. And the other thing that would be good is there was also a temporary restraining order, I heard. Can you speak to that at all against Crystal?
Well, I think there are some it's probably some confusion and misunderstanding on some parties' part about what certain things happen.
Sure.
A temporary restraining order, which is preliminary to an injunction, is filed or has been filed against those who have participated in the fictitious videos that have been created and published. So that has been filed, and as well as a claim against those who have done all those things. So to the extent that individuals are named as either participants and so forth, that participated in certain activities, they may be listed as participants in some of those actions, but we would just recommend people read the documents themselves.
So there have been actions filed?
Yeah, there have been actions
filed. Can you speak to who they've been filed against?
I would just point to the documents themselves. They're filed with the 4th Judicial Court of Utah.
Great. All right. Well, thank you. That was all I got. Is there anything else we didn't cover? I know we jumped around a lot.
We didn't cover anything. I've heard nothing of value. And that's nothing against him, but he should have a lot to say. Ammon should have a lot to say, and there has been nothing of value here.
Let's see. Well, I guess from my side of things, I would say, I still love this brand. I still love the community that has shown lots of support and who continues to show up day in and day out for each other, as well as for our store owners. We have kids who are constantly coming to our stores. There's a great example of a young man who wrote a letter to one of the store owners and let them know, thank you for being my happy place. Because that's what this brand is all about. The brand is there to support communities. It's there to support children and grandparents and families to help share in their love of this, this community and the product and how the product can bring people together. And so when we look at the community engagement, the activities, the school fundraisers, all the good things that the brand does in the community, and all of those things help us continue to stay strong, knowing how much the community supports us, the brand, and how much good I believe that our brands do in the community. And so I'm thrilled to have been part of that journey up to this point, and I'm thrilled to be able to continue to be part of that journey so that we can continue to find ways of bringing more and more joy into the world through all things Lego.
Great. All right. Well, I'll end it there. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Great. All right. Okay, great. Oh, God. Anyways. I heard nothing. Hound, you said, oh, okay. We know what an existing store that it was an existing store that was bought by an employee. They paid rent in default on the location. We know they stated an amount owed when they took the store back. We could assume that the operations manual is considered contractually enforceable. You're all assuming these guys have access to the money to make an offer. Right. Right. Oh, God. All right. I have to go. I have to go get my son, and I need to go take a quick shower because I am sweaty. Corporate is broke. That's right. Well, it's by the fucking Bachelor, Auntie M. By the fucking Bachelor. Oh, anyways, you guys are the best. I will see you a little later I'll be on in a quick flash on Nick Staro's podcast. It'll be great. You'll love it. So go see me over there tonight with Nick and Mo in the Deep for a little bit. And then I will see you guys on Monday and we will talk about everything. Thank you guys. I'm going to go lay down. I'm going to go ice pack my uterus. You guys are the best. Like, subscribe, bang your face against the keyboard. Bye-bye.